I couldn't hear anything, so I didn't interrupt them.
Oh, right.
This radio's hopeless. I've actually got a radio. I might see if it'll work.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Hi. Oh, he might be through in the through there.
What did Liam say?
Oh, very humble. Yeah, very humble. Fucking good drive. Oh, here's his car here. Room for a little one.
So you're entitled to ask any questions.
He's not filming, is he? He's not filming?
No, just getting ready.
Right, thank you, that's fine.
Oh, this direction.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine, you can interview him. Just don't interview him.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi, Ralph.
You come a little bit that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, look at this. Well, that was pretty much down to the start.
Well, difficult one. The start, I mean, it wasn't that bad, considering. It's just that you've got sort of two guys and there's no stack on the
So
grid.
fantastic racing here at Highlands Motorsport Park. Great performance by Liam Lawson, one of the superstar Kiwis in the Castrol Toyota Racing Series. Now it's the time of the Butte Utes.
The Butte Utes.
The buzz is back. Mike Lightfoot, how are you, champ?
Yeah, good, mate, good. Looking forward to this one, especially with Jake Stoneman having two cars on the front row, Spready and Peter Ward.
So what are the orders? Because they're going to be Spready and Ward go down into the bus stop as we go racing in the opening race of the weekend for the MZV8 Utes over 8 laps. And it's almost 1, 2, 3 wide, a little bit of contact already going down towards the bus stop. Spratt ducks down the inside.
Yeah, he's through, nice and clean.
Round the southern loop for the first time. And great shots here for the team at Volt TV. So it's Matt Spratt, Wardy's got up, along with Paul Manuel, good start too, and then Gene Collinson. So now they're heading up through the S's. They'll go under the underpass, under the bridge, and then around the carousel. They've been working on the PA system around that carousel, so that should be back up and running in about 30 minutes or so.
And you're just having a look up the inside. Just having a look up the inside of Chaos there, but Chaos managed to hold him off.
The old Super Freight man. Doesn't take long for Paul Manuel to get that car onto autopilot. Now they're going around that alien bend down towards the hairpin for lap 1.
We can still have a few good results.
Big wide part round there, isn't it?
It is. Spready's got a great start. He's away. He's just settling in. Just starting to pull away from Chaos.
Glenn Collinson just been ducked down the inside as he got a run here on Paul Manuel. He was under pressure. Oh, yes, he has. He's nailed him going up and over the bridge, and Paul's going to come back. Almost airborne as they come down to braking around the lake. Whoa. So Spratt round the reverse Indy part of the circuit, down onto the entrance to pit lane, along that Toyota sort of straight loop, hook, call it what you want.
Yeah, it's a very difficult corner, that. It's actually a lot tighter than you think it is, and it's certainly caught a lot of drivers out over the time at Highlands. But these boys they're onto it now. They've got it sorted.
Certainly has been a good opening lap here in the NZVA Utes, and Matt Spratt, he's just gapped them, hasn't he?
It's gone, totally.
Which is what you want to do, as we talked a bit about from the pointy end of the field, from a racing driver's point of view. You want to make that race boring as it can be from your point of view, from your team. Get up the front, qualify up the front, nail that first corner, nail that first lap, and let them race in the rear view mirror.
Yeah, it's almost like something's gone wrong there, because Glenn Collinson shot through and all of a sudden he seems to be holding the field up. If you ever look, Wardy's pulled away, Spratt's gone. But just looking at it there.
And what's happened to Peter Ward, number 69?
He's still in second. He's pulled a gap. He's not up with Matt, but he's holding on to second quite comfortably.
Something's not working with his transponder on the timing issue at the moment. So it's Spratt, Collinson, the series leader. Remember, it's very tight at the top. And he had a great round at Pukekohe, but suddenly he loves this track. He says it's very busy. He loves that sort of coming around the carousel. He's got 92 points and only about, 86? 6 points behind him is Matt Spratt. So this is a good change in the actual championship for Matt Spratt, isn't it?
It is, and Andrew Porter almost shot up the inside of Paul Manuel there. He was very, very close to go through. There's no doubt about it. Collinson's holding them up at the moment, and I think if once these two go through, they'll pull away. There's no doubt about it.
Exciting racing opening race of the weekend here at Highlands Motorsport Park in the NZV8 Utes. The Coyote, Auto, the Hire Man, those are the nicknames. Big battle group for second, third, fourth and fifth. Because at the moment it's Matt Spratt, who's the stinger. There he is in the Ford FG. He's cleared off. And Ute number 48, he's done a 156.7, aka Chaos. Peter Ward, number 69. He's done a 157.7, and that difference between first and second, 2.3 seconds. And then Collinson, Manuel, Porter, all on the 158s. And look at that, 10th of a second between them.
That's tight, that's tight.
158 and 158.1.
Yeah, it's good to see that. I mean, when you have a look at Glenn Collinson there running in a Ford at 158.1, and then you go down to Jeff Spencer, four down at a 158.8, shows the clarity of the two vehicles. Here's
the colour steel man, number 22, Jeff Spencer out of the Manawa 2. He's got suddenly Rudd and Whitley all behind him as they go under the bridge and then sweep around the carousel up through the Stinger, which is the off-camber part, and backing down towards the forest. Beautiful part of the track here at Highlands Motorsport Park. Tussock grass in the foreground, pine trees in the background, and some hot tarmac, some heavy utes in the front.
I was having a chat to Jeff just after qualifying, actually, and he was telling me that after Pukekohe he was quite disappointed, but they dynoed the car and he was 11 horsepower down. So they've managed to sort that out, and he feels a bit happier about the way it's handling down here. So hopefully he'll be able to pick his way through the field.
Alexandra Whitley in 06 in the LDV Ute. Got a bit of drive coming out of the hairpin. Couldn't quite make it stick. Up and over the bridge, down the bridge. Did you get airborne there?
Yeah, you do. You get a little bit of air. Certainly, I mean, you got to remember these things are 1.8 tonne or 1,800 kilos. So they certainly come up and lift as they come over.
About 400 horsepower. What's a 6-speed sequential?
No, it's not a sequential. No, it's the old H box.
H-box.
Yeah, I think.
So you're working behind the wheel, aren't you?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what I said earlier. These things are not an easy vehicle to drive, and it takes a lot of skill to keep the rear in its right position.
A little bit tail happy.
Yeah, very tail happy.
Can you use that to your advantage sometimes, though?
Well, I guess any time a car's going sideways, it's the slowest possible way you could be. So to keep the thing straight and power to the ground is where you want to be.
It's only if you've got a bit of biff and bash and you're trying to force your way through the field, perhaps. Just let the tail hold.
I never did that, Clint. I never did that.
So it's still Coyote holding up 17-15, and the higher man, Andrew Porter.
Yeah, here goes Andrew up the inside. Look, you can see there he's giving Paul Manuel a bit of a shunt. So they'll be getting frustrated, these guys. They'll be sort of wanting to move through. But Coyote's doing a good job. You know, he's just holding them out, blocking them where he can, and then using the powders to keep that gap.
So at the moment, Matt Spratt, he's been one of the contenders in the series, and he's really got that Ford FG dialed up. He's doing a Liam Lawson here, isn't he? He's got the lead, and he's just driving away as Higher Man has a look down the inside, and finally someone's used that huge, big, wide.
He's done it. What a move. What a fantastic move.
He's just let it late and hard under the brakes and just let it rip and duck down the inside. Such a big, wide corner.
Look, mark my words, Andrew would have planned that move. He's been watching what they're doing. He's been watching their lines, and he's thought, right, next time round I'm going to do something different, and it's paid off.
So he's the man on the move here. The Higher Man from the Porter Group. And he's been racing in these utes before. He's had a crack in the B&T V8s. Now he's back in the utes, which is great to see. 1, 2, 3 coming out of that last turn before they sweep around pit lane along that Toyota straight past the checkered flag. Lap 4, Spratt out by 3.5 seconds from Peter Ward through the bus stop. He must be really loving this.
Oh, he will be. So will Jake Stamen and their team. You know, I mean, 1, 2, and they're gone. You know, where's the rest of the field? It's you know, fantastic to see these cars and the Stamen team just pull away like this.
Yeah, pull up to the bumper, baby, and doing a real good job too. Matt Spratt out of Mount Maunganui in the Primo Grow Ute 69, the demolition man from Auckland. That is AKA Peter Ward, Chaos. As we said over the last couple of rounds, he's no longer Chaos. He's more like Mr. Control.
Yeah, look, Andrew's right up and behind Glenn there. Look, it's a matter of time, I'm sure, before he's going to get through. And I don't think there's going to be enough time for him now to catch Chaos. But he's certainly he's giving it everything he's got to get through. So
Wardy's racing away in second spot. And there's good battle groups for third, fourth and fifth. And Porter, he's having another look. He's going to take a look at... Now, I wonder what Coyote's going to do, because he's going to try and duck down the inside. Yes, he was covering that move by Porter. Now, he's going to do the old crisscross, trying to get the drive out of the corner, out of the hairpin, up to that big straight, and up and over the bridge.
Yeah, Glenn saw that in the mirror, that last lap, and there's no way he was going to let Andrew do that to him. Yeah. So that was good covering. It's absolutely what you've got to do.
So now he's over the bridge. So how can he duck down around the lake? And try. We saw it in the Toyota race, giving a little bit of a love tap there.
Bit of frustration coming in.
Just a light Liberace.
Yeah.
And now they're going to line this one up here. And so many times the drivers like Liam Lawson got great drive out of that last corner before they sweep around the pit straight. Or well, you're flat out around that big bend, isn't it? Here he goes.
He's got a good run.
He's got the
run.
He's
on the inside.
Can he hold it? Can he make it stick? He's got to take this all the way down to the bus stop.
Yeah, no, Andrew's got this. Looking at this, he's he's through.
Oh,
it was
he's
a great move.
Good work.
Great move.
Just runs it over the ripples, and now all of a sudden Coyotes into the clutches of Paul Manuel. So that was another great bit of driving. He set it up about 3 or 4 corners ahead, and also a couple of laps ahead, didn't he?
Yeah, well, that last corner coming into the Toyota straight is it's a very difficult corner. I've talked about that before, and Andrew just set that up nicely, just to you know, punch his way through, get on the outside, and then into the bus stop, which gave him the advantage.
So it's time certain for 14:53. It's down for 8 laps. They've done 5, so it looks like they're still going to be able to keep going, which is good. So it may not be the last lap, which is great. Good for these guys to give him a chance, especially for Paul Manuel. Give him a chance to try and make the move on Coyote, which he has the series leader. He's been going backwards, and now he's under more pressure. Remember, he came in after dominating the round with a couple of wins at Pukekohe. But now all of a sudden, Paul Manuel is going to take him right out into the marbles here, isn't he?
Yeah, no, Glenn's definitely covering that inside line into that corner. He's seen what Andrew did, and he's not the Higher Man. He's not going to let that happen to him.
So it's still Spratt out in front. Ward is second. Higher Man is now nicely placed in third. So the battle is for fourth and fifth between Coyote and the DNA Ute, brightly coloured, out of Hamilton, and the man from Pukekohe, Auckland, number 15, Paul Manuel. Started off in Pukekohe, now probably more like the old Eastern Bays, isn't he, really? Moved the other side of the motorway. So I tell you what, old Matt Spratt's just cleared off. 4.2 seconds now. So Watkin, here we go. Coyote covering the inside line. He's not going to let the bus stop get him this time. And he's going to force Manuel to do something different, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, but he knows those the passing spots that are there. He knows damn well what he needs to do to cover. I mean, Glenn's got a lot of experience. You can see Paul's frustrated. He's trying everything to get through, but Glenn's got him covered. You can see there the inside line. He's just blocking him out.
So this is where you got to really hit the brakes here through the S's. Now you can't go too wide around the underpass coming off.
Bit of a Liberace there. He's definitely getting frustrated with Glenn.
So now Paul, what can he do and take advantage of the flow here from the carousel? He's just pulled back a little bit there, round the sting. Now he's going to try and line them up round the alien bend into the hairpin. Big sweeping sort of left-hander. Then it's a big, fat, wide part of the track. He's gone out wide. Once again, Coyote.
He's going to try and do the crossover here.
Yeah, but Glenn's a way to, isn't he?
He is.
He's holding that mid part and just forcing him wide all the time. 156.5, 156.8. So Manuel a 157.6 and Collinson a 157.7. So that 1/10 of a second is what's holding him up.
Yeah, Matt Spratt's gone. He's just 4.2 seconds out now. Woody will be just happy to settle back for second. He's not going to catch him from here. 2 laps to go.
So it's still a great battle for fourth and fifth. Glenn Collinson started up the front of the field and he's been battling. Matt Spratt's cleared off. Peter Ward nicely in second. Andrew Porter's done the business in third. And there's Matt Spratt, lap 7. So this is the last one. Doing a good job here.
Brett Rudd surprised me in this race, sitting down on a 159 in 8th place. It's he won't be happy with that. Normally Brett's a bit further up the field.
And then Whitley in 6th, Spencer 7th, Rudd, Usher and David Lowe. But it's the man from the Mount, then the Primo Grow 48, FG, Blue, Ford Falcon Ute. And he'll be a deserved win here because he's really been knocking on the door and pushing hard at Pukekohe. So Stoneman and the boys will be really wrapped. Great performance and, as you say, a great team effort.
Yeah, Matt's also moved to an FG. He's gone out of the Holden into the Falcon. And, I mean, clearly in the Australian series, the FG had the advantage. So he's jumped into one of those. And looking at the first round and now this one, it seems to be suiting his style of driving, definitely.
So doing a really good job, smooth and fast. And he'll love Highlands, I tell you what. He'll be doing the Highland Fling later on tonight. He'll be happy without that. Great way to start the weekend.
Yeah, that last lap he actually extended his lead out to almost 5 seconds, so he's 4.8 ahead of Chaos now.
So Peter Ward still in second spot. Good points too for Matt Spratt because this will be a chance to really potentially take the lead in the series because he's currently in second spot overall, only 6 points behind. So now this is going to be a chance to actually take that lead off Glenn Collinson. So down at the start-finish line. And it's checkered flag time for Matt Spratt, 48. He gets the job done, 4.1 kilometres. And he takes that checkered flag. Second spot, Peter Ward, 69. Andrew Porter, number 3, coming home in third. And I think Collinson, number 17, holds off number 15, Paul Manuel, to round out your top 5, followed by Whitley, Spencer, Rudd, Usher and Lowe. So once again, it's all about getting out to the front of that field and getting off to a good start and just keep the pressure on.
Yeah, look, Matt clearly got a good start. He just pulled away and really just gapped it. I think I don't have a doubt that Collinson there held a few of them up, and then, I mean, once Andrew Porter got through, although he got both the Super Freight car of Paul Manuel, and then, of course, Glenn Collinson, he gapped it as well. So I think Collinson's going to have a look at that and go, well, something's not right, we're off the power a little bit, and to maintain that championship lead, I need to have a look at what we can do to change the car.
So they'll be back out tomorrow morning for their second race of the weekend, the NZVA Utes. Time to go around about 20 past 10. And Buzz, you'll be back later on for the SpeedWorks Rush Hour to see who's going to play out the battle of strategy and seat time. And perhaps some of these guys may want to come, well, I'm not sure if they've entered, but in fact, they haven't really, have they?
No, I didn't see a Ute out there in qualifying, but maybe it might have been some good opportunity for them.
They'll save it for the barbecue.
All right, thanks.
Cool, mate. And stick around. Coming up next, we're back to the sensational Toyota Racing Series. It's the TR86s and their third round of the championship with Bob McMurray. And, of course, it's the battle of the young guns and another young star on the rise. Callum Hedge, can he take the advantage in the 86s? That's next up here at Highlands Motorsport Park as we continue with the action of the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship in the sunshine. Beautiful shots of the sunshine here in the Southern Alps. Cromwell, home of all that beautiful fruit, and still a few snow caps away in the mountains in the distance, but beautiful sunny conditions, hot track, and we're all set for the next round of the Toyota 86 race, opening race of the weekend, round 3 of the championship. Great place to park up and just check out the motor racing. Magnificent backdrop of the mountains, the pine trees, and some hot tarmac, and some very cool cars and young stars in the Toyota 86 Series. And Bob McMurray is back for what promises to be another exciting showdown and a very close race with all these young drivers and the old the teenagers, mate.
Yep, there's a lot of lot of young blood out there, completely young blood as well. Not least of which is Callum Hedge, who's on pole position. He's been a bit of a star in Formula Fords. He's come to the 86s this year, and well, he's done a really good job so far. Not the largest kid in the world, but he sits in that car and he can drive it pretty quick, I've got to say. One little bit of news from the previous qualifying. I thought it was strange that Caleb Nartor was at the back of the grid at the time, but his problem was apparently an engine that was losing power now and again, misfiring now and again, because it for some electrical problem, I understand.
8 laps, red lights are off. We are racing in the Toyota 86 Championship here at Highlands Motorsport Park, and one of them's just got buried right from the get-go.
Well, Jaden Ransley has got ahead of Callum Hedge according to the timing, so I spoke with Jaden before and he said that's exactly what he's going to do. He's done it.
So 53, Jaden Ransley out of Christchurch up against 17, Callum Hedge, who leads the series. There's only 15 points between the top 3. Hedge currently leads his first. Ransley's currently 3rd place, 15 points behind, and in between them, Connor Adam. So very close. In fact, there's only 30 points between the top 4 drivers in the series, with Jordan Baldwin back on 348. So tight racing, close results, and a great start by Jaden Ransley, number 53.
It is tight racing. I mean, at the moment, this is looking like it normally does. It looks like a traffic queue coming into a city on a Friday night. But these guys will have they'll start stretching out a little bit, obviously, because you can't all be going at the same speed. And we'll see the racecraft come in here, because the last couple of days has been really windy here, and it's affected the Toyota Racing Series cars quite a lot, and it does affect these cars as well. So now with no wind, no real wind, they should be okay coming out of the shelter of the trees, which is, as soon as they got to a bit of clear air, it just pushed these cars sideways a little bit.
Yeah, it was right about 5 o'clock that wind was blowing straight through Lake Dunstan and down the valley. But at the moment it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Beautiful sunny conditions and great racing conditions. Ransley, as the field come out of Jed's bump and then race around the Toyota pit straight, and they're all side by side, bumper to bumper. This is what the Toyota 86 Series is all about: slipstreaming, drafting, and learning where to position your car and not to position. Exactly.
The car of Callum Hedge, you'll notice, is a Kervet's car, and there's you'd think it was the same sort of car. Number 4, Aaron Crichton. In 4th place, number 18, Aaron Crichton. But no, both those Kervet's cars are in slightly different colours. What is it? Leopard and a tiger, isn't it? So spot which one you think.
17 is Callum Hedge and 18 is Aaron Crichton.
getting very close there at the front. Very close indeed. Callum Hedge is giving Jaden Ransley just a bit of a touch-up at the back there. Peter Vodanovic is in close company as well, with Aaron Crichton not very far behind. So this could turn into a bit of a buffing match as they go down to the bus stop chicane and the turn 1 complex.
So 2 laps gone, and it's still Jaden Ransley in front, Callum Hedge, Peter Vodanovic, Aaron Crichton, Connor Adam. That's the top 5 at the moment.
Those 4 cars still in pretty close formation. It looks like Aaron Crichton is getting a bit anxious about getting past Peter Vodanovic. Vodanovic, of course, in the blue car there. And Callum Hedge is really starting to harass Jaden Ransley now. He's trying to make Ransley take a different line going into the corner so he can come up. You know, for one so young, Callum Hedge has got an awful lot of good racecraft, He showed that at Pukekohe when he was continually getting passed down the corners. But look at Vodanovic. He's trying to come up the inside. That won't work there, will it? Or the outside to go to the inside. That won't work. But Callum Hedge has done the old undercut thing, and he's now probably quite level, I would say, with Jaden Ransley. So this is going to be quite tight getting in to the next turn. Callum Hedge is ahead by the thickness of paint.
And it's the battle for the lead, and Hedge looks like he's taken them as they come up and over the bridge and down towards the lake.
Good skills on both those boys' parts. They could have put each other off then, and they chose not to effectively.
So good tight racing. We talked about that at the start of this particular race. And it's Jaden Ransley, number 53, after 2 laps, who's now been taken by Callum Hedge.
And looking further back down the grid, it looks like that Caleb Nato's problems continue. He's doing laps at 1:57.2, and the guys at the front are doing 1:55.2. So maybe his problems continue. But nonetheless, at the front, Callum Hedge, Jaden Ransley, Peter Vodanovic, then Aaron Crichton in the other Corvette's car, Connor Adam, Jordan Baldwin, Brock Gilchrist, Justin Allen, Campbell Stewart, Jacob Cranston, Connor Davison, Sam Wright, and Leo Bult ahead of Caleb Natoa, and behind Caleb is Mitch Hughes.
So one of them just got slightly widened into the dust. Connor Adam in the post-haste car, number 9. Good support from all the local Toyota dealers too for this particular series around the country, like GWD Toyota, the local boys here in Cromwell and Queenstown.
And look at Callum Hedge. He's made a second or more.
He's gapped them now,
on Jaden Ransley. He really has. Gosh.
I wonder if Ransley's got a problem here.
Well, Vodanovic has passed him now.
So he's dropping back as they go down towards that hairpin, and then the rest of the field is starting to make a move, like Connor Adam. Good battle pack. Justin Allen there in the number 99 Battery Town car further back down the field. He's having a real good scrap. I think it's a Campbell Stewart 97.
Peter Vodanovic just giving...
Aaron Crichton now in the second of the Corvette's car. This is the one with the leopard spots, number 18. He's up and over the bridge, and Jaden Ransley certainly is going backwards, isn't he?
He is at the moment. I wonder if it was something like tyre pressures. He doesn't seem to be suffering any on speed, so maybe the handling's just gone off. Tyre pressures were too much, too high, too low, whatever it is.
Another good scrap developing between 23, the orange and black car of Jordan Baldwin, and Connor Adam, number 9. 2 guys that were series contenders at the start of this championship.
Yep. There's a black and white flag there that's not good. We can't see who it's for, but it's a warning. Callum Hedge has just put up the fastest time of the race, 1:53.381, which is that's pretty quick actually for these things, isn't it? Around here, they're good race cars. Well, that's pretty darn quick.
So it's still 17 Hedge, 84 Peter Vodanovic. These are 2 of the young rising stars coming through the series, and 18 Aaron Crichton. So you've got 3 of the young up and coming stars. Then you've got Ransley, Baldwin and Adam, 3 of the guys that were there last year.
Who were the up-and-coming stars? So they're all young guys, all young guys, but Hedge, Vodanovic and Crichton are new to the series this year, so they've only effectively done 2 races in the TRS, or 2 events in the TRS. So far, but all of them have used their cars in other things, I think, so that they can get a bit more experience on it. But yes, certainly Ransley, Baldwin, Connor Adam.
And here they are, all 3 of them.
Look, they're trying to take different lines now around the corners, aren't they? Let's see how this goes. Is that Jaden Ransley pulled just across to the left a little bit there?
Yeah,
was that him?
He's dropping further back down the field now. And the funny thing was, these guys were the 3 guys to watch out for at the start of the series because they've had the experience, almost not like veterans, if you can say veterans at 86s, but it's the other young guys have come through. And there's another bunch of young guys and other classes like Justin Allen coming out of the Mazdas and other good battle groups as well. Down the inside, the Nexus car, down under the brakes.
And Jaden Ransley lost another position then. He's clearly got an issue. He must be having to struggle with something. In fact, he's coming in the pits now. Yeah. Something is not particularly right with him. Is it a tyre going down or something like that? We can't really see from this distance, but yeah, clearly he's unhappy with something and he's not making any headway. Although in this series, if you think you can finish the race on what you've got, you really should, because it's points. But it depends what he thought or how far he thought he could get up there, or if he might have a flat. I've no idea at the moment.
Okay, so it's 5 laps have gone, 8-lap race, Toyota 86 Championship, race 1 here at Highlands Motorsport Park. And it's Hedge out in front, Vodanovic, Crichton, Baldwin, Adam Gilchrist, Stewart, Allen, Cranston, Davidson, Wright, Nartoa, Bolt, Ransley back in the pits. And of course, Mitch Hughes had issues in that session yesterday. So another good group backing down here is coming down into the carousel. And it looks like Justin Allen under all sorts of pressure from the likes of Campbell, Stewart, and also Jacob Cranston.
Looking across at the pits, which is about a mile away from where I am, the car of Jaden Ransley is still in there. There doesn't seem to be a huge amount of frantic activity going on. So anyway, we can't see what's happening yet, but it looks like he's out of the meaningful points. So yeah, it was a flat tyre, we've just heard, a right front puncture on the flat. That's why he was going slower and slower and had to give up in the end. That's a shame, but it's a shame for him. But you know, punctures are punctures; they come with it. I'm not sure where he would have got it, but anyway, it's changed and he's back out there. So he's going to get some points, but not as many as he would have hoped, obviously.
Connor Davidson, number 95, having a real good race alongside the likes of Justin Allen and also 15. Caleb Nartar had some issues in the qualifying session, but number 17, Callum Hedge, this is the young guy that's following in the footsteps of Liam Lawson. Did a great performance in the Formula 1600s last year. He's got into the 86s and proven to be a real good racer.
Judging by the performance of Liam Lawson just not very long ago, his footsteps have got to be pretty fast, because Liam put on a real exhibition in that race.
Yeah, he certainly did. Which is great to see some rising talent coming out of the summer of motor racing. Aaron Crichton too. I mean, once again, that CareVets team. I mean, you lose a champion like Jack Milligan from last year and another good rookie racer.
Ryan Yardley and people like that. They've all gone into other things. It's been an excellent campaign. Keith Houston of CareVets has kept this going for
there's a good
few seasons now. There's the Leopards, yes, right. Yes.
Number 18, the Leopard, and this is the Tiger car, number 17.
Right, Tigers in front, Leopards in third.
And the blue 84 of Vodanovic in between. So it's a good young Teen Titan sandwich here. And 6 laps gone. And look at the speed of them, 153.3, 0.5, 0.8, 0.7, 0.9, 0.9. That's for the first 6 cars.
Yes. Yeah, it really is. It's a momentum thing. You've got to keep the momentum up on the track with this in these cars. If you lose momentum, you slow down a little bit, you lose an awful lot of track space in front of you. They seem to have stretched out a little bit now, but that's mainly due to Callum Hedge starting to run away from Peter Vodanovic a little bit, and he's kind of got the gap on Aaron Crichton settled pretty well. Then Jordan Baldwin and Connor Adam hanging back there, and then Brock Gilchrist, Campbell Stewart, they're all coming around the carousel here now. And Caleb Nato in car number 15, he's. I wonder if his little issue has corrected itself, because he's climbed up a little bit on the placings.
154.2 the last lap for Caleb Nato. This should be the last lap here for number 17, Callum Hedge. Currently leads the series, so this is going to be another good chance to extend his lead over Connor Adam in second and Jaden Ransley in third. And of course, with Jaden's right front puncture, that's going to drop him back down and give Jordan Baldwin a chance, who's currently in fourth place, to actually close the gap in that battle in the top four. But it's 17 all the way at the moment.
Driven a good race, Callum Hedge, as he has done every race this year. You know, there have been different people win, different people have problems, different people doing all sorts of things, but he has consistently been a very good racer.
Getting some driver tuition from Daniel Connor, who's a champion out of another class with the Ssangyong Utes, and Callum's had a good start in the Ssangyong Utes as well. He cleaned up the opening round at Hampton Downs, so he certainly likes these tracks. Hampton Downs and Highland Motorsport Park.
Who wouldn't like a place like this today? Just amazing, isn't it? I think Jaden Ransley's going to he's just coming around the carousel now to start his last lap, so I think he's probably going to get to complete all the laps by the time he gets back here, but he's going to be, what's he going to be, I don't know, 30 seconds, minute and a half maybe behind the other runners.
Who was it? A young lady, a lady was watching the racing today, and she's, you can't complain about this, Eggs Benedict and motor racing. So brunch and motorsport, all that on in the cafe, the museum, in a picturesque, scenic, sensational location in the South Island, and a top drive by another young star of New Zealand motorsport, 17, Callum Hedge. Takes the checkered flag, wins by 2.2 seconds over another young rising star, 84, Peter Vidanovic, and a third young rising star, and 18, Aaron Crichton, rounds out a place on the podium, followed by 23, Jordan Baldwin, 9, Connor Adam, 10, Brock Gilchrist, 97, Campbell Stewart, and one of the cars limping home here at the moment. It doesn't look good for 83, Mitch Hughes. He had problems in the, well, I think it was a crash yesterday.
Well, he's made the checkered flag anyway.
Which is good.
Jaden Ransley must, I suppose, be coming round soon, I guess, to finish his race. I can't see him anywhere at the moment. I tell you what, looking at all those guys out there, and then looking back at Liam Lawson, Marcus Armstrong, I mean, the future of young drivers in motorsport is it's very encouraging, isn't it? The only problem there is of course money and finance to keep them going, and I'm very fortunate to be a trustee of something called the Kiwi Driver Fund, which we've established to try and help drivers to get into the Toyota Racing Series mainly, but of course there's a ladder to get in there. So if anybody feels like helping young drivers, get in touch with me or anybody else in the Kiwi Driver Fund and see how you can help, because we need to get more of these guys overseas. We need to get them racing internationally. We need to get more Scott Dixons and Brendan Hartleys out there, and Nick Cassidy's. You know, they've come through the motorsport ladder in New Zealand, and we need more out there. Girls as well. I mean, there's plenty of girls running that we need to get into the TRS. We've had girls driving in that series before, so yep, let's get them out there.
Now, another part of the South Island, we're going down to Teretonga next weekend, but in between you've got Dunedin, and that's the home of the Elite Motorsport Academy. A lot of these young drivers in the 86s and in the other classes have come through that, and that's been a great school to develop and produce better motor racing drivers.
Yeah, the Elite Academy is held in Dunedin every around July, second week in July, when all these students are on holiday, and we've got the Elite Academy has got the use of some of the best sports lecturers, sports physicists, sports everything, psychologists that we can get. Most of the guys or girls and guys we use from the Otago Academy down there are the likes of All Blacks or internationally recognised trainers and things like that. So, you know, the drivers that have gone through there started in 12 years ago, something like that, more than that. And we've had Shane Van Gisbergen and Daniel Gaunt, Chris Pither, Nick Cassidy. You can keep on going. Marcus Armstrong. All of these guys have come through that series, so that academy. So yeah, it's the best in the world. The FIA have tried to steal it a few times. They can't make it work. So
What do
we
you
think
mean
it's
steal
good.
it?
Well, they want to use the model for Asia and things like that. Well, they're not going to be able to. They haven't got the facilities that we have or the dedication from people in New Zealand to try and make it work. Simple. So, they can't offer what we can offer in New Zealand, and there hasn't been an academy anywhere around the world that's tried to do it that has been successful, apart from, I'm very proud to say, the one in New Zealand.
Fantastic. And your thoughts on the opening race in the Castrol Toyota Racing Series? A great start by Liam Lawson. Marcus Armstrong's there.
Yeah.
Brendan Leach was knocking on the door. So the Kiwis up against the overseas drivers. It's a 5-week battle, 5 rounds. Fantastic showdown.
Oh, it's going to be a showdown, but I mean, it's a shame that Marcus was pinged for putting his fastest time up under a yellow. But the fact is, as simple as that. He was on camera, so that didn't work. But nonetheless, he came through to show well in second position. So yeah, 2 Kiwis on the first 2 positions is pretty impressive, I've got to say. But there's plenty of talent all the way through that field, not least of which is Brendan Leach. But the talent is going to be extreme, and it's always at the first 1 or 2 races that the overseas drivers, they don't struggle a bit, but they haven't got their bum in the seat properly. They haven't got the confidence and the ability to just extend it as much as they can, and suddenly they're doing that.
If you remember last year, Marcus Armstrong won at Ruapuna, got off to the great start,
Yep.
like Liam Lawson. And then a young guy called Richard Vachur started picking up the speed
Exactly.
and picking up pole positions and picking up races, and then it really sort of changed and developed throughout the rest of. Then a guy like Robert Schwartzman, who was there consistently, not always the quickest, but always knocking on 1, 2, and 3, was there at the right place, the right time to pounce and take the title.
Yeah, and I think the overseas drivers understand the fact that they're coming down here and it's going to be strong competition. So they're quite prepared for the strong competition. So I do think that a lot of them tend to think the first race, okay, today, yesterday, the day before, practicing, qualifying, that sort of thing. Now we kind of know what we're about in these cars. Now they understand it in a race condition rather than qualifying. They understand how they've got to engineer the car to make it faster. And things just get more and more and more, competitive, I suppose, but it gets more intense as the season goes on. All these guys are really happy, fun, friendly people at the moment. There will be a couple of ructions between them as the season goes on. Rubbing is racing, but when you've got an open wheeler, rubbing isn't always the best idea. No. But there will be rubbing as racing going on, and it'll be an exciting series.
And the teams will develop too throughout the
hopefully
weekends as well. Good on you, Bob.
Cheers,
Fantastic, mate. Brilliant. Bob McMurray there in the Toyota 86 Championship. Stick around. Coming up next on track, we're back to the V8s and the B&T V8s in the opening race of the weekend over 12 laps. So now the field are coming around for lining up in the B&T V8s. Down the back part of the circuit, the Lexus safety car has got the flashing lights on. It's going to be a 12-lapper, a rolling start. And another great showdown between the V8s for the B&T season. Third round of the championship. And it's going to be interesting to see who can dominate from the start and hold off the other challengers. Just going through that grid, Jack Smith, Nick Ross, Lance Hughes, Chelsea Herbert, Brenton Grove. So the lights are out on the safety car. Remember, the drivers will control the speed as they head round the pit straight. And the green lights will be out and they'll be racing. So the rest of the field have to condense around about third gear, 50k. Round towards the pit straight now, waiting for the lights to go green. And racing in the V8s. Good side as they head down the main straight. That front straight and then into the bus stop for the first time. And it's 85, Jack Smith off to a good clean start. Followed by Nick Ross, 007. So the two guys in the front row of the grid making the most of their starting position and just clearing off. Big battle of horsepower between 7-litre Super Tourers, 6.2-litre Holdens, 5-litre V8 Camrys, pumping out around about 450 horsepower, 6-speed sequential box. Under the bridge, round through the carousel, 85 from the Gold Coast, Jack Smith in the Commodore, Nick Ross from Cambridge in the Nissan, Chelsea Herbert 62 out of Auckland in the Camry. Lance Hughes is off to a great start, 84 in the other red Commodore. So he's currently third in the series. In fact, the top three on the track are the top three in the points at the moment. Jack Smith, he leads with 426, 25 points behind Nick Ross in second place in the Nissan with 401. And in third spot, Lance Hughes, 374. So those top three off to a great start. Smith coming round to finish the opening lap. Brenton Grove making a move down the inside of his teammate, Chelsea Herbert. So what can Brenton Grove do? Number 10, he's in the black Camry and the yellow Camry. 62 is Chelsea Herbert. Brenton Grove out of the Super Tourers. I should say the Dunlop Super 2 Championship out of Australia. Had issues in the qualifying session, did a very good lap, a 139, then had to park it, came back and did some lap testing with the rush hour qualifying session, got some good speed back into that Camry and now seems to be back in the racing groove. Scott Taylor, also number 222, also did exactly the same with that as well. So the Class 1 cars, the Dale, oh, contact! 84, Lance Hughes, Hamilton Asphalts, as they go into the S's, and he's been spun around. So we'll take a look at what happened there. Was it self-inflicted, or did he get a bit of a helping hand from one of the other drivers? So Jack Smith, 85. Out in front, Nick Ross, currently second. That's good news for Brenton Grove, number 10. The second of the Aussies in the series. Been plagued with mechanical problems, technical problems in the Camry. Hasn't really had the consistency he wants, but he's certainly shown speed at times up and over the bridge, chasing down the Nissan. So three different makes out in front. You've got a Holden out in front with the young Aussie, Jack Smith, 85. Former champ Nick Ross, 007 in the Nissan out of Cambridge, the Earth Mover. And then another young Aussie, number 10, in the Toyota Camry of Brenton Grove. And of course the current Super 2 champion is Chris Pither, who's here this weekend, the other Kiwi who's DSO, Driving Standards Observer for the Toyota Racing Series. A man that's done a lot of racing here in the V8 Utes and has gone on to Australia to great success. So that was fantastic to see when he took out his championship on the same weekend as Scotty McLaughlin in Newcastle. Good to see Rob Wallace out there in the 51 red and white Commodore, ex-Super Tourer of Greg Murphy. Had issues earlier today, but they've fixed that car. Back on the pace in qualifying. I like the big Ford Falcon there of the Dale ITM car. Number 73, Brad Lathrope, getting help from Leach Motorsport team. And now he's made a move on Chelsea Herbert here, so go Brad. Get up to that pointy end of the season. Be talking with his sponsor, Mr. Redline. And they've just done a lot of work about the setup on that Dale ITM Falcon, the big Super Tourer. And Brad Lathrope is just getting more comfortable behind the wheel. Just one of those guys, you just need a bit of consistency to get his confidence up. Got married in the new year just before Pukekohe. So a man on the move. Chelsea Herbert just going backwards a bit there. Number 62. And Rob Wallace also making a move. Matt Tubbs, 42, and Scott Taylor, number 222. Watch out for him, the third Aussie in the series here in the B&T V8s. So 2 laps gone. Jack Smith has made a good start, cleared off, and a good handy lead of 4 seconds now. So Jack really has said, I'm the man to beat this year. No defending champions back. Class 1 champion Andre Heimgardner. He's not back to defend his title. Class 2 champion Liam McDonald is here this weekend. He's racing in the Oscars. So that title is wide open. And a disappointment for Matt Projetsky, who lost an appeal after a technical infringement from the previous round. So he's lost some valuable points in the battle against Justin Ashwell. So he won't be happy in number 77. So perhaps he might be able to drive back up through the field and pick up some valuable points there for the young Inglewood racer. He just wants to finish in front of number 11, Justin Ashwell, in the Class 2 battle. And the key difference this year is the fact that a lot of these young drivers have come out of Class 2 and moved up to Class 1. And of course, the Gen 2 cars will be coming on stream next year. Word is that 4 drivers are looking at building a Ford Mustang, a Chevy Camaro, and a Dodge Challenger. So the 2-door V8s coming into the New Zealand Championship. So Matt Projetsky out of Formula V Racing or Formula First Racing made the switch to the tin tops. So he's being docked a few points, so he won't be happy. He'll be driving to try and make up for those lost points. Chelsea Herbert smoking it into the round by the lake. Now the big sweep as they hug that fast corner around pit straight, down the front straight into the bus stop. Nick Ross, 007, now been hunted by the Camry of number 10, Brenton Grove out of Australia. He's an earth mover by trade, is Nick Ross. Been a really good performer, won the championship, but hasn't won it in this end. Currently in second spot, and may be forced to once again come under pressure of some young Australian stars, but he doesn't mind that too much. The team did a great job in actually putting a new motor in overnight after they had issues yesterday in practice and testing. But now it's all about a big battle between him and Brenton Grove, trying to get that car back into the groove after issues in the previous round at Pukekohe. So he's doing a good job there at the moment. Nick Ross currently in second spot. Jack Smith, 85, cleared out, 6 seconds in front. Brenton Grove right behind him, just 0.4, 400ths or 4/10ths of a second between the two as they up and over the bridge. Jack Smith's rail out in front, down 85. Nick Ross under real pressure here from Grove. What can he do? Into that reverse Indy corner coming out of Jed's hump. Now around to that fast sweeping pit lane. So he's going to try and set him up in the entrance into the bus stop. Good tight racing at the moment. So down towards the bus stop. He can't quite get it done, but it's also the exit and around the loop, and they'll try and set him up going into the underpass, under the bridge. Brad Lathrope, 73. Got a bit of a gap over 62. Chelsea Herbert in the MTF Camry. And then Rob Wallace in 51. He's the red Holden. Just being gapped a bit, but good performance here from 73 in the Dale ITM Ford Falcon, the Super Tour of Brad Lathrope. Did a simple thing like adjust the situation on the pedals as Grove has a look around the carousel. Up and over the Sting. Whoa, sideways. Brings it back under control. And now he's lost it. All that momentum. Had a chance to make them. But that's where the off-camber comes in there, because you got the beautiful drive around the carousel, which is a nice cambered corner. Suddenly, it switches over to the Sting. You're off-camber into the marbles. Lost a bit of grip. Had it sideways. Pulled it back. And Nick Ross says, thanks you very much. I'll hold it all and bring it back together. So good racing up and over the ripple strip now. Riding the ripples around the lake. Twitchy, the Camry. Down over Jed's hump. Now into this key corner, all about your exit speed. Setting it up for round pit straight. So we'll see what the difference is between the two now. And that last lap, because he lost a bit of, well, a couple of seconds just as he tried to make the big pass around the carousel. Jack Smith, he's well out in front, cleared off, the series leader. Good 10-second lead over Nick Ross, but it's 900th of a second between Nick Ross and Brenton Grove. They both did a 143.1 and Brenton Grove a 143.6, and he's back onto the bumper. Big battle for second and third here. Halfway stage, opening race of the weekend, and the B&T V8s as they go through the S's, sweep around under the bridge, and it's deja vu for the young Aussie. This is where he made the move last time. He ducks it down the inside of the carousel, gets the drive this time. Can he make it stick? Gets more drive. Nick Ross says no. Grove says yes. He takes him around the outside of the Sting. Bold driving, good driving. Round the alien bend, down towards the hairpin, and he gets it done. But Ross is going to come back, trying to do the switcheroony. Do the crossover. Back down the straight. Now they're going to come up towards the entrance to the bridge, and it's going to be full on again. Up and over top of the bridge. And back round towards the lake. So really exciting, entertaining stuff here between the young Australian, Brenton Grove in the Camry, and Nick Ross, the Kiwi from Cambridge in the Nissan. Further back down the field, great racing here. And 17, Braden Phillips out of the Mazdas is just getting a bit of experience here. But 85, the young racer out of the Gold Coast, doing a great job in the Super Tours, or I'm not saying the Super Tours, but the Dunlop Super Series over in Australia, Super 2. And Jack Smith has really shown what seat time is all about. He won the Australian Touring Car Championship, which is like the third tier under the supercars, under Super 2, and then you have the touring cars. Spent the summer here last year racing with the team from Lance Hughes, who's just gone into the pit, so Team Barry won't be happy about this. Some issues there. Of course, he had a bit of a spin going into the bus stop, or out of the S's, I should say, earlier in the race, so not a good sign there for Lance Hughes in the 84. But Jack Smith, they brought him over here, and he's doing a fantastic job really learning what the value of seat time is, because he's just getting better and better and quicker. 11-second lead after 7 laps from Brenton Grove, who's finally got that Camry back on to race pace, just like 73 Brad Lathrope, who'll really be loving this race. And so will Chelsea Herbert too, 62. She's been having a few issues. So a lot of the cars, they just need to get into a rhythm. Like Jack Smith, 85, cleared off, had a moment yesterday, down by the hairpin. Team did a A lot of work to repair damage to that car overnight. In fact, 4 cars in the B&T V8s all suffered damage yesterday, and the teams have all worked really, really hard and done a great job to get them back ready to race this weekend. And now the drivers are repaying the teams with some really good, smooth, fast effort. So they're all spread out now. This is all about getting into a rhythm. Smith under the underpass, controlling the race, and a big lead now, 11.4 seconds over the other Aussie, Brenton Grove. So this is great to see where some young Aussies have come over to New Zealand and are using our championship and our summer to get themselves dialed up back in for their next racing season. Just like we've got the 5 Kiwis, McLaughlin, the Giz, Heingardner, Fabian Coulthard, Richie Stanaway, all racing in the supercars. So now the Aussies are using this series to develop their racing to go back and be better off for just circulating, just seat time, being able to drive and race in a different track like this. Jack Smith, talking to him yesterday, he really loves the circuit, loves how busy it is. A bit like Chelsea Herbert, Brad Lathrope. Both these drivers have had issues with technical problems, but they're smooth and fast at the moment and just nailing lap after lap, having their own little private battle for 4th and 5th. Braden Phillips, number 17, one of the other cars, just getting in front of them. He'll get the blue flag, he'll move over. Brad ducks down Jed's hump. Nicely done. Chelsea's going to follow Brad. Oh, he's just overcooked it. And Chelsea says, thanks very much. And once again, just a simple mistake with the back marker. And Brad will be absolutely fuming. He's let himself down there and he's let Chelsea through, and he's dropped back to 5th. And now Rob Wallace is going to try and pounce. So just a little lapse in concentration. And they've done so much work with the Leach team to actually adjust the situation of the pedals, the feeling for the driver behind the seat. He felt a lot more at home. And there you go, in a race like this over 12 laps, one little mistake can really set you off and annoy yourself for the rest of the weekend. But that'll be that learning curve. And Chelsea says, thanks very much. That's all a classic example of driving in the rear view mirror. You sit on the bumper of a guy or a lady and you force the mistake. Driving under pressure. So what can Brad do? How will he respond? How will he react? Chelsea's got a nice little gap here. And she too in the MTF Finance Camry will just want it to be smooth, fast, consistent, find the limit, sit on it, no mistakes. Bring it home. Just like 85 Jack Smith is doing at the moment. Brenton Grove still 11.8 seconds, but it's only about a second between himself and Nick Ross. And of course, Nick Ross, after he let Brenton get through, two cracks around the carousel, he'll be trying to close that gap. But at the moment, it looks like Brenton Grove, number 10, is just clearing off and building a nice little cushion between himself and 3rd spot at the moment. So cementing 2nd spot on the track. So a couple of laps to go. 10 lapper, B&T V8s, Highland Motorsport Park in the sunshine. Round 2 of the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship. And Highlands has really turned out to be a great showdown today. So it's still Smith, Grove, Ross, Herbert, Lathrope, your top 5. Wallace and Scott Taylor, another one of the Aussies in the 222 car. 42, Matt Tubbs. Matt Pajetsky, 77, leading the battle against Justin Ashwell in Class 2. Then Braden Phillips and Lance Hughes, unfortunately, was in the pits. Hopefully he's back out on the track. We'll keep an eye on Lance Hughes, number 84. Just picking up that battle for the Class 2 guys, and Pajetsky's got a really good lead now. Number 77 over number 11, Justin Ashwell. So the young racer out of Inglewood and Taranaki against the campaigner out of Canterbury. And Grove has certainly got that advantage over Nick Ross as they come up and over the bridge. So this should be the starting of lap number 11. And the last lap for Jack Smith. Grove has got that good drive in the Camry. He'll be enjoying this. Good chance to go to a new track get the cars hooked up, dialed up, get out there and just have no problems, no issues, just all about consistency, lap speed, and putting it where you need to do. Place on the podium, pick up some valuable points. But at the moment, it's Jack Smith, 85, done a superb job. Bounced back from a crash in practice. Dominated the qualifying. 2 fast laps in the 38s. So he'll be starting on pole for race 2. But it's all important when you get into motorsport. Stick it on the front row of the grid. Stick it into the first corner. Stick it in the lead in that first lap and drive away and enjoy a brilliant drive. And that's exactly what he's done. Smooth and fast. Sit on those racing lines and just get your consistency and drive away from the field and put the pressure on the rest of the field to chase you. The team will be loving it as well. So the Barry boys will be happy that 85's in good shape. They won't be happy that 84's not in good shape. So swings and roundabouts. That's what motor racing's all about. So down Jed's hump, round into the reverse Indy, up past the big spectators along the bank here, and great performance by Jack Smith and the B&T V8s, and he's going to get the job done. 4.1 kilometres in the sunshine at Cromwell, and he's going to be crowned the king of the V8s for race 1. Good skills and a big lead. 12 laps, 12 seconds. Brenton Grove, he'll be wrapped, coming home in second for number 10. And Nick Ross, who's currently second of the championship. Slightly disappointed. He got nailed around the carousel twice, dropping back to third. But that's a good change in the championship for the Camry driver out of Australia. Then it's Herbert Lathrope. What a battle they had before poor Brad made a mistake. Just got caught out. 77, Matt Projeski. Good result for him, coming home in 9th place, but he'll take the Class 2 win over number 11, Ashwell, and pick up some valuable points after being docked points for an infringement, a technical infringement with the rear wing. So he's really made a statement here today. You can take the points off me in the judiciary. You can't take the points off me on the race. So he's really clawing back, and he'll be determined to make the most of the rest of the season, I can tell you that. Single seater racing and making the switch into tin tops, and a place inside that top 10 for 77, Matt Pajeski. And you'll close up on the lead in the battle in the Class 2 championship after losing those points. You'll pick a few up, and that'll be a battle that'll go right throughout the rest of the season. So good skills for Matt Projeski. Justin Ash will come home to wrap up the top 10. Braden Phillips in P11, and problems there for 84, Lance Hughes. So that's the action with the B&T V8s. And stick around, coming up next, we'll be back with the second race of the series for the weekend on the South Island Porsches. Still to come, the Oscar Super Saloons. Don't forget, around about 5 o'clock, it's the SpeedWorks Rush Hour, 1 hour mini enduro, a whole stack of variety of cars. They've got a 20-minute pit lane window where they must make a scheduled pit stop. And according to the qualifying times, they'll be held for a certain amount of time in the pits. And then it basically becomes a 20-minute handicap sprint race to finish the day's racing here. Highlands Motorsport Park, round 1 of the Castrol Toyota Racing Series in the second round of the SpeedWorks Motorsports Championship. Certainly hope you're enjoying the action here in the sunshine. Magnificent facilities. Check out the cafe, check out the museum, check out your favourite place to watch on the track, and enjoy a good summer of motor racing. Right, the racing continues here at Highlands Motorsport Park. Beautiful sunny conditions, and joining us we have Mike Baker, who's back with the second race of the weekend for the South Island Porsche Series. This is going to be over 6 laps. How are you, Mike?
I'm really good, Clint, and yeah, what a fantastic day, eh?
And we've also got Raymond Deeker, another Porsche racer. How are you, Raymond?
I'm good, mate. I'm good, mate. It's good to see the fine weather continues down here. You don't get this shit up in Auckland, do you?
Now, I understand as a Deeker, you're just not happy.
I'm definitely
you're
not
happy.
happy
about A, Brendan Hartley,
That's
losing
right.
his race in Formula 1, and then B, Hayden Paddon.
Yes, how did you know that?
Losing his spot in the WRC.
Yes, yes. And do you know there's no Spates on tap down here?
So as a Deeker, you're just not happy.
I'm not happy. If you had Spates here, it'd be actually a good place to be.
Well, that's the South Island, mate.
We've also got another major problem up here, that we've got a hole in your pants.
Oh, yeah, wouldn't that rip your pants?
Oh, mate.
And somewhere along the line, we got caught with the door handle. But I tell you what, you can't complain about A, the track, B, the racing. Been a fantastic weekend at the moment. And what's the story in the South Island Porsche Series? I mean, Hayden Knighton did a really good job. Jonas Patterson and Gary Derrick. Some good racing between those two guys in the first race of the weekend, Mike.
Well, Hayden, I had a talk to him in the pits, and he's just over the moon with his new car and said it's absolutely fantastic to drive. Jonas is coming to grips with his car. And Gary Derrick, he's just doing an amazing job considering the year of that car.
And Raymond, you've been, what's your background in Porsche racing?
I've been running in club racing since 1979 when Alan Bramwell established the Country Gentleman's Car Racing at Ruapuna. And we've continued ever since then. I've run the Wellington Street, not the Wellington Street race, the Queenstown Street race several years. I'm actually Mike Baker's pit bitch now because he goes off occasionally in a different direction, and between his wife and myself we keep him back on the straight and narrow. But Mike's a very talented racer, Bridgestone champion for New Zealand. We run Targa between New Zealand and Australia, so there's quite a bit of experience and a few miles between us all.
Well, there's going to be quite a bit of experience out here again with 89 Hayden Knighton, along with 818 Jonas Patterson, as they get the green light to go racing. Second 6-lapper, South Island Porsche Series. And a great display as we celebrate 50 years of 911 Porsche racing. Isn't that, can you believe that?
It's absolutely fantastic. You know, it's probably the most covered motor racing in the world. Okay, no, Porsche racing is just an international event, fantastically supported. Worldwide, there'll be a race meeting of Porsches every weekend of the year, somewhere.
Well, looks like Hayden's got a fantastic start there, and Jonas is tucked up behind him. And we've got the fastest greengrocer in the South Island there, Russell McKenzie, in 3.
When you say the fastest greengrocer in New Zealand, it's number 68, Russell McKenzie.
Fantastic, yeah. Russell's a great guy. He loves his Porsche racing, and he's from down this way actually, but based in
When you say
Christchurch.
down this way?
He's from Gore originally.
No,
wasn't
he's not. No,
Gore?
no, he hasn't got 6 fingers. No, he comes from a bit further south than that. He's okay. He's okay.
Mate,
He's a New World supermarket man from St Martin's in Christchurch. Great guy, enthusiastic racer. But we've got another fantastic racer out there by the name of Guy Stewart. Guy's been around for a long time in motorsport, loves his, very passionate, has raced internationally, Nürburgring, Enduros, just an amazing, enthusiastic motorsport driver of Porsches.
And what about this particular track? It's got shades of Nürburgring about it, hasn't it? Especially around the loop and also the hairpin by the forest.
Very, very technical track this, especially for newbies. You've got to get yourself into it and get sorted out quite quickly. These TRS guys are amazing because they can just step in. They've got extreme talent. Step in, and within probably 1 lap or 2 lap, they can push themselves right to the front. Porsche racing is a bit more difficult than that. We've got such a variation of talent out here today. We've got a young lady called Steph Chambers. This is her 3rd season in the Porsche series. Fantastic. She's never been in a race car before in her life. and here she is now.
Number 7, actually. She's doing. Steph's at number 9.
Yeah, in 9th place at the moment, 42. Steph Chambers, a regular with the Pirelli Porsche Series up in the North Island, and loves it. A school teacher, gets some. Has had a couple of good handicap results every once in a while.
Well, it's fantastic to see new blood come into the sport, and that's what Porsche racing needs. We're always searching for new enthusiastic drivers to get involved in this championship series that we ran. It was the Bridgestone series, now it's the Pirelli one. It's very well supported within the Porsche industry itself.
So we got Gary right on the bum of Russell at the moment, and so Russell, you're going to have to keep pressure on them.
Hayden Knight in 1:48.6, currently the fastest man on track. He's got a lead of 1.3 seconds over 818 Jonas Patterson. They were first and second in the previous race. Russell McKenzie, he's made a good move, your mate, 68. That's a good delivery tonight for the Gross at 150.9. Gary Derrick at 151.6 in 4th. He's going slightly backwards at the moment. There is that almost like a Waikato type sort of car, isn't he? Red, black and gold.
He is, yeah. And I mean, Tim James, he's from another import from Auckland. Has come down for the weekend's racing. That car's actually been racing in America, and he's brought it back here.
Number 3, Tim James, so watch out for him. That's the blue, white and yellow.
Yeah, that's a mid-engine car actually, quite different to drive than the 911s or the GT3s.
So when you talk about mid-engine or air-cooled, or you got the 991s, the 996s, what's the biggest difference in regards to horsepower, handling, performance?
Okay, that car has got the transmission and engine in front of the rear axle, where the GT3s and the traditional 911s have the engine at the rear of the axle, back axle. So the balance is quite considerably different.
And then the drive, but a lot of these cars, if you look, huge rears, just so much drive out of the rear. I had a chance to go with Racing Ray Williams, a few times around Pukekohe, and the likes of Owen Evans, great Porsche races. And the drive you get out of these cars, great racing as they go down towards the hairpin. 1, 2, 3, 4 cars there. There's one of the oldest style cars, isn't it?
Yeah, 1972 IROC. I mean, that's Guy. He's mixing it there, and that's amazing. I mean, you've got air-cooled, water-cooled, new generation, old generation. So this goes to show how good these cars are.
So at 68, Russell McKenzie currently in 3rd. This is the battle for 4th, 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment. There's Tim James. Nice looking car, well presented, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Paddle shift, really turnkey race car again.
So that's the Porsche Cayman.
Cayman, yeah. So they call it a GT4.
GT4 car, yeah.
Yeah, factory race car.
Which is one of those sort of potential growing classes overseas to sort of make it more, affordable to buy one of these, get it out of the box, go racing and booyah, rock and roll. Yeah,
it's a feeder car, so that's ones for the recreational racer to get a feel of it and, obviously move up to the GT3 later on if they wish, but very, very popular in America and Europe.
Still late in 9, Hayden Knighton out in front, 4.7 seconds. Jonas Patterson nicely in 2nd spot, but it's Russell McKenzie, the grocer out of Christchurch, under pressure from 148. Gary Derrick, what's his background?
Well, Gary's from Timaru, and he's peddling that car very well, and it's an older generation car.
996?
Yeah, 996. So he's done a really good job, and probably, he's going to hunt Russell down, I imagine. So Russell needs to focus ahead. Don't look in that mirror, just keep driving.
And Raymond, you talked a bit about learning this particular circuit. Where would you attack? I mean, we've got a big lead here for Knighton. Jonas has just nicely happened doing his own thing in 2nd spot. So we've got a good battle group here. So if you were Derrick and you're right on the ring gangoo of old Mr. McKenzie, what would you do? Where would you pick the spot?
I'd probably be looking at going to the bus stop area. I think if you can help brake the car in front of you, you'll slip through there. It's a damn good spot for passing.
But he's too far away here because he's got a brake now, isn't he, Russell?
Yep. Look, you need to be basically on his bumper if you're going to make a move to try and get out and pass it.
And one of the great Porsche races of all time in New Zealand, Craig Beard, he would always set up a pass 2 or 3 laps ahead. He'd watch the guy, see what he's doing, and say, right, I'm going to nail you here. But to nail you at that corner, I have to be here, here, and here in the 2 previous laps to get that run, to get the momentum. So now he's back on, coming out of the loop.
Yeah, he probably is finding that he's getting a good toe along there, but as soon as you put your nose out from
into
that
the
slipstream,
S's,
yeah, you start to lose a bit of grip in the front.
So let's see if he can make it, set him up for the carousel, because this has been a good spot for some passing. If you go late and hard under the brakes, Russell closes the door, slightly open. Now we go back over to the Sting, which is that off-camber corner.
Yep.
And we've already seen one of them get too wide there. And now we're going to go down round to the Alien, and can he duck down by the hairpin? Because we've seen a couple of good moves here, especially in the V8 Utes.
Yeah, he's only got 2 laps to go, so he's going to have to really start getting on his tail and taking advantage of that slightly
You've got to
slower.
love that entrance to the bridge, though, don't you?
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah.
Because you've got to be committed.
Yep.
And then you've got to worry about your braking on the other side.
Yeah.
But you run the ripples, up and over, let it flow, bounce down, boom. Touch the brakes, tweak it around the apex.
Yeah, these cars are just so good. They're built for this track. Absolutely fantastic. It's a very technical track. And Russell McKenzie has got a lot of experience here, more experience than what probably Tim James would have, and some of the others. And he knows it well, and he's trying to keep the measure of the car on the track, keep the other ones behind him.
So is he close enough now to go late and hard under the brakes into the bus stop? No.
No. Just.
So now it's all about trying to get the drive out of here and then around the loop.
Yes.
And this is the big never-ending corner, isn't it? Just
Yes.
keeps on turning. Foot hard down, keep it on, keep it on, keep it on, keep it on. Right, get some drive.
He's getting closer. He's getting right on the bumper. I'm sure the pit crew will
And
be
suddenly
talking
hit the
Russell.
S's, and this second one, bang, it tightens up. All of a sudden it's onto you. Now the drive back under the underpass. Now can he set him up once again? He's got some drive going into the carousel, but not enough.
Not quite enough. No, he's just getting.
Russell shut the door.
Yeah, he has, and he's driving really well. I imagine the pit crew will be telling Russell what's going on. So.
Meanwhile, coming up and over the top of the hill, racing around past Steph Chambers is going to be 89. Hayden Knighton, he's on target to go back-to-back and make it 2 wins in a row in the South Island Porsche Series. Jonas Patterson also coming over the hill now.
Yeah, good drive from Jonas.
Yeah, Hayden Knighton's a very, very talented driver, a lot of experience, and he knows how to drive that car.
So he'll take that checkered flag.
Good on you, Hayden.
Gets the win. Jonas Patterson's going to come home in second spot.
Yeah, well done, Jonas. That's a good drive.
Number 818. And here's another battle as they continue again.
Oh.
This is the little replay where they tried to go down.
Yeah.
And he got the drive but couldn't quite make it stick. So Russell McKenzie is going to hold on and bring it home for 3rd place in the South Island Porsche Series.
Yeah, well done, Russell and Gary. That was good racing.
And well done to Mike and Raymond.
Yep.
The Porsche team.
Thank you.
You come back again tomorrow, boys, and have a chat with the guys tonight, see what their thoughts are.
Yes.
And your memories of racing here at Highlands, Mike?
Oh, scary.
In what way?
Oh, it's just that concrete wall over in the pit lane there. So.
Yeah, who was it? Someone came up with the term, those concrete walls, they suck you into mistakes. They were blaming the walls.
Yeah. Yeah, make sure you get a new set of pants for tomorrow, won't you? So.
Yeah, no worries.
Good man.
We'll be right. What about you, Raymond? What's your memories of racing around here?
Well, the only racing I've done here is when we did Targa, South Island. We did a few circuits on here, but we've got a 4-wheel drive car, and it's bloody difficult with understeer in a 4-wheel drive car on this circuit. It's not set up for this circuit air car. So it's a 2-wheel drive car that you need for here. And this is why some of these Porsches are so spectacular.
Mind you, Andrew Waite and the team here at Highlands Motorsport Park got a whole lot of sensational Subies out the back here. So you can go for a bit of you get the old Rex, WRX, and rip one around the track here.
Yep.
Be a great experience.
Would be a fantastic experience. They're a really good car. WRXs and Evos, fantastic club cars.
Angry.
Yeah, angry.
Angry.
And they're good level
The
entry.
STI, angry little beast.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And for 20 grand.
It growls and says, drive me if you can. Drive me if you can.
Settle, settle.
Good on you guys.
Thank you.
Stick around. Coming up, almost our second to last race for the opening weekend here of the Castrol Toyota Racing Series for Saturday, race day Saturday. The Oscar Super Saloons over 6 laps. Their second race is next up. Just about set to go racing here at Highlands Motorsport Park once again for the second race of the Oscar Super Saloons. Second race of the weekend over 6 laps, and Big Al Turner's back. What have you done with your Mighty Mirage?
It's just sitting in the pits parked up pretty much. People still robbing parts off it, so I can stay there for now.
So they're robbing parts of it?
Yeah, well, they're asking first, but they're borrowing some bits for other cars, which is good.
So the format for this race is what?
This is a full reverse grid race. 3 groups. First group gets away, then got a 10-second gap. Then the second group gets away, then another 10 seconds to the fast guy. So they've got a lot of work to do coming from the back of the field. I see...
got a bit of an issue here with number 116.
Looks like poor Johnny Walden's broken down, unfortunately. He's been having a lot of trouble.
And the SpeedWorks crew out there in the beautiful Hilux do a great job. We've got our crew working around all the summer of motorsport, the SpeedWorks team, with Jeff Short and Paul Fallon and the guys, and Kat, Jackie all do a great job, so well done to them.
Yeah,
and also big thanks to all the volunteers that come along and make the motor racing possible over the weekend. It's a beautiful atmosphere out there at the moment. It's like a picnic at the park at the moment. People standing around, especially up here by the cafe, enjoying a drink, great scenic view. And it's a fantastic view because it's always busy, isn't it? There's always something happening here at this particular track when you sit up here, especially with all the people on their camp stretchers. They've got their chairs out along the grass bank.
Yeah, on the track layout itself, there's always something. Is racing going on everywhere on a big field of cars. So it's really good. And yeah, you got the go-karts next door and that as well to keep an eye out. If the cars are only coming down the track, you can watch the go-karts. But yeah, without the volunteers, we wouldn't be racing. And,
yeah, so well done, and big thank you to all the volunteers, and also to the officials from Motorsport New Zealand who make an event like this possible. So it's always great that the local car clubs, a lot of people passionate about being a petrol head, come along and make it all happen. Along with our camera crews from Volt TV and Perspective TV as well, Dave Hedge, Dave Turner, DT, Darren Tinkler do a great job, and to Josie and Spillane and all the crew from Highlands Motorsport Park as well, enjoying a great day out. Been fantastic racing.
It has been. It's been enjoyable watching all classes. It's been really good because yeah, we're Oscar class itself. We just get. Is
that your son there driving the Hilux? Was
no, that's him in Rescue 4.
Rescue 4.
Yeah, that's my boy.
That's your boy. He's done that for you.
Yeah, he still reckons I owe him $10 for towage fees from yesterday.
When your Mirage broke down, he went bugger.
Yeah, there's a few more choice words than that said at times.
No, that's all you need. That's all you need. Just the dog. That'll do it. The Toyota dog.
Yeah, and yeah, we're getting this season cleared up with Oscar because next year we're celebrating 50 years of Oscar racing in New Zealand.
Really?
So we've got a big year planned next year.
What sort of celebrations have you got? You can invite those big central muscle cars down from the North Islander boys and say, come on down, lads, let's partay.
Oh, we've got a few guys coming from the North Island. Graham Addis is muted to come down with his big Charger. We're starting at the Scope Classic next year, 2020. And then off to Invercargill, Levels Raceway, then also Invercargill Raceway, Tiratonga. So, yeah, it's 50 years of Oscar, so it's going to be Rod McElroy's Cortina has been rebuilt for him to come back out and race it.
Have you seen the Cortina up here at the museum?
I'd love to take that Cortina home. I think Tony might have objections to me taking it home. That's like, you don't often see a
Peter
Lotus.
Brock actually went to Cortina when that Cortina, they launched it in Italy, in the town of Cortina, in 1964.
That's like that. You don't often get to see a Lotus Cortina that tidy and in pristine condition.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
It's like that little blue RX3 that's out there. That's valued somewhere in the $50,000 to $60,000 mark.
This is the one that we were on the live stream before me. I think one of our producers said, what's that worth?
Yeah, young Yochum, Army gentleman. It's a pristine car. But we've got some serious dollars and cars tied up out there, and the guys think they're all priceless, and they treat them accordingly. It's good to actually see my son doing some work for a change.
He was good at the barbecue last night with the SpeedWorks team. Did a great job. And I've got to say, the recovery guys do a superb job. It's been quite a good day for them. They haven't been too busy. Haven't been any big smashes or crashes, which has been great for the drivers and, you know, great for the race teams.
Yeah, that's what we don't like we don't like crashing our cars. We want to keep them in condition. If it's got mechanical, we can repair them. If it's accident damage, it's a bit harder. But poor old Johnny, it's a new engine combination in that package, and he's been having teething issues with it. Hopefully he'll be able to get it sorted out so he can get some good racing in.
It's a great way of using the hydraulic hoist, isn't it, like that?
Yeah.
Just pluck her up, drive her back underneath, and then drop her back down again.
Yeah, really good for our cars with low splitters. Otherwise, we'll tear them off.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a brilliant machine, that tow truck. It's really good. Unfortunately, I have had to use it.
Yeah, that's what it's designed for.
But this race should be pretty good with 3 groups and 10 seconds apart. It's the fast guys have got a lot of cars to get through. So we've got.
And the key thing is with these races, there's always one particular guy or lady that has yet to get a win. Sometimes they get up to the front part of the field, and if they might be mid-pack, they get a good advantage. They might be able to just sneak a bit of a win.
Yeah, well, Danielle, she's had a win at Ruapuna before in the little blue RX-7 up on the front. I think she's on the second row, the blue and white one. She does very well. I see our class photographers being a bit cheeky to us out there.
He should come on in and get a proper one with Big Al. Big Al. Al Bundy.
So it looks like they're going to do another formation lap looking at this. So we might be cut 1 lap short for this race, which could be bad.
Well, you never know. It might be time certain, but you were set to go at 6:30. It's only 4:30, I should say. It's now 4:33. You would have been bang on time if you hadn't just picked up that truck.
Yeah. So hopefully
the recovery truck.
We'll get this race getting going soon and see if these big guys can work their way through the field. It should be good.
So the attitude amongst the drivers in the pits, what's it been like? You've been down there just chewing the fat with the team, so everyone seems nice and relaxed. I mean, all the spectators along here enjoying the relaxed atmosphere, the motor racing, so everyone seems really happy. You know, it's the middle of summer.
Yeah, they're actually really relaxed. Lyndon Ball, who drives the green Evo out there, 88, he went go-karting. And, sitting down there with Stan Moore, drives the number 9 white Evo. He's sitting there in his chair having a nice little nap. They're pretty all relaxed. Most of the guys all their cars are sorted. Poor old Matt Egg was probably the only one actually had to do a lot of work. He had an oil leak he was trying to repair in his car, but he's got it sorted and he's out there. We're sort of like a big happy family, and the guys just get on really well and just relax and go racing.
Talking about cars, don't forget the team from Omega Rental Cars is one of New Zealand's largest independently owned rental car companies with 11 branches nationwide. They've been renting cars and involved in motorsport for 25 years and are known for their upfront and honest approach to car rental. And a special deal for all you petrol heads, motorsport fans, racers, competitors, you name it. Just use the promo code, write this down, MSPORT, and save yourself 10% when you book your next car with Omega. Just visit OmegaRentalCars.com and make sure you back the sponsors who back motorsport, because all that money is very, very important to help people go motor racing, to get your motor racing fix and that need for speed.
So looking at the front row, we've got Danielle up there on the front row. Tony Carstairs looks like he's going to be lining up pretty close to the front as well. Marcus McLeod, he's on pole for this race, so he's a rookie in the class.
So Johnny Waldron was going to be on pole, was he?
Yeah, he's definitely had issues, so he's out. So we've got a rookie for the series, for the class on pole.
So they'll be nervous.
Yeah, so hopefully you'll get away good and have a good race of it.
And then you've got to watch out for the likes of 51 Chris Henderson, who won the opening race today in that beautifully prepared Corolla out of Dunedin with the LS3 motor in it.
Yeah, and Lane Etwell out there, and
I want to have a good look at that V8 Pontiac. That's a cool looking piece of kit.
It's a nice bit of gear.
Because these are some of these sort of cars you see on Turbo Discovery, where they, all the Aussie American shows where they rip the old cars apart and they rebuild them for guys that just love their cars, and you get a chance to see what they would look like.
Yeah.
If they were, made to look as good as they potentially could be. So some of these are like that, aren't they?
Yeah, well, Lane's car is a space frame chassis from the ground up with a fiberglass Pontiac body. But then you got Paul Brooks there and the beautiful S15 Sylvia. Nice red one, very fast car.
So that little wee mighty Mazda 48.
Yeah, beautiful car. So we've got
Michael Yeoworth from Upper Hunt. I think he may have picked up a win last year in that Mazda RX-3 Coupe.
So I'm not sure if he got one or not. If he did, he did well. And it's like we've got one car away. We're waiting for the red
Right,
flag.
5-minute start there.
5 second delay.
5 second delay, yeah, 5 second.
All right, the first group's away now.
Right, so here we go. Then we get handicap race.
Michael Yeoworth, what a start on that with that little mighty RX-3.
We just talked about him from Upper Hunt. He said, "Booyah, rock and roll, boys! I am away." Now the next group are away, coming down from pit lane. So we've got two bunches. One of them's all going slow again. So the first bunch are going around the southern loop.
And the last group's away now, and Chris Henderson's got a demon start in his beautiful Corolla.
Gee, he's just gone from the back of the field.
Yeah.
And he's blitzed about 4 or 5 cars already.
Yeah.
So this is all about getting out, getting some racing room. You've got 3 races in one. You've got all the handicaps, the guys out in front to see how long they can stay out in front. And ideally with a handicap race like this, we should end up with a whole stack of cars on the last lap trying to find racing room and trying to nail that checkered flag.
Yeah, we've got Rob Whaley out there in his little Toyota Starlet and hounding Michael for first place. It's a little, Rob's got him there, a little 1800cc turbo Starlet. You've got Neville Stoll there in third place in the white Skyline. He's just brought that car. He usually races a Seat. And he's got the Skyline out again.
Seat out of Hispaniola.
Yes. It's a full work Seat car he brought, and he's been racing that for the last season and part of the season. So now he's gone to a Skyline. You got Pierre coming through there in his mighty Mustang. That's a rocket ship in a straight line, that car. When he gets a clear track, he pedals that thing really well.
That big black beast.
That big black Mustang. He's from Winton.
Good South Island boy.
Yep. Neville's from from Timaru. There, he's just got through to the lead on Rob. Rob will be trying to hang on there as long as he can in that Starlet.
So the question is, how long can these drivers stay out in front? Look at them all coming around the lake here.
Yeah.
Down by the cafe.
3 wide going into the final corner.
One of them's just got slow. Number 3. He's had issues with that car all throughout the weekend, I think.
Nick Farrier, yeah, he's having issues with the car again, but looks it for he's come down a long way to drive that car.
Out of Nick Farrier from Pukekohe.
Yeah, from Pukekohe, yeah.
Did some racing in the GTRNZ and also the B&T V8s as well. Had a crack with that.
Gary Duncan going down to the bus stop there. Oh, going straight ahead through the bus stop. So it's they've already rounded up Danielle. Unfortunately, she's out there doing a damn good job with the way she's driving that little Mazda, getting used to the car. So Michael's hanging on there. He's I hope he had issues in the last race with dirt getting in the carburetor and just blocking the jets and slowing him down.
So this is all about how you use your horsepower, but also your racing room, but how you can pick your spot and just nail the pass without any rubbing in racing, because cars like this, you don't want to have too much biff and bash and crash, don't you?
No, we don't like that in the class, and the guys are really, really good at it.
Because you've got to respect the fact that everyone loves their little wee piece of machinery.
Yes. Yeah, that's right, and it's it's right. It's pick your line and be there.
Pick your place, pick your line, and then stay with it.
Yep.
And sometimes the slower drivers have to just let the faster guys go. You don't want to be moving over and doing any silly blocking, because that defeats the whole purpose of this sort of class.
Yeah, exactly. And the class in general, on these handicap reverse grid races, the slow guys look in the mirrors. They're really good at it, and it makes the racing entertaining. So when Pierre's got through to third place now, he's doing fourth place at the moment.
But
so
it also improves your racecraft in regards to race awareness, because look at all the cars coming down through this last little wee hairpin as they get the entrance onto the pit lane straight. There's a whole stack of them there, so you've got to be aware of where the other guys are, haven't you?
Yes, you've got to be aware. You got to be easy. Sometimes guys are braking a lot earlier than you do, so you got to be aware that you need to get on the brake pedal sooner.
Whole stack of them flying down the front straight down towards the bus stop. Race 2 in the Oscar Super Saloon Super Racing here. Big field of 30-odd cars, and 25 Neville Stoll still out in front after 2 laps. 67 Rob Whaley's in second spot. 148 currently in third. Mr. 51 That's Chris Henderson working his way up through the field. Look at this, 3 wide going into the S's. Holds on to it. Leighton Hahn under the brakes, lets it flow. Now we'll see what they can do. Oh, one of them just got a little bit tail happy. Going under the underpass, the entrance to the bridge, and there's about a whole stack of them.
Yeah, it's getting busy out there for them. They've got to be on their toes of what's happening around them. And but so far, everybody's racing hard and fair. It's really good.
And Chris Henderson, who won that first race, is working his way. Liam McDonald in the big 800 horsepower NASCAR. Number 169, the Discount Tyres Ford Falcon. Flames flying out. We've seen that before in the B&T V8s. He's working his way through the field. That backdrop of pine trees and mountains, just magnificent.
Yeah, now comes the horsepower time. You've got Gary Duncan there, defending champion. Liam McDonald just sneaking down the inside of him. It's getting onto the bridge.
And this is where the fast guys at the back will really enjoy this, because that's another challenge from being quick and leading from the front. Now it's all about, you know, doing that ability to make your pass from the rear.
Yes. Yeah, it's getting finding your time to get through and doing it cleanly and getting these. It's getting busy up towards the front end of the field there. Got young Craig James, who's got his misfire sorted out in the white Sylvia. Oh, Matt Eggers, a lot of oil coming out of that car again. That's not looking good at all.
So he's the man who actually currently leads the series.
He leads the series at the moment. Looking at that car, that's actually that's quite bad. Gary Duncan just slowed down there again. I'm not sure what's happened to him. But yeah, Matt was losing a lot of smoke there out of Matt's car.
Yeah, so she's smoking around that back part of the track there, isn't it?
Yeah. Taylor Quinn there getting up inside, getting through Stan Moore and Liam trying to follow him.
You've got a Mighty Master, you've got the Evo, and you've got the big Falcon with all the horsepower from NASCAR.
Yeah, that Evo's not lacking on horsepower too when he gets it going. It's Taylor Quinn and that beautiful RX-7. That's sequential gearbox and everything. It's beautifully prepared. Oh, Liam getting a bit loose and coming through the...
Just getting onto the gas, mate. Just booting it. Booting it round the carousel. Sliding it wide. Round the big alien bend. Down towards the hairpin. He's going to charge down the inside here. Flames flying out. That car's still smoking, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's smoking a lot too.
Will he get shown the mechanical?
I'm not sure on that one. It's.
Here comes Chris Henderson, 51, on that, almost like the old Vodafone one with that chrome sparkling type sort of presentation. The front of the car there looks very, very chic.
Well, he's up into second place now, and old Neville won't be able to take. Oh, we've got Taylor Quinn. That's off there, coming in through. He's into the gravel. Hopefully he'll be able to get that car out of there. Not sure if he's going to be able to, actually. He's parked up there in the gravel quite hard. And you got Chris Henderson through to the lead on Neville.
So with 2 laps to go, he's actually taken the lead now.
Yeah, he has taken the lead.
So it's only taken him 4 laps to get from the rear of the field up to the front.
Yes. Well, that's with
81. Taylor's into the park, into the Quinn there. So what have we got? Going to have... is it going to cause any issues?
Not sure on that one.
He's got it going,
he's got it going again.
Well
he's got it out of there. That's
got it out of the old kitty litter as the eagle.
Yeah.
Sits back and just says, "Catch me if you can."
Yeah.
I'm the bald eagle.
Oh, he's got to
be dropping a.
Yeah, he's doing the right thing though. There, he's staying off the race.
Away off the racing line. Exactly.
He's doing the good thing. He's pulled over to the other side of the track now, off the braking line, to get rid of the kitty litter out of the front of his car. He's doing the right thing there. That's.
And great runoff around this track too, isn't it?
Yeah, the gravel traps work really well.
So she's busy here at Highlands, I can tell you that. Every driver says it's a busy racetrack. It's tight, it's technical. You've really got to work to get a win, but they love it.
Yeah.
And as you can see, everywhere you look, there's cars coming under the bridges. There's cars going over bridges, around lakes. So she's all on down the back part of the circuit where our camera crews are doing a great job covering the action here. Fantastic heat wave shots coming out of that straight from the hairpin.
Yeah, you got Cameron Jones there and Rod Giblett trying to get through on Matt Edgar. It's Rod's got through, and Cameron's just stuck in behind there a little bit.
So last lap, and Mr. Henderson is going to go back to back.
He is indeed.
From Dunedin in that souped up LS3 Corolla. More herbs than a garden party, that boy.
Yes, definitely. Oh, Liam McDonald, you toast your marshmallows on that exhaust pipe if you could keep up with it.
He's always got the old flaming Ford, isn't he?
Yeah, if you could keep up with it, you toast your marshmallows really well.
Bit of action coming around out of the never-ending southern loop.
Oh, that's brave going around the outside on the southern loop. That's a bit of marbles out there, so that's very good of Liam to get around the outside.
Well, he's used to the big loop down at Teretonga anyway, so
yeah,
it's just right at home for him. Number 148, that's what, Ben Derrick?
Ben Derrick, yes, he's a
That's
rookie.
That's a cool-looking car, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a rookie in the class today as well. And
what about your blue Skyline?
That's Daniel Curry. That's
right.
that's the car he drove down from Christchurch to race.
Oh, right. This is the road-going car.
That's the road-going car. That's 800 horsepower, but she's a bit heavy.
Yeah, but she's a big Skyline, isn't it?
Yeah, he's struggling with brakes. There's boiling the fluid, and he's having to pump the pedal a couple of times towards the end of the race.
One of the cars that had all those fans at Bathurst going really, really wild a few years ago with Jimmy Richards and Mark Scaife.
Yes. I remember the podium.
Gentleman Jim.
Yes, yeah.
Told the Aussies what he really thought of them. Remember that? That was classic.
Yeah, you're all a pack-up. Yep.
Yeah. Wonderful people.
Oh, Chris is having fun.
He's drifting it around the corner.
He's having fun now.
Turning it on for the fans. Good skills. And he's going to get another win. Going to go back-to-back here at Highlands Motorsport Park. Checkered flag time for Chris Henderson. Did it from the front in race 1. Did it from the rear in race 2.
And you got Liam in second place, and then
he's going to be third.
Ben Derrick's going to be third. And
from Timaru.
Yeah, then you got Daniel Curry in fourth, and
Old Smokey.
Yeah,
number
yeah.
187.
Yeah, I think he's up into the top 10. Yeah, Mad Eager finished 8th, and Neville. Yeah, Cameron Jones got it through to 10th place.
Is that a helmet there? No?
No.
No, a little blue one. No. There's an imp in the museum here. Have you seen it?
Yes. Yeah.
It's a great car, isn't it? It's a Midway Motors. It's a nicely presented. Look at the wing on that thing.
Yeah, it's a beautifully presented car.
Look at the rear spoiler.
Yeah, rear diffuser on it. He
Looks
does
diffuser.
Yeah, he does enduro, so he's got the car set up very well for enduro racing. Well, I see, Lane.
Who said Corollas were boring? Hey? Hey?
Well, when you
motor racing riders all around the world, motoring journalists, because the old Corolla, top-selling car, 44 million worldwide. Now, you can get your Corolla hybrid. Those blue ones are a fantastic car. And look at this guy. He's souped up. He smacked an LS3 Chevy motor into it, and he's got it all decked out and tricked up.
Yeah.
And she handles well.
He's got the handling on it sorted out very well. It's a fast car. It handles well. And you go and talk to Chris, and he's just such a gentleman. Very, very quiet spoken. And he just lets his driving do his talking for him. But he's about to jump in the Honda Corvette for the rush hour as well with Bruce Davison. He's teamed up with him for the rush hour. So that's going to be interesting.
Cool. Well, you can stick around and let us know if some of the Oscar boys can actually pinch the rush hour. So the next up, the last way to go, and we'll wrap up the racing around about 5 minutes' time. Once these Oscars get back out into pit lane, we're going to have a whole stack of cars come out. It's going to be a 1 hour mini enduro. There's going to be a 20-minute pit stop, which will be after 20 minutes of racing. And they've got to do that between 20 and 40 minutes. And they'll have to have a pit lane stop according to their lap times that they've set in qualifying. So you want to be on to that qualifying pace from the get-go. And then after you stop, if you're going to change drivers, that'll take your time. And you'll be held in the pits for a certain set of time that's classified according to the horsepower, the type of car you've got, to make it fair and equitable up against the rest of the cars. And then basically it's a handicap sprint to the finish.
So the pit stop actually negates the high horsepower cars.
Exactly, yeah. So, for example, a high horsepower car, big advantage like your Porsches, they could be in the pits for up to 4 minutes. Some of the smaller horsepower cars could be in the pits for 90 seconds.
Yeah. So if they've got the high horsepower cars have got to get out and get a good lap, good lead in hand.
Well, your 20 minutes, you want to get onto your race pace, maintain that, because then you get into your pit window. Do you do your pit window early, straight away after 20 minutes, get it out of the way, get back into your rhythm, get back in your race pace? Do you leave it last minute before the pit window closes at that 40-minute mark, and then you've got a good lead?
Yeah, and then the last 20 minutes.
Then the other guys are chasing you.
Yeah, and the last 20 minutes is a sprint.
Exactly. So it's 3 races in one, It's strategic. Anyone can enter. Horsepower against whatever. 2 drivers against 1. If you 1 driver, you go into the pits. You've got to get out, take your seats off, seat belts, run around the car, jump back in, rehook yourself back up again, and away you go.
Yeah, similar to what they do in the 1 hour South Island Endurance Series. You get out, you get unstrap yourself, get out, run around the car, get back in, and even some of the pit stops in the 1 hour series, you've got to tag your driver. You can run half the car, and the co-driver's got to run the other half the car.
What about the old Le Mans days? Used to run to start the car.
Yeah, I don't know if work and health and safety in our days would let this happen anymore. It'd be it takes you long to get some of the guys in the cars.
So stick around, enjoy your day, sit back and relax. There's still one good race to come. It's going to be a 1 hour mini enduro. That's the SpeedWorks Rush Hour. Next up to wrap up what's been a super Saturday of racing here at Highlands Motorsport Park and the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship. Hope you're really enjoying your day out. Thanks for coming, but there's still more to come, and sit back and enjoy it as well. And for those fans down by the go-kart track, the Highlands go-kart track, you may want to go down there because currently all of the races from the 10 countries in the Toyota Racing Series, TRS, are having their own little wee mini enduro, country against country bragging rights. You got your 3 Kiwis, Liam Lawson, who won the opening race today in the Castrol Toyota Racing Series, Marcus Armstrong, and Brendan Leach. So you got a guy from Pukekohe, a guy from Christchurch, a guy from Southland, and those Kiwis are going to be up against all of the other overseas drivers with the little wee mini enduro, which is happening now down at the go-kart. So if you want to go down there and check that out, that could be quite a bit of fun for the drivers enjoying the sunshine here at Highlands Motorsport Park. So for all the fans, you can go down and check that out as we get ready to do the SpeedWorks Rush Hour. So a mini rush hour for the, well, not an hour, but a mini enduro for the go-karts. And then, of course, the big rush hour coming up on the track as well. So that's all happening here at Highlands. Thanks very much. So now we're getting set for the finale to wrap up a great racing on Saturday here at Highlands Motorsport Park. And it's the rush hour, the SpeedWorks rush hour. So what it's all about is that a whole stack of cars have done testing and qualifying. And we're just getting the field lined up on Race Monitor. Because what happens is some drivers actually use it to go testing and get seat time and lap time for their particular class, and then don't enter the race. But it looks like we've got quite a healthy field lining up. And joining us, we've got Mike Lightfoot and Al Turner stuck around because you've got a couple of Oscars.
There is actually out there. I just see Johnny Walden's down the back of the field there as well on his red Skyline, so hopefully he's got that sorted out there.
That's number 116.
Yep.
And so they could do, this is 2 drivers and or 1 driver. Remember, it goes for the SpeedWorks rush hour, 1 hour. There's a 20-minute pit lane window after 20 minutes. And before 40 minutes, they've got to make a scheduled pit stop. If they're 2 drivers, they'll do the driver change. If it's 1 driver, you got to get out, run around the car, and then get back in. So it's a 20-minute start, 20-minute pit lane window, 20-minute finish. So, Mike, what would you do?
Mate, look, if it was me, to be honest, I think if I was one of the faster cars, as soon as the 20-minute window opened up, I'd want to sort of jump in, have my time stop, change drivers, or get out and run around the car myself, get back in. And then that gives you the longer window to sort of make that time back up again. But, I mean, clearly the theory behind this format is all going to plan. Come the end of the race, they will literally cross the line together. That's going to depend on multiple things. I guess if a safety car comes out, or it goes off on the track. So we'll just have to see how it pans out. But yeah, the theory to me would be that if you're quick, come in early. If you're slower, come in late. Just hit those lap times.
Yeah, risk worth reward, isn't it? So yeah, you come in early, get it over and done with, or run it late and use the last 20 minutes as a sprint.
Yeah, I guess if sort of you get away and start within your qualifying time, maybe interesting to just see how this pans out. But you know, you've seen this format before. So
yeah, it was really interesting. It worked really well at Taupo. It worked really well with the big long twilights, designed for the twilight zone down here in the sensational South Island, especially at Teretonga, where we're going to next weekend. It was perfect down there. The Mercedes AGM, the Carter boys, had a great result with that at Manfield. In Taupo, it was Brian McGovern, one of the guys from the Porsches. So good combination of Oscars, Porsches. One did the early pit stop, one did the late pit stop.
Well, that Corvette that's sitting out there, Bruce Davidson's car, Chris Henderson hopped in that car earlier today, never driven it, and went out and did a 1 minute 40 flat. Never driven the car before in his life, so it's going to be interesting. He's teamed
That's
up.
number 35.
Yeah, Bruce Davidson's up on the front row. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting, those 2 teamed up.
And it's also bragging rights, remember? Different classes, right? Oscars against V8s, against Porsches, and open to everyone.
Well, I know where Al sits.
Well, the Bruce Davidson, he's actually an outlaw class in our GT1. He's actually outside our rules. But, yeah, he's joined Oscar for the weekend, so, yeah.
I thought there weren't any rules in Oscar.
Just on engine capacity, that's it.
What, is he over at 7 litres?
He's over 6 litres, yes. So it's a fast car. It's a good enduro car. He's done lots in it.
So the Lexus safety car looks like the lights are out, so it's going to be a rolling start, which makes it fair and even for everyone.
Yeah. And like our little old Johnny Waldron Skyline down the back there, that's got a V6 R35 or VG30.
Look at the variety on the front row of the Corvette.
Super Tourer and a Corvette. Oh, sorry, it's Camry.
Yeah, it's a Camry from the B&T V8, so that's Brendan Grove.
Then you've got Scott Taylor hanging just back there a little bit as well, haven't you?
Yep. The field have got to all line up and stay alongside of each other. We want to get the start time here too, guys, because then we know when the window is going to be opening for the actual race. So away we go. SpeedWorks rush hour. 10 minutes after 5, so at 5:30, the pit lane window will be open. So now they're all just going to settle into their race pace and remain smooth and fast and who's got their limit.
They've all made it safely through the bus stop, which is a good thing.
And then around the big loop. So a combination of the Porsches, combination of a whole stack of different cars.
Yeah, well, the Porsches are a renowned enduro car, aren't they? So they get longevity really well.
So it's Brenton Grove in the V8. He's got off to a good start. So he just wants to get some seat time. This is one of those key things we talked a bit about. The fact that for some of the drivers, like Brenton Grove out of Australia, and then Scott Taylor out of Australia as well, number 222. They just want to get some seat time, get some of the gremlins ironed out of the car. Just get out there, go for a drive, and see what happens.
Absolutely, seat time's everything. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, these guys are running again tomorrow, so I mean, to take the opportunity to use this 1 hour, whether they share that drive or maintain it themselves, I mean, you know, it is absolutely crucial seat time. This is a technical track. It's a fast flowing track. It's not super fast, but it is highly technical. So it's a great opportunity to use this race for that, just that experience.
So you're going to see them all bunched up at the moment. Big duck down around the inside. So we're just double checking that number 79 is Barry Moore.
It's actually Damon, I think.
And Damon Leach.
In the car at the moment.
So Damon might be starting?
Yeah, I think so. It's showing Damon in the car. So.
I see Rod Giblet's out there as well.
Which is good, mate, which is good to get him back into that, you know, back in the seat.
Yeah, Rod's out there. He's obviously wants more seat time.
So Brenton Grove out in front. We've got Bruce Davidson, Scott Taylor, Damon Leach, Rod Giblet, Hayden Knighton. He's gone back to back in the old the Porsches. So he's got Roger Bovig down the rear of the field with Steph Chambers. So there's Mazda, Porsche Series. Guy Stewart, Matt Tubbs, Andre Simon, John Buchanan, Russell McKenzie had a really good race in the Porsches. Stuart Callaway, Tim James, and the last South Island Porsche race, he was very good as well. So now they're all just settling in, and they should be trying to do as much of their qualifying times as possible.
That's Brendan Groves. He's running away and hiding at the moment. He's going as fast as he can, I think, to get a lead out on everybody. Yeah,
well, he's certainly running his qualifying time, so whereas the others appear to be a little bit off the pace at that at the moment.
Yeah, maybe they might be hanging on to a bit of tyre so they don't have to worry about the tyres later in the race.
So you say 35, Bruce Davidson is teaming up with another driver?
Chris Henderson out of car 51.
Oh, out of 51. So we just got out of the Corolla. Now he's going to whip over into...
Yeah,
35.
Yeah, they both just finished the Oscar race, so straight into this. VW's gone around the outside.
That's the Honda.
Yeah. No, that's the Corvette that Damon's just gone around the outside of.
Yeah, that was a great pass. He's just gone from fourth to second. It's good to see.
Yeah, one easy motion. It's around the outside. It's like track knowledge is really good in it.
Yeah, that was a classic move. He set it up and just took it through, clean as a whistle.
And for a little VW, that thing's quite fast.
He's running 144. He's only 2 seconds off the Super Tourist. So
that's Damon. He knows this track.
Yeah, he's done a few laps around here, hasn't he?
Just a few.
And of course, a great experience out of the Toyota Racing Series. So this is the Davidson Honda from Alexandra. This is the Corvette.
Yeah, that's Bruce in that car at the moment, and Chris will get into that car a bit later. Chris does go a little bit faster in that car than Bruce.
But it's also a good chance for guys to drive different cars on the same day, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, it's not often you get an opportunity to drive a Corvette like Bruce's. It is a beautiful car. It's a well-built car.
So he can have a crack, get a couple of wins in his Corolla.
Jump in another one and hopefully win a 1 hour race.
Yeah.
So the Porsche's giving the big Super Tour a bit of a hurry up there, isn't he?
Yes.
It's Hayden, isn't it?
No. Yeah, it is. I thought he was going to come up the inside of him there, but no, he's not quite close enough yet. Certainly building up to that.
So in 94, who's starting in that one? Was that Rod Giblet?
Yeah, that's Rod getting that.
So he's going to be sharing that with Cameron Jones.
So that'll be interesting, because Cameron around here, it's the Super Tour's probably got a little more power than the Porsche, but the Porsche's probably got better handling.
So what's number 89, Hayden Knighton? He's had a couple of wins in the South Island Porsche Series. He's been really quick in that particular car. So let's see how he goes against some of the other makes and models, and that's probably a good way to compare some of the other different classes too, isn't it? What sort of lap times they're doing and what they're doing in race pace.
Yeah, Rod's actually about his lap time in Oscar as well too, so he's pretty much on his laps.
Geez, look at Damon's time come down. I mean, he's just sort of got away now, got a bit of clean air, and he's just pulled 2 seconds a lap straight out of that.
So he's off and racing after that Camry out front there. He's doing pretty much the same lap time, but half a second apart.
Yeah, he's given that clean air, and that's where the experience of the circuit comes in, and you can certainly see that coming through now.
This is one of the great things about the old the SpeedWorks rush hour as Hayden Knighton goes down the inside of Giblet. He shuts the door. A guy like Brenton Grove, number 10, is currently leading the race by 8.4 seconds. He really just needs to get and do some circulating in that Camry. Keep circulating, learn this track, see where he can pick up on Jack Smith for tomorrow to see what he can do to close the gap and try and get a breakthrough win in the series for him, and then he's away.
Yeah, I see Jonas is hanging onto the back of Hayden there as well. So, Hayden's got down the inside of Rod.
It'll be interesting to see what you can learn by sitting in behind another car that's a completely different class, and even perhaps racing lines because of the horsepower or setup perhaps.
Yeah, we had Hayden and Jonas in a race with us here last season on this car. We had 6 Porsches come along, and the difference in the speed and some of the corners that they can carry is unreal. And
both of you guys have done some endurance racing?
No, it's not something I've done, Clint. To be honest, it never really interested me doing the endurance side of it. But I think as I've got older, it's probably something now I'd like to have a look at. But I keep saying to my wife, I've hung the ovals up, it's done, babe. She said, no, I think we need to get back into it. But endurance is something I potentially would have a look at.
Because if you're not doing a lot of sprint race, if you come out, at least you know you're going to get quite a few laps.
Yeah, and I think after not doing it for 18 months, I'll probably need quite a few as well, to be fair.
1 to shake out the cobwebs, 2 to get angry, and 3 to get even.
Yeah, I got to, as I said, I take the cabbage off, put the head on when you get in the car. You need the head on, not the cabbage, and keep it nice and clean. But it's interesting, I think. You know, the more seat time you have, the more laps you do, you sort of focus and get that tunnel vision back and start to enjoy it. Yeah, the thing that worries me is I probably want to go back to it full time again, and I just don't know that I really want to do that.
Well, there's also going to be the Enos North Island Endurance Series as well, so there's going to be quite a few more type sort of endurance type. Because you've done a bit down here, the Scope Series. Have you done in the South Island?
No, I've done the 6 hour at Pukekohe before.
Okay, yeah. And how was that?
Interesting. I finished the race off in the dark, and round Pukekohe, this is the original Pukekohe circuit in the dark. It's daunting. Coming over the hill, it's just like in pitch black. It's like all you got is headlights to see. It's like, yeah, it's been interesting.
Yeah.
But you get into a rhythm, and I was lucky enough. I teamed up with young chaps by the name of Kane Lobb.
Cool. Yes.
Lobby. We know Lobby.
V8 Utes.
Yeah.
These boys have done some door racing side by side together.
We've rubbed a couple of mirrors.
Yeah, he's run my car a few times actually for me, and young guy named Chris Holtz, who's now in Brisbane, who I'm actually teaming up with Chris Holtz. He's a Pukekohe boy with Chris and I doing Bathurst 6 hour this year.
Really? And what are you going to be driving in there?
Got a Mazda 3 SP23, just 2.3 litre. You're going to go over there and have fun, and I think, yeah, the seat time that you get from doing enduros, you pay big money to do it, but you have a lot of fun, you do a lot of seat time. The worst thing is not getting bored.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't get bored lap after lap racing, would you? Because you just
sometimes you can get into that routine that it just seems to be blank. You're just driving.
Right.
So yeah, hopefully, and like out here, these guys are working hard on this track here keeps you on your toes.
I think when you get into that zone, that's the danger zone, because that's where something can go wrong. You know, all of a sudden the corner creeps up on you a little bit quickly, and it's like, wow, I've missed my braking point. It's all over, you know. So
yeah, that's before you get that point, I need to get out of the car.
Yeah, you got to watch that fatigue, and
which is what happened to David Reynolds in Bathurst this year. He went from out of the zone into the just fog, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was completely spent.
That was actually a really bad call on the team's behalf.
Yeah, they should have just taken him out.
You could see it in his eyes. He wasn't well, and to be honest, from a health point of view, that was a serious risk to him. It was a bad call on the team when they brought him in to even let him go back out. You know, you could tell he let the wheel spin because his brain wasn't focused. I think had they got him out of the car there and then, potentially, I think Lounsey was going to win it, but they would have finished second.
Yeah.
So for Betty to turn around and give Dave a bit of a hard time after the race and say, well, he should have known, well, I don't think it was his call. His brain wasn't in gear.
No, you could see the agitation. And, yeah, he kept moving his helmet around and kept fidgeting in the car, which is not his normal stance. So, yeah, he was spent. He should at first observation, got him in the car.
I think, you know, one thing for people to understand too, you know, when you're in a car like this, even, you know, 15 laps, I mean, you're up to 60 degrees inside the car. You know, when you're doing that lap after lap after lap for hours on end, I mean, I know these professional drivers, a lot of them wear the cool suits, but it's still a huge amount of fatigue on the body.
Not only body, the mental strain as well. It's just everything's happening so fast out there. The mental ability you've got to have to keep it on the track. You're just physically and mentally spent at the end of it.
So it's a real balancing act between getting that limit, staying on it, getting into a good rhythm, right? Finding your speed, enjoying yourself, and knowing that, yeah, I'm getting faster, without sort of going.
pretty much, yeah. You don't want to fall asleep.
No.
And but that's also where your engineer comes into, because you know,
that's where you wanting your engineer to keep talking to you.
Absolutely. Look, your engineer's job is, I mean, they'll sit there, they focus on the times that you're doing, they're talking to you, they're telling you when to take a drink, because as I said, you know, you get a little bit fatigued and you just forget to do something, and all of a sudden you make a stupid mistake. So that the engineer talking to you and being a part of you in the car is crucial to the success of the race.
Hayden Knighton now has just grabbed second spot from Damon Leach. So he's got that Porsche into a groove. And the key thing about this particular race is you don't have to panic. You don't, because someone passes you, don't have to say, well, I'll pick you up later on. Okay, you passed me now, but I'll get into my rhythm. And after doing 141, and just you can pick him up and pass.
So if you look at Hayden's time, I mean, Hayden, I think, just set the fastest lap there on a 141. I mean, when he started, he dropped back 2 places. He's managed to pull them up and now move ahead too. So he's actually starting to find his rhythm just nicely and settle in.
Looks
so
like the Jump Flex car's got a few issues. He may be forced to come into the pits before that pit lane window opens, which would be time to go at 5:30. Because at the moment we're sitting on 5:22. Big Al's just got the reminder, don't forget the bread.
No, it's actually my son ringing me, which is a bit of an interesting one. He's out there, and he should be out there in the rescue truck.
Well, he should be having a quiet time. Don't forget the barbecue.
No. Well, I think Hayden's his tyres are probably just too much pressure and temp and everything now, so he's probably a bit low on starting pressures.
And that's the other key thing, is that you can set a car to come up towards the end of the race rather than the start.
Yeah, and look, I think the crucial part you said earlier, Clint, is about, you know, this is a 1 hour race. You're not going to win it in the first corner, so it's about just bringing everything up to the premium speed at the time that you've planned to do that, and then just settle back and just start doing some constant laps.
So we're around about 7 minutes away from the pit lane window opening, which is where this is going to be part 2 of the race. This is where everything will start to change. 818, which is Jonas Patterson, one of the Porsches, and they're built for this sort of racing. They're built for endurance racing, and so you'll watch them come through the field, and you'll see them pick up their speed later on as well. But those drivers will do a good job if they can get onto that qualifying pace, sit on it, stay on it, get into the pits, get back out again, and then, as you say, have the physical energy, the mental energy, get back into the rhythm, because sometimes you get in and out of the car, may not feel the same, but you just got to be able to keep it going again.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, an hour doesn't sound a long time to be in a car like this. Believe me, it is a long time, and to focus and keep that tunnel vision working it's a big thing to do. A lot of people, you know, you jump in a road car and you drive down the road 2.5 hours, you think nothing of it. When you're on a track like this, you know, concentrating on every single braking point and apex in the corners and that, you know, it definitely is hard work.
And to put it in perspective, if you're cruising down the road, yes, there are obstacles that you have to be aware of, right, from every day-to-day thing. But you're just cruising, right? But when you're racing, your mind is racing, your brain is racing. Really, we talked a bit about the tunnel vision. You've got to be really focused. So that's a lot more mental stress, mental energy that you are burning through lap after lap at high speed.
Yeah, when you think about the open road, and like if you drive from Queenstown through to Cromwell here, you know, a lot of windies and all that sort of stuff, there's no way you're trying to apex the corner. It's,
No.
you just don't drive like that. So you're not focusing
Beautiful
as
drive,
hard
by
as
the way.
it is a beautiful drive. But you're not focusing as hard as you would be out on the circuit like this. It's crucial that, you know, to constantly do those lap times, you're hitting your same braking points at the same time. You know, you're accelerating, the gear, being in the right gear at the right time. All of these type of things all come into play when you're talking an endurance race.
You can actually get that, mate.
Nah, it's all good, mate. It's just some of the guys giving a bit of cheek for doing a bit more commentary.
You're a natural, Big Al.
No, yeah, some of the guys give me a bit of stick in the class, which is it's all good. That's what we do down in Oscar.
Well, you can think about the Pink Bucket Award.
Yeah, well, it's that we have that award for the biggest muck up during a race meeting. Yeah, we also have other ones there of goggles and glasses and things like that for guys that don't see yellow flags and
which is what we were talking about.
Well,
before.
Al, let Clint and I know who's giving you the hard time, mate, and we'll just watch them over the weekend.
Exactly.
Well, some of them aren't even racing this weekend, so it's,
they might be giving us a hard time with the live streaming on SpeedWorks YouTube.
yeah, no,
We're talking a load of bollocks.
Oh yeah, that'll be what it is. I'll be copping a bit at the barbecue tonight, I think.
And with the V8 Utes, you guys always had a bit of fun and gave each other a bit of stick as well.
Oh,
Mike?
absolutely. Look, you know, the V8 Ute guys, I mean, they're a great bunch of guys. And as I said earlier, you know, Paul runs a tight ship. They're very social, you know, the barbecue and a few beers afterwards. I think, you know, a great bunch of people. But the minute they get on the track, you're out there to win. You're out there to do everything you can to win the race. And if somebody does something stupid in front of you, you'll have a quiet word to them, you know, when you come back into the pits. And you got to remember, it's not tiddlywinks.
No, that's it. It's the social aspect. If you're not enjoying your motor racing, you shouldn't be doing it. But you've got to have a laugh with the guys you're racing against, and it makes it. Yeah, you know you can rub door handle to door handle, mirror to mirror, and have a ball doing it.
Yeah,
Did you ever get a funny award?
No, I actually won a couple of awards. In fact, one of the boys called me roundabout there for a while because I had a couple of roundabouts, you know, going round and round and round. But overall, I think you know damn well when you come up, if you come up behind someone who's a little bit slower, you know whether you're going to get a good clean pass with that particular driver or whether there's going to be an issue. And you'll get others that are superior at blocking, and others that you know you can just pick them off and sort of set them up and go through.
So this is still part one of the race. Grove, Knighton, so you got a Camry, Porsche. And they've been circulating pretty consistently, so they've done the right thing. This is how you set the race up, the SpeedWorks Rush Hour. Part one is to get off to a good start. So they're around about the 142, 141. All of them around about 142 to 143 down to Scott Taylor, all off to their qualifying speeds. Now it's about to change because we're counting down around about a minute and 30 seconds. The pit lane window will open, and now it becomes a strategy call. Suddenly the driver will talk with the engineer. They may have a predetermined race plan to say, okay, you're going to go half of 20 minutes, and those guys who want to then make the change of driver, you know, Cameron Jones is saying, look, I want to get 25 minutes. You know, I want a full hour or 30 minutes, you know? How are they going to work it out?
Well, looking at that, like you see Bruce Davison, he's starting to pick up his times a bit as well. He's just got 2 seconds. So his time's probably just coming up to the temp nicely now. And yeah, it's going to be interesting of who takes what strategy on how they want to run their pit stops.
So who's your money on, Al? Who do you think is going to take this out?
Well, Brendan Grove's doing a good job out there. But the Porsches they're renowned endurance cars, aren't they?
Hayden Knighton is sitting nicely.
Yeah, I think Hayden's my pick. Although
Russell McKenzie could be a dark horse, number 68. He's just coming around here at the moment. He's got the flashing lights on, see?
Yeah.
And what about the 2-car combos?
Well, the other thing too is you've got Chris Henderson getting in that absolute rapid thing of Bruce Davison.
Exactly. And you say he's quicker than the other guy?
He's quicker than Bruce.
So you got Mike Driver and Phil Hood in the VW Golf. Are they out there?
Don't you just love that combination, driver and hood?
Yeah.
Just sort of goes together, doesn't it?
especially in a V-dub.
And the team engineer is Barry Bonnet. Sorry. Barry Moore, Damon Leach, Cameron Jones, Rod Giblett, Roger Bovink, and Elton Wick. Well, they're just having fun, aren't they, in their mighty Mazdas?
Yeah. Cameron's going to be a hard charger in that Super Tourer.
What about Gary and Ben Derrick? Is that the father and son combo out of Timaru?
I think it is too.
Yeah.
They've been doing rather well, both through respective classes.
So they're in a Porsche 996. So Ben was racing in that Mazda, I think, previously.
Yes, here's in the RX-7 and Oscar.
Yeah.
So he's been doing some good laps today.
That's another great thing where you get a chance to team up with a different driver, or a father and son could go out and we can race together.
Yeah, well, that's a good combination. Dad and son out there having a go, and it's not a bad car to be driving either.
Right, so to go 38 minutes and 52 seconds. Pit lane window is now open. So let's blink and see who's going to go first into the pits.
Looks like Matt Tubbs.
He's got an issue.
No,
I think he's gone. I think the jump flex car's got a bit of an issue.
Yeah, he was going quite slow before.
So I think Brendan Grove has gone straight into the pits. He's doing the Mike Lightfoot.
Yeah.
So he's not mucking around. He said, right, I'm going to go in there. Now it's up to the team. They're going to hold him. That's Scott Taylor.
Yeah, Scott Taylor's come in.
Scott Taylor. So we've just got to see.
So Scott's the first one into the pits.
But they've actually put it on the jack, which doesn't look good because you don't have to do that.
No, hopefully he doesn't have an issue, because he had an issue in yesterday, didn't he, with an engine?
Yeah, so he's in there.
Oh, it's down off the jack. Or maybe there's front
Okay,
tires.
well, they just tweaked it up.
Yeah.
So he'll be in there for a certain period. SpeedWorks official Curtis there. He's monitoring that the team are playing by the rules, because it's up to the team to say this is your pit time. This is, you must stay there for your allocation of 2 minutes 55 seconds or whatever it is. So they're all different.
Johnny Waldron's just headed into the pits.
Well, it's good to see Johnny actually carrying on out there, because he's had a shocker in Oscar this weekend with his car just not running right. So hopefully he's got that sorted out now, and he can finish this race and get some good seat time in that car.
And I wonder if they adjust the air pressures on the tyres for the second half of the race.
They could they could pressure them down again, because just to make sure they're not over pressuring.
Yeah. Then they can come back on again.
Yes. See, Bruce Davidson's coming as well.
Yeah, there's a few starting to head in now.
Right, so now it's all starting to change. Is that a bumper we're seeing on the track? Just coming into shot there every once in a while. It looks like a bit of debris on the track. So we've had a 20-minute sort of sprint start.
Hayden Knighton's in.
Now we've got a 20-minute strategic battle in the pits. There it is.
Oh, it is a bumper. So it looks like a rear bumper.
It's been sitting there for...
Is that online, or is that? No, I was going to say it looked like it was sitting out with the marbles, so it may not be. Yeah, it's not really.
No, it's out of the racing line, which is good. So Brendan Grove hasn't come in. It was Scott Taylor was in. So he's still out there circulating.
They won't bring out a safety car either.
Nah, it's been there for a little while.
And we haven't had many safety cars. As you said, we talked a bit about it before. Previously with the rush hours, we haven't, because the drivers have all got their own. They're not going to be pushing each other to actually, biff and bash and crash and take each other out, because there's no reason. Because you just want to give each other respect in racing room, and you're all doing it for your own reasons. And they've always had plenty of room to race, which has been great.
Well, when you've got such a mix of cars, I mean, why would you try to hold up a slow car? There's just no point doing that. Just move over and let them through, and just because this handicap system should bring them all closer together towards the end anyway. So there's no point of trying to hold anyone up.
So Tim James coming back into the racing, so he'll be really enjoying this in that beautiful yellow and blue 03 Porsche, the Cayman, the GT4 car, number 3.
They're having a good race, these two guys.
Yeah, see, Brendan's just sitting at Brendan Grove. He's just sitting pretty much on 142s. He's just so consistent each lap, so he's got himself a nice lead now.
So 35 minutes gone. So we're coming up to the halfway mark in the SpeedWorks Rush Hour, Highlands Motorsport Park. Round 2 of the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship. Opening round of what's turned out to be a sensational start to the Castrol Toyota Racing Series. Won today, race won by Liam Lawson, the much talked about young rookie racer from New Zealand. When we say he's a rookie to TRS, but he's certainly not a rookie when it comes to being a racer. And I say there's a difference sometimes between a driver and a racer. To me, that kid is a racer.
Oh, look, wasn't that a fantastic effort today?
He knows how to drive.
He knows how to drive. To be honest, watching that today, I wasn't expecting that, and you know, just good on him. Gee, it was outstanding. It was just faultless, that drive today.
And he's a great kid.
Scott Taylor's just left the pit, so he would have been sitting there for some time then, obviously on his qualifying time.
And the other thing is, not only are they driving different cars, different horsepower, they've all got a different time to stop and stay in the pits, right? So everything's different according to their qualifying times, according to what they said earlier today. So that's the other very fluid part of this race. That's a buzz term, isn't it, Buzz? Fluid.
Fluid.
Hey.
Yeah, that's the stuff I normally pour that down my throat, to be honest. And it's in an amber colour.
It's overarching. Overarching is the other.
Now you're sounding like a businessman.
Overarching fluid race here, I tell you. Chaps.
Save that for a bit later on. You got Tim James out here. They're having a good battle, these two, aren't they? They're stuck together by a bit of bungee cord.
And just a quick reminder, someone who's got the key to a red buggy that's been bringing drivers up to the museum and up by the cafe, we need that key, please, because they've got to get the buggy back. And oh, is that a Pink Bucket Award? The Green Key Award? It goes to Buzz Lightyear.
Well, that's good.
Zane.
He can't quite hear us, I don't think, over the commentary.
He's walking around like some sort of Mongolian mountain man. Guess who had the key? The curse of the commentator.
That might be one of those amber ale ones.
I think so.
Shout later on, I think, for that one.
That's a beautiful moment, isn't it?
It was a beautiful moment. I was told to grab a buggy to get myself over here, so I did.
Oh, good man.
Oh, that's not a good thing, seeing Johnny Waldron's out.
So there we go. Mike Lightfoot gets the John Key Award.
Yeah, I'll accept it with pride.
You were so casual. Oh, by the way, I've got the key, Brad. Here you go.
You should have just asked me.
So who's got the key to this race? We found the key, so that buggy's back in business, which is great. These two Porsches, and that's a good thing. These two guys, they don't care what's going on. They're doing their own race.
Brenton's in now, so
Brent and Damon's in now.
Yeah, they're both in. So it'll be interesting to see where they enter
and how long they're in the pits for. Each one of them, those two. So these two guys are just circulating, lap after lap after lap, doing their own thing.
Within a second of each other, they're just having a brilliant race with each other.
So there's Damon Leach. He's getting out of the car.
It's interesting, the fastest lap time has still been set by Hayden Knighton at 1:41. So it'll be interesting to see when he sort of settles back into it, whether he's going to start to put some fairly quick times.
So these are two Porsches GT4, so that's Rory Callaway in that GT4 Porsche, the white one. Right in front of him, of course, is the other Tim James in the GT4 Cayman.
There we go, driver change. Car 79, Barry Moore obviously getting in the car, Damon getting out.
Looks like they're preparing for a 12-hour race, Liquid Money. And wasn't that a great that 12-hour race at Bathurst in February last year? A dramatic crash. Remember the crash? Did you used to hear that? The sound of it? Oh, that was frightening.
No, mate, I didn't actually see it.
Yeah, we were watching that after it was the fourth round of the TRS over Waitangi weekend in Taupo. Dramatic stuff. And a lot of our crew actually from the B&T V8 Grade 8 events, guys like Gary Lathrop and Rachel, they go over and help run that. Which is another great thing about Trans-Tasman Motorsport between the Aussies and the Kiwis, about drivers going over, but race engineers, working in Australia, coming over here, and you got people running events over there and over here as well. So
Yeah, I actually bumped into Gary at Bathurst in October. I saw him over there, and he was working hard.
well, he's working hard with the B&T V8s and also coming up with the plan for the parity for the Gen 2 Mustangs, Camaros and Dodge Challengers coming into the series next year, which is going to be very exciting for the B&T V8s. There's 486, that's looks like an GT86. Oh, whoa!
That was close.
Isn't that the classic? You've been shadowing each other lap after lap after lap, and you think, right, I'm going to have a crack.
Mate, these two have got the race so far to me to watch. I mean, they've just been doing this lap after lap after lap, as you said, and it's
just about put it into the side of each other. So there's number 68, Russell McKenzie, has gone to the front. We've just got to work out, has he done his pit stop? Tim James, Stuart Callaway. Stu Callaway, is it? Number 41.
I'm just looking at that
Yeah.
there. It looks like Bruce Davison would have stayed in his car. I'm not sure if he's swapped over with, if he's done his pit stop and if he's swapped over with Chris Henderson or not.
now you can see Russell. Those front three have pitted.
So they've got they've got a few minutes left to do it, haven't they? Yeah, Russell, McKenzie, Tim James, Stuart Callaway. Yeah, they're still. I think they're the last three.
And we have our first spinner, and it's a Porsche
Oh,
989 that's parked it into the kitty litter. This could be a safety car.
yeah, I think you'll see
And
a safety
now-
car with this one.
Now this is when you want to dive into the pits, because suddenly the field's going to condense, isn't it?
Yes.
So anyone that had any advantage had built up a lead, gone boom.
So what's the ruling around that though? Does the pit window not close if a safety car comes out?
I'm not sure about that.
Because I mean, you know, if you stayed out there and the pit window stays open, well, that's a huge advantage
Yes.
as the field closes up. So you think that the pit window would close and then reopen for the balance of the time that's left.
Or it's just basically open between 20 minutes and 40 minutes. So Damon
Yep.
Lynch is out. Roger Boving's out.
Safety car's about to enter the
The Lexus safety car is out.
track.
So those who haven't pitted, now's the time to pit. Dive in and get it done.
Yeah, Russell McKenzie's in the pit now.
Yeah, he's obviously had the words, shoot in quick.
John Buchanan's pitted. They're all coming into the pits now. Because don't forget, you've only got 6 minutes to go before the pit lane window shuts anyway. So, and you might have to stay there for 4 minutes. So you want to allow for that to give yourself the most maximum amount of time to go racing at the end. So Brenton Grove has been in the pits and he's coming back out now. Was he going into the pits?
No, he's just leaving the pits now.
So he is leaving. That'd be quite handy because he's built up a big lead. He's been in the pits. All of a sudden the field condenses. So anyone that's been and done their pit lane stop, suddenly he comes out, he's right behind them.
Well, yeah, Brendan Leach, if he's still in that V-dub, if he's swapped
Barry
drivers,
Moore.
Barry Moore in the car now. So
Hayden Knighton.
Yeah, you've got you've probably got three now that are really sitting with a great opportunity. So you've got Hayden, you've got Barry Moore, and you've got Grove.
yeah,
Brendan Grove,
Brendan
yep.
Grove and the Sepultura. Those are the three now. I think to watch.
they just picked up Brendan Grove, but no,
He's waving them on.
So he's
Wait,
not,
wing home.
yeah,
So you got to keep going, mate.
yeah, he's not leader of the race yet. I think it might be the V-dub, possibly in the lead of the race.
So this is this is where it's a good challenge for motor racing officials to work out who's actually leading this race.
Yeah, they come around that corner not that slow either, heading towards the safety car.
So
So-
Tim James, I think, is the current leader, but has he pitted? I don't think he's pitted. Him and Stuart Callaway.
So 989 from the Scope Porsche. Guy Stewart from Christchurch.
So this is actually, yeah, if it is Tim James still in the lead, Safety cars letting a lot of cars go past. Yeah, he's picking up
Tim James is just coming up behind him now.
so he's just, yeah, Tim James is in the lead of the race at the moment. Oh no, is he? It's,
No, he's let one car go past. So Tim James is the leader of the race, followed by Stewart. So the two GT4 Porsches. So there goes Russell McKenzie. He's done his pit stop. He's back out on the track. This is going to be perfect for him. He's just going to pick up the rest of the tail. The train, he's going to charge around.
yeah, it might take a lap to get the computer to sort out exactly who's in what position again, with everybody going to the pits, and there's still got a couple of cars in the pits, I think.
.23.52 race time. 23.52 to go, actually. There's one of the cars in the pits. They were doing a bit of a combo, weren't they? And look at Brendan Grove. Is he 1, 2, 3?
Yes, he is, yeah, I think, yeah. We've got a bit of a special visitor just behind us here. Shane Van Gisbergen's
The big cheese.
The big cheese is here.
There's a photo of your son upstairs, Big Cheese. Come on in.
Hey, Cheese, how you doing?
So that's our goal for this year. Big Cheese is for Little Cheese to win Bathurst. Yeah. Well, he's been fantastic. Obviously a disappointing championship for him towards the end, but a great battle between the two Kiwis.
It was a good year. I mean, you know, to see, to be a Kiwi and to see two Kiwis to finish, you know, like that at the final round just shows the ability of both drivers. But it was unfortunate that Shane got that penalty in that first race of the wheel, which I guess you'd know this, it has bound to affect you, you know, from a head point of view. Disappointing. And Scotty was able to sort of capitalise on that, but you got to give it to Shane. Geez, he can drive,
mate. And you would know this, mate. Your son in the supercars, he can do things in that championship that no other driver can he? You know.
Oh, it's pretty good. Yeah.
And the motivation to claim Bathurst. He's been close before. I mean, we're just talking about the mini enduro type sort of thing, and he's the one guy you think, mate, if he gets barred up, he gets a bit of luck, you know, now that he's got the right teammate with Garth Tander, then booyah, rock and roll.
Oh, he's got a fabulous teammate this year and next year, so I think he'll have a very good shot at it, for sure. Been close, very close, but it's going to happen one day.
Yes. No, it's the one thing I think a lot of us Kiwi racing fans would love to see is the Giz take out Bathurst and then keep doing it like Murphy and Jimmy Richards. So you're on holiday, mate? Just chilling out? You thought you'd come along to Highlands or what?
It's actually my first time here.
And what do you think?
Absolutely fantastic.
It's gobsmacking, isn't it?
Yeah,
my
brilliant.
first time here, and you think Tony Quinn, Mr. GT, and what they've done and what he's done. It's just brilliant setup. I mean, how would you compare? You've seen plenty of tracks around Aussie and around the world. What do you think?
Oh, fantastic. You know, Shane's always rated this track as one of the best in the world, and I'd have to agree with him. It's brilliant.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He's certainly put something pretty special together, hasn't he? And I mean, look, I was here 4 years ago and ran here 4 years ago, and to come back now and see the development of it, the apartments and just everything, you know, the way the grounds have settled down, I mean, it's just superior.
Oh, mate, look at the outlook, eh?
Yeah.
It's just incredible.
But it's like, when you look at the track, the way in which they designed it, I mean, we've got a lake, we've got a crocodile, you've got a giraffe over there, you've got aliens around the corner, you've got the mountains, the pine trees. There's always something happening here. I can see why all the drivers say when you're racing around here, it's just busy. Now, yeah, nowhere to rest, nowhere to hide.
Well, I'm privileged to be able to do some laps around here on Monday and Tuesday. So
what are you going to be driving?
I've got there's a few cars hoping to.
Oh, cool. Excellent. Come and have a catch up with the team, with Josie and the team around here.
Yep.
Oh, good. Get some skids.
Yep. Well, looking forward to doing a lap around here. That was awesome.
Yeah. Well, you've done a few around here, Al, and you've done some around here as well, Buzz?
Yeah, mate. I did around here, as I said, 4 years ago, and I was just taken back by what an amazing track that it is. It's just got a bit of everything. Technical, as I said earlier, it's not super fast, but it's a real driver's track, and it's a pleasure to get on the track. And it's the one thing you got to give to Tony. I mean, he certainly put together an amazing package, and to do it as quickly as he did as well and get it open was full credit to him.
Yeah, and I actually had a black round here last night in one of those cool Camrys, the V6 Camrys. I mean, driving one of the Camry ZR hybrids at the moment from GWD Toyota, and gee, even in a car like that, the handling, the grip around here, just great feel. It's set up just to really go for it, isn't it? Brilliant setup. Great weather. What about the little Shane, little cheese with the McLaren boys? He loves his endurance racing, doesn't he?
Damn close in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
It was, unfortunately, going the right front suspension, and no cigar, but not bad for its first outing, the new McLaren.
And of course, you've been a big rally fan for years and Speedway fan. Hayden Patton, what do you think? It's a bit unfortunate he missed out his drive with the WRC.
Yeah, it's a shame. I'm sure there's Hayden will be back though.
Yeah.
So he certainly deserves another shot. That's for
So what do you think of this format? Speedworks Rush Hour. We're all around the place at the moment. We're trying to work out who's doing what and who's pitted.
Yeah, well, the unfortunate part about the safety car coming out, I guess, it's now changed the dynamics completely off.
So it looks like they've all pitted.
Where this race could end up.
Is Tim James pit?
No, I didn't believe so, but I didn't think that the first two cars had pitted. But I may be mistaken.
So now we need to get that Porsche off the track. Looks like he's off the track. And get that Lexus safety car off the track so they can then resume the race with our sprint finish. So yeah, the pit window is officially closed, so therefore we'll just try and confirm with race control if those two front cars have actually made their pit stop. So this is one of the curveballs for our particular Speedworks Rush Hour. Safety car, and then of course pit window is now closed. So the teams had to allow for that and to get that done. So it's very good of Mr. Van Gisbergen to pop in and say g'day and have a bit of a chat and enjoy your skids around the track on the weekend, this week. Would they ever bring the supercars back here, you reckon? That could be a political game of twist. Yeah, would be, wouldn't it? So it looks like the Lexus safety car is off. And so we're going to be racing. So we've got 15 minutes to go, and now we're back into a sprint race. There you go.
Well, it is a sprint race. So Russell McKenzie's actually sitting in a nice spot. See, they cross the line.
So Tim James, Callaway, McKenzie, Derek, Patterson, Giblett. As we suspected, a lot of those Porsches, cream have risen to the crop. We got up to the front. What's the go there, Big Al?
Oh, just my son ringing to see if I've got a fuel pump that they might be able to take out of my car for Nick Ferrier. And so I've got to
look, you crash one car. All right, so that means that Tim James, we're just confirming that race control, that Tim James and Callaway have not had their pit stops.
Yeah,
So therefore they may be in the front of the field, but technically they won't be able to win the race.
Exactly what I thought. So as I was saying, Russell McKenzie, I think, sitting in a strong position. Hayden Knighton, he'll move forward.
And everyone's trying to pick your car apart while it's being parked in the pits.
Oh, that's what we do.
But you know, Clint, I was talking before about the V8 Ute boys and the type of sort of group it is. You know, it's a classic example when someone else needs something. You know, you just shuffle around. If you've got it, you give it to them, even though you want to beat them on the track. It's about having as many vehicles as you can out there for the audience that's come to see us race, and you know, it's a big family, really.
And looks like Tim James and as you can see, they've let the other guys go because Brenton Grove has just gone round, Russell McKenzie's gone round, and they've both gone around the two Porsches, but it looked like they actually slowed down and let them race because they know that they haven't been into the pits. They're now coming into the pits now.
Yeah, but you look at Brenton Grove's 2 laps down now, so he's going to be 1 lap down. I think the safety car hurt him badly.
Oh, that's the other key thing too. They've all got to be on that same lap, haven't they?
Yeah, I think that when the safety car, the timing that when the safety car came out, it just hurt everybody.
So he has to keep going right through and to make up the lost time.
Yeah, so if you actually...
So might pick Russell McKenzie, number 68.
Yeah, as I say,
he's looking booyah rock and roll, isn't he?
If you have a look, there you go. If you have a look there, the 1 laps down, you got Russell, Rod Gimlett, Gary Derrick, Hayden Knighton, Jonas Pedersen, Damon Leach, or Barry Moore.
Barry Moore.
Not sure exactly who's in the car. Those are the guys right now that are sitting in the hot seat. You know, they're into it.
Is that Cameron Jones? It's just past. Is he in that car? Is it
94? Well, that was something. He was going to make the change, wasn't he?
Yeah,
that's
Rod Gimlett and Cameron Jones. It's Cameron Jones that helped in that car. He's just possibly taking the lead of the race.
Yeah.
You'll never hear the end of that.
No.
12 minutes to go. So it's absolutely now a sprint to the end.
It is, yeah, and so.
Well, that'll be a great performance by the Oscar boys. See, you guys, glad you stayed around, mate, because you've got your boys into the right category.
Well, they're GTR and Z boys, but we'll take them as honorary Oscar so that we
totally will. You're in the South Island, mate. You're racing under our rules. Watch out for these V-Ducks.
Yes.
He sounds like an Australian now. We'll claim them as ours.
Until they crash.
But yeah, obviously that safety car did hurt Brenton badly, and race is over.
So we're talking about being time certain here.
It is, yeah. It is time certain, yeah. They've
17:53.
17:58, I think it is. So,
yeah.
So 6 o'clock is obviously the cut-off time.
And so it looks like the victory has gone to
Rod Gimlett and Cameron Jones.
Gimlett and Cameron Jones. He got the pass done, and he's just done the quickest lap of the race, and he 1:38 flat. Oh no, that's the difference. A 1:42.6.
Yeah, Hayden Knighton got the fastest lap at a 1:41.45, and poor old McKenzie, like he was pipped on the last lap. Well, Russell, he was looking good for the win.
He was, yeah, and obviously Cameron just got enough through and just really stole the win from him, because it's with that safety car it changed the whole dynamics of the race.
So 94, Rod Gimlett and Cameron Jones.
Yeah,
they certainly look like they're still racing.
We're just trying.
That was the checkered flag that went out, wasn't it?
They look like they're real keen.
Oh no, they're waving the flag.
So they're waving the flag. So we'll just confirm with the actual results once they reboot the computer who's actually won this particular race, because those guys all look like they're still racing.
Yeah, and
checkered flags out because it's time certain. So that safety car certainly hit the time zone, so that they have some peace and quiet around the surrounding neighbourhood here.
Yeah, Rod Gimlett, he won that race. It's been confirmed.
So there we go. The Oscar honorary combo for the weekend. Rod Gimlet and Cameron Jones.
So
I won't say they're from the North Island.
No, but yeah, they've done well. They obviously, the safety car helped them immensely.
And then
Russell McKenzie,
and then
Hayden Knighton in third.
So Russell McKenzie's done really well to hang on there. He's been obviously far enough up the field with that safety car came out to do it.
Thanks, mate. Cheers. Brilliant. Cool.
It's look,
don't forget Bathurst, Little Cheese, bucket list. We're all behind him. No pressure. What a great guy.
Great guy. I tell you what, he's you know, Cheese has been a peddler in his day as well. And I remember back in the days when I was navigating for my brother actually, and you know, Robert was running around and Rob was running around in a Mark 1 Escort, and man, could he pedal that thing.
So this is the replay of Gimlet getting the correct checkered flag. Not quite. Oh, sorry. So there we go. So there was. He won it, so they just missed the checkered flag there.
Yeah, so that explains why he was still racing on that lap after we thought he'd gone through the flag. He got the last lap forward twice.
Oh, because he passed Russell McKenzie on the last lap.
Yeah, they thought Russell was leading.
Yeah, they thought Russell was still in the lead.
So it's all because it's time certain, so they had to finish at a certain time to wrap it all up. So there you go, boys.
Bit of fun. All over the place.
The green keys at the same time.
Found the keys to the buggy that everyone's been looking for.
Now
they should have just asked me.
Pit lane.
It's not that far, actually.
Can we have a buggy, please, to take our commentators back to pit lane? Thanks very much.
I'm going to go and see what else.
Right, thank you, Al. Good work, mate. Excellent. Thank you very much. Brilliant. Thanks very much, guys. Really appreciate your effort today. Thank you for coming along, to all of the officials, all of the spectators, all of the volunteers, to DT, Dave Hedge, Mike, Darren Tinkler, all of our officials and camera guys from Volt TV and Perspective TV, and to all of the racers and drivers and team crews. Thank you very much. It's been a fantastic way to open the 2019 Castrol Toyota Racing Series. Even the Green Man, all the way from Austin, Texas. And we'll be back with more motor racing for day 2 tomorrow on Super Sunday, starting around about 9:30 with qualifying for the Castrol Toyota Racing Series. Can Lucky Liam keep it going here at Highlands Motorsport Park and the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship? I'm Clint Brown. Enjoy the sunshine and enjoy your relaxing Saturday evening here tonight at Highlands. Already in the Castrol Toyota Racing Series with that qualifying session.
Yeah, these big tyres that these guys run, they're going to love this cooler weather, and the turbocharged cars, they're going to love the cooler conditions. They're going to be making a bit more horsepower. So
it'll be interesting to see what sort of lap times they can lay down as the rubber meets the road here at Highlands Motorsport Park. It's once again just a dead set picnic of motor racing. It's a picturesque scene here with the mountains in the backdrop, the beautiful pine trees, the tussock grass, and of course there's so much happening around the track here from the ops room. The cafe is open. Don't forget the car museum is open as well. You've got the mobile sort of motoring museum out there at the moment with some real classic cars. Huge amount of variety in the Oz cars, isn't there?
Oh, we've got range from, we have little starlets racing every now and then. We've just got a starlet out there now, and right up to the big banger 6-litre Chevys and everything else.
Any drama overnight from pit lane?
Yeah, we had Blaine Etwell in the big Pontiac. He blew a diff in race 2 yesterday, actually broke the back out of it. So that's why he didn't finish that race. He was second in points coming into this round. And
so that's that lovely, the black and gold one we were talking about.
The black and orange Pontiac, that one there, right on there. Yeah,
so he blew the diff.
He blew the diff and had changed the diff last night. And Matt Edgar in car 187, he's got an oil leak issue. Hopefully he's got on top of that and doesn't have any more smoke coming out. And Gary Duncan, his engine's a little bit tired. He's got an LS motor in that car as well, an LS Chevy in number 25 there, the Duncan Engineering car.
And what about the number 3, Nick Farrier from Auckland, from the Ford, the BA Falcon? Did they manage to pinch a few parts from a little wee Mirage that sort of parked up somewhere at the back of the of pit lane there? We were talking about your Mirage is becoming more of a Mirage.
Yeah, my son was ringing me yesterday and trying to see if I had a fuel pump they could use, and they pulled the radiator out of it last night to see if I had an oil fitting that they might be able to use on the fuel line, because poor old Nick had fuel pump issues. But he managed to find a fuel pump last night, and it's hopefully he's got all his little bugs sorted out. Oh, we got lanes in the gravel track. That's not a good start to his race.
It's not a good way to test the diff.
No, and
she's not 4-wheel drive.
No, and I don't think that car's going to get out of there without some assistance, unfortunately.
So that's, which part of the track is that?
Yeah, that's going into the hairpin.
That's going into the hairpin, isn't it? That's coming out. There's the coming out of Alien Bend and down to that big wide part of the hairpin. He's not the only guy that's gone slightly wide there and then just probably got a little bit loose in the marbles and then he's parked it on the beach.
Yeah, he's gone in sideways big times, looking at the gravel build up on his wheels there. And it's taken out a bit of body work as well on the right front corner, just behind the front wheel.
It's a great shot of the old Pontiac, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a cool car for what it is. It's like it's a big old car, but it's not very heavy, so it goes extremely well. And we've got safety car out there now, is it?
Are they going to red flag this session? No?
No, they'll probably just run it under safety car to try and get him.
Well, he's not the only one. We've got another one that's also had a bit of a moment here as the Oscars in this particular race. Suddenly there's 2 cars, both one in the park, one on the green stuff and the other one on the beach.
Yeah, that's old Stan Moore parked up there. The left front corner of his car looks actually really low there.
Perhaps he may have had a tyre game, because also there's a little bit more breeze today, and some of the drivers were saying a little bit of dust flicking around the surface of the track every once in a while can make it a bit hard, a bit slippy when it comes to the grip.
Yeah, we had Joachim in that beautiful blue RX-3 yesterday. He was having trouble of sucking in dirt and dust into his carburetor intake, and it just the dust around the track. And then today, obviously, it's a bit cooler, so a bit of breeze. It's gonna blow it around. Well, so I'll stand hiding over the back.
It's not the only track that has sort of those sort of features, and it's quite ironic that the other track that has that sort of issue is Taupo.
Yes.
Bruce McLaren Motorsport Park. Once again, you're in a bit of a plateau in the mountain region, and you get that pumicy dust that sweeps across the track at Taupo, and we're getting a little bit of that sort of dusty type sort of stuff perhaps here at Highlands Motorsport Park.
Yeah, I've done quite a few laps around Taupo, and it doesn't help when somebody runs wide and goes over that pumice, and the dust comes onto the track even worse. It makes interesting racing when it's slippery.
Yeah. Classic understatement, Big L. And if you're not sure why Al's not racing, he had a bit of a moment in practice on Friday, had to park up the mighty Mirage. But I can tell you that next weekend we go down to Invercargill, the home of the Teretonga Tasties. And here in Cromwell, we've just introduced Jonathan Green all the way from Austin, Texas, to the home of the Southern Sushi. And that's the cheese roll they do here at the cafe at Highlands Motorsport Park. Dead set fabulous. All right?
They're not bad at all, are they?
They are great. So we've got a challenge for the Teretonga Tasty. It's called the Southern Sushi. So while the Lexus safety car is cruising around the track, whip down here to the cafe and get yourself one of those Southern Sushis. That cheese roll is magnificent. It's great.
Yeah, I had one yesterday. They're bad for me, but really good.
Exactly. That's another good Kiwi understatement, isn't it? Like, yeah, nah.
Pretty much. It's like...
But yeah, I've got it. You told us a story about your particular car when Mike Lightfoot comes, and I'll do a bit of an update about the rush hour, the SpeedWorks rush hour. You're not the only one dishing out the pink bucket. Who got the pink bucket, by the way, last night?
We haven't actually had the biggest moment this weekend yet, so it's still sitting there.
Oh, it's still waiting to be awarded.
Yeah, the guys have been pretty subdued, really. It's so it might have to come out at another meeting. It's and everybody's we also have the big glasses and that for people that don't see the yellow flags at times, and so we make our racing enjoyable. We had a big barbecue last night, so it was quite good. Everybody getting together and spinning the yarns last night about everything going on the tracks, and
Well done to, there's your boy.
Yeah, he's working hard this weekend, isn't he?
That's Ryan Turner there in the big R4 recovery truck.
He might have earned that $10 for that tow.
Last night I was up to 50.
Oh,
you're dead set too tight, mate. Yeah, the Scottish is coming out in you, mate. Come on, get real.
Oh, Lane's still got that thing going, but the sounds.
There's that lovely little wee Mazda, isn't it?
Yeah, that car.
Number 48
is
Michael Yoworth from Upper Hutt.
Yeah, we think that thing might be worth $50,000-$60,000. That car. It's beautiful. He doesn't want to say too much because he doesn't want his wife to find out.
She already knows, mate.
Yeah.
So it looks like we've got the Pontiac back off the grass now and coming back onto the tarmac. So the recovery guys have done a superb job, and looks like he's just trying to get rid of some of that kitty litter underneath the car, get it sort of off the wheels and get rid of it all, and then hopefully get back to circulating. So 3 laps gone out of 6. Chris Henderson currently leads. The fastest lap at 1:39.7. Liam McDonald at 1:42.4. And Brian Gray all the way from Tauranga in the Mazda RX-7, which is a lovely car. The Repsol Oils Avenue Auto Sport car, number 10. He's currently in 3rd spot. So beautiful conditions here. Cool today compared to hot racing and a hot day yesterday at Highlands Motorsport Park. And you can never, if you're streaming live with us at the moment via YouTube on SpeedWorks, you never get tired of that vista, do you? Just the backdrop of the tarmac, the mountains, Central Otago, Cromwell at its best. What a picturesque scene this is to go motor racing in January.
Yeah, it's not a bad place to come to go car racing. It's yeah, you don't get many views like this from a racetrack. It's not bad at all. But we see Johnny Waldron's got his car going again. He had that trouble in race 2 yesterday for us. He blew a fuse. That's
now
what
look,
stopped him.
that's the weather coming from down south apparently. There's supposed to be a bit of a change. So we're keeping an eye because of course we're in the mountains. So it can change pretty quick. And as we found out during Friday and Saturday, or especially Friday, when the wind gets up here, boy, she can rock and roll. In fact, one of the locals last night walking back to, so I think everyone was enjoying the barbecues last night. They say when it gets windy, it was lovely without the wind. So we're just hearing from race control that all these races are basically time certain this morning. So we're coming up to around about just after 10 o'clock and 10:09. So it should be 10:08, 1 lap after 10:00. So it looks like from the restart, the safety car, this will be a 1-lap sprint. So we've done 4 out of 6. And you've got to watch 94. Is that Rod Gimlet?
That's Rod Gimlet. Yeah, he had a bit of a slow start get away from to get going.
Well, he had a great race in the SpeedWorks Rush Hour, sharing the drive with Cameron Jones. And that, of course, had everything last night. So the Lexus safety car. So here we go. It's not the green, white, checkered as they have in NASCAR. It's just lights out.
Go racing.
Put your foot down. 1 lap to go.
1 lap to go. It's going to be an all-on sprint. It's so this is going to be well. Hopefully, there's nobody getting a bit silly.
Up and over the bridge, down around the lake. That little wee tight hairpin from Jed's hump.
They're starting to catch a safety car again. He needs to go a bit
No,
quicker.
he'll be fine, mate. It's a Lexus. They just put the foot down and away they go. Beautiful machine. A lot of people will be enjoying a Lexus lunchtime ride, and what a great way to come motor racing. Enjoy the fabulous hospitality from Team Lexus and Toyota and get a chance to have a hot lap around this magnificent track today at the same time. So here we go. Chris Henderson's going to control the restart. They're right up behind him. Well done, Liam McDonald. They've got to really make it.
He's right there. Oh, Chris has got the jump on him.
He's a bit of fox, wasn't he? He was foxing, held them back, and then boom, gone.
That was a beautiful restart by Chris. He's done plenty of those in the 1 hour enduros he does, but Liam's not letting him get away though. It's he's hanging in there.
And Rod Giblet's got in front of Brian Grays. They sweep around the loop for the last time in this particular race, the big southern loop, surrounded by those trees. Let the car drift right out that never-ending bend. You're going to come into the S's here. Look at the speed of that Corolla with the Chevy motor 51. Beautiful chrome front on it.
Yeah, and you got Liam in that big NASCAR-powered Falcon sitting right there behind him, pushing him as hard as he can.
But it's that mid-corner speed around what they term as a really tight, technical, busy track. Nice flow here as you see the rear just stepping out a bit from the Falcon. Down around the Sting, as they call it, which is off camber. He let it drift out wide around the alien bend because there's a spaceship parked up amongst the trees. Big, wide, fat hairpin down here. Plenty of room to sort of duck down the inside, but you've got to be tight around your apex. Now you back up the straight and the entrance to the bridge, and you're flat out here. Then, of course, you let it flow up and over the bridge, through the ripples.
And that's the side faster than what people think coming onto that bridge.
Slightly airborne sometimes, and then you go onto the brakes, let it sweep around the lake, over Jed's hump, down into a little wee dip. Around was always sort of like another tight sort of hairpin corner. Speedy signs, flying out, setting it sideways. Liam McDonald's having fun, but the man out in front, Chris Henderson from Dunedin, 51 goes. 1-1-1, 3 in a row, and he nails it. Liam McDonald second, Rod Gimlett coming home for third in his 94. Big Ford.
Not a bad one-lap sprint at the end there.
Taylor Quinn, Matt Edgar, Gary Duncan, Cameron Jones and the GT3, of course, teaming up with Rod Gimlett in the SpeedWorks Rush Hour yesterday.
Oh, Bruce Davis going very slow there on the last lap. Just getting past. He's dropping to the rear of the field.
So the fastest time this morning for Chris Henderson, we'll just see what the fastest lap was, to see if the lap conditions change throughout the day. But then again, if that big southern 139.
7, so...
They were doing 138 yesterday, weren't they? 138, 139?
No, he was 39s yesterday as well, so he's pretty much on pace with what he was doing yesterday. And his tyres wouldn't have come up to temp properly in that race, being behind the safety car.
And what sort of tyre stuff do you have and have to look after and keep going for the rest of the weekend?
Well, some guys have got a good set of change of tyres. Otherwise, a lot of guys just use one set. But you got to watch your pressures, make sure they don't get too hot, and then just keep them at the right temperature and right pressures. And they'll come on different stages of the race. Guys have them set up differently. But Chris, I think his was set up from the word go. He was off and running.
Fantastic. Right, we're going to bring in Mike Lightfoot, who's going to come in and get set now for the next round, of course, of the NZ V8 Utes. So stick around, that's coming up next, followed by the Mazda Pro 7s, Toyota 86s, their second race of the weekend, the B&T V8s, race number 2 for them. The South Island Porsche Series, and right about just before 1 o'clock at 12:50, time to go for race 2 over 15 laps at the Castrol Toyota Racing Series. Then the lunch break over 40 minutes. That's when a lot of the corporate hospitality gets from Toyota and Lexus. We'll be enjoying Lexus rides around the track with top drivers taking them for Bladson, the RCF or the LC 500s, and so magnificent cars. Then we're back into the Oscar Super Saloons for race 4, 6 laps for you around about 2 o'clock. So that's going to be the final showdown. That's a full reverse handicap race.
That's a full handicap race. Last car starts from the front, fastest from the rear. So there'll be multiple flag drops. And, the fast guys have got a lot of work to do to get through from the back of the field.
So the question will be for number 51, Chris Henderson, can he race through the entire field? If the handicap has done the job properly, we should have a 3 or 4 car sprint right on that last lap.
If the handicapping's right and we don't get the weather to change anything, we should have the whole field heading for the line at the same time. It works out. Jeff, who does our handicapping, does a pretty good job, and he's been doing it for a long time. He gets it worked out really well, but the weather can throw a handicap into it. Just changes the whole dynamics.
Well, that's the whole, expect the unexpected, and of course you're in the mountains, so there is an expected weather change coming up later on today. Will it happen? We don't know, and of course that will have an effect on the racing, and it'll be interesting to see what does happen. Then we're back into the NZ V8 Utes, the Mazdas, the 86s, the B&T V8s, the Castrol Toyota Racing Series, and that'll be the first trophy race of the season, and that'll be for the Dorothy Smith Memorial Trophy over 20 laps. So that'll be a key one to watch out for. Lucas Hour sticking it on pole this morning with a 1:28.0. Fantastic qualifying session, and the Austrian laying down a challenge to the 2-star Kiwis, Marcus Armstrong and Liam Lawson in the TRS Series, and the South Island Porsches to wrap up all the racing around about 5:20 later on today over 4 laps. So exciting stuff, and conditions are very cool at the moment.
They are indeed, and I think that Toyota Racing Series race is going to be something spectacular to watch over 20 laps.
So we'll now you haven't dished out any of the awards from last night from the Oscars.
No, we handed out our Lucas Oil and Cobra Batteries awards that we hand out each week.
So who got those?
We actually hand out 3 of each.
Yep.
Per round, and I know Matt Edgar got some oil because he was having a bit of oil issues yesterday, and.
Unlike yourself, that dropped a bit of oil on the track on Friday.
Oh, Matt's was only leaking. I dropped all mine in one big lump, and so Matt's is just leaking out a little bit. And the other guys, they all got a battery voucher each, and that. So it's all really good, and I mean, nice barbecue and catch up.
Good stuff.
But the other stuff, some of the other awards we leave to the pink bucket, to the biggest muck up of the weekend, or sometimes.
Well, we've got the key award was won by Mike Lightfoot.
He did
last night, because we've got the buggies that transport the commentators from pit lane up to the cafe. We were putting the announcements out over the PA, and then Mike turned around and said, "Oh, I've got the key right here."
Yeah, he just it miraculously arrived from his back pocket, didn't it?
But wait, there's more, because Mike's going to join us for the NZV8 Utes, and I have to come clean, guys. You know how there's a whole lot of animals around the track? Has anyone seen an orangutan?
An orangutan?
Yeah, sitting next to you.
That's actually very true, Mike, because some monkey on the PA during the SpeedWorks rush hour was talking about you had to get out and run around the car, and that was me. So they've named me Magilla Gorilla, because you don't have to do that at the rush hour. That was the Sanyong Utes. Completely different race, another different series altogether. So we put some of the race teams wrong, so they said, "You monkey, you big gorilla." So Magilla Gorilla. So there's an orangutan here at Highlands, and he's right here in the PA box. So I had to get around the dinner table last night and run around the dinner table, and then do it in reverse. So
I would imagine you had a few of them thinking, though. Are we supposed to be doing this or not?
They said Brownie was talking. They said, "Oh, that Neil Walkie, you don't know what he's going to say on the PA."
So we'll see a new cardboard cutout.
No, if we make a cock up today, we have to get out, run around the cafe.
Oh, right, okay.
Right?
Right. Because I might have to leave you two gentlemen to this one.
Right. You go and sort out the pink bucket, mate, and we'll come back later on today.
Not a problem, talk to you later on.
So there's Big Al. He's had a great weekend so far. Started with the bugger award on Friday when his car broke down. Bugger that. That's bad luck. So now we're back into the... Where's the gorilla? Oh, there's the gorilla. Oh, we do have one. Here we go. Magilla Gorilla. How you going, Brownie?
He is too.
DT, the man, look at that. He's just found it. Classic. One of the great features is animals all around the track. So there we go.
I think we'll name that one Clint from here on in.
Yeah. Brownie. There you go. Brownie the gorilla. What a thriller.
What a thriller.
So, Mr. Lightfoot, how are you, Buzz?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. I've had a great time in town last night. Well, I love coming down here. I love Cromwell. It's people are fantastic. Started off at 5 Stags, and it's the first time I've actually been at a pub where we've had to leave because they were closing, to be fair. But it was a good night. And
it wasn't like 11 o'clock or something. And it was still, and it gets you, doesn't it? Because it's still light. You think it's 9, 10 o'clock. Oh, it's midnight.
I know. You look at your watch and it's like 10:30, and I'm like, I'm just starting to get fired up. Normally I'm going to bed. It's great having that twilight down south here. That's for sure.
Right. So this is not the twilight zone. This is race 2 in the NZV8 Utes over 12 laps, and the Stinger. He was right on cue yesterday. Matt Spratt. Now we've got 22 SOS, and that's Jeff Spencer out of Manawatu in the colour steel Ute. So what's the format for this one, mate?
So this is a reverse grid. So you'll see Simon Usher, who P1, Brett Rudden 2, Spencer off 3, Alexandra Whitley off 4, Manuel and Collinson line up alongside of each other. It'll be interesting to see what happens there, because if Glenn gets in front of Paul, he's very smart at blocking. Andrew Porter, Andrew had a great race yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see him come through the field. But I guess after yesterday's result, the man to watch in this race will be Matt Spratt, sort of peel his way through the field. Yeah, it's going to be great. Don't forget, get yourself a good coffee here too at the cafe as well. It's all open. And that car museum's open right throughout the entire weekend, open to the public. So make sure you enjoy checking out the magnificent facilities here trackside at the Highlands Motorsport Park. From the cafe to the museum to the cars on track, all set to go for a sensational race day Sunday.
Red light's just about to go out, and we are racing in the utes. Reverse grid. Who got off to a good start?
Oh, 3, 4 wide.
One of them onto the grass. Now they're going to charge down towards the bus stop. And they've got to make some racing room, and straight away, Ward.
Ruddy's gone.
Ruddy, 99. The Scud. He's gone charging around that southern loop and grabbed the lead out of the bus stop. So that's good. Followed by Usher, Spencer, Whitley, Manuel, Collinson, Ward, Porter, Spratt, and Lowe. He's starting at the back of the field because he had a few issues yesterday.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's still a very new driver. You know, it's only his first season in the V8 Utes, and I think rather than put him at the front of the field, he's more comfortable starting off the back, which
takes
is
some
good.
of the pressure off. Yeah,
it does definitely, and it's also better for the faster drivers coming through.
Right, they're coming through under the underpass for the first time in this field of 10 big utes. The battle between Ford and Holden round the carousel. Then they'll hang right over the Stinger, which is off camber. Sweep around down towards the hairpin for the first time. And already...
Simon Usher.
Simon Usher getting it drifting.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's coming out of that off camber corner too. So might be a little bit dust around there. You never know. May change the level of the grip as they head down towards the hairpin for the first time in their second race of the weekend. Up and over towards the bridge. And good to see Brett Rudd, number 99, the Scud, back racing. We talked a bit about him with that big crash last year at Hampton Downs. He walked away, now he's walked back, and here he is back in front and back racing again, which is great, isn't it?
It is, and Brett will be loving this. I mean, you know, he's got a lot of talent, and to be up front like this, it'll just be fizzing him up a bit, and he'll be pushing hard now to try and stay there.
So they sweep around this little wee hairpin coming out of Judd's Hump, which is that little wee bump just by the lake. Live more, fear less, as they say here at Highlands Motorsport Park, and that sort of sums up motor racing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I just see Manuel's up to second already, so he's pushing very hard, moving quickly actually.
Well, he's the man in pink at the moment. When I say pink on the lap timing, if you've got your race monitor on your mobile phones around the track, he's just done a 2.9. He's the quickest on the track, a 2:02 for Brett Rudd. Usher's done a 2:03. Peter Ward a 2:01.0. Andrew Porter, number 3, a 2:01.2. Jeff Spencer, 22. He's done a 2:04.1. And there's a real dogfight here.
Andrew Porter going through, fantastic.
Through the S's. Whoa, just about escorted wide, and then he backed off and managed to make the pass as they came out of the S's into the underpass, under the bridge.
That was actually a very clever move there, and Simon Usher did well. He was trying to keep himself out of the way, although he's moving sideways, but he just leant a little bit on Andrew, but Andrew was through.
And then he sort of ushered him around the corner, didn't he? Said, okay. That's that great sort of bit of racing room and bit of respect, because he knew he wasn't going to be able to stop him, so let him go.
Whoa.
Oh,
Collinson's gone round.
About letting it go, he's lost it. Down the back towards the hairpin, and the Coyote, number 17, Glenn Collinson, come in spinner.
He won't be happy with that. I don't know. I didn't see whether he got a touch there, but if he's done that all by himself, he'll be pretty frustrated. And there's a little bit of pressure on Glenn this weekend. You know, coming into this round, he's leading the championship, so he won't be happy with himself there.
Another man on the move is Peter Ward. He had a look coming down over the bridge, then decided just to button off. So, one lap gone, and it's coming round to the finish of lap 2. Only 2 laps, gee. Brett Rudd, the Scud, he's cleared off by 0.4 of a second from Paul Manuel. So he's just done a 1:56. So they're getting some speed up into those tyres as they charge down to the bus stop this time for the second time. And already Wardy's all over Usher. Collinson's had the big spin. He's gone from mid-pack down to the back. And Manuel, after doing it 2 minutes, they've got some speed back into these control tyres, and now they're down to the 1:56s.
Yeah, looking at Matt Spratt's time, I just wondered if something's happened there. He's dropped down to 1:58, so he's 2 seconds off the pace, and yesterday he was gone, so something doesn't appear to be right with his car.
He could just be held back in traffic at the moment, where he may just be sort of trying to work his way through that field. Balance, speed, and it's all on for the lead at the moment. Number 99, Brett Rudd. Back around the Alien Bend down towards the hairpin. This is where they had some good passing opportunities yesterday. Already we've had one big spin with Collinson going too wide, just around about there and losing it. But Scud's got Paul Manuel nicely covered in the Super Fate 15 battle of the two Holdens. In fact, 3 Holdens out in front there at the moment.
I was going to say, look who's lurking in third, and he's just slowly picking them up.
Andrew Porter.
The high man.
The high man, yeah, exactly. Don't forget the lead in the series was Glenn Collinson, but that's gone now, isn't it, basically? Looks like that may have changed after the results yesterday, especially with great result for Matt Spratt, who was second by only 6 points. And now Collinson, of course, just down the rear of the field at the moment, so certainly going to be a change in the points in the championship here at Highlands Motorsport Park.
Wardy's gone through. Wardy's just got Usher. He's, so that'll put Wardy up into fourth, sorry.
So there's number 99, Brett Rudd. Can he hold on? Battle of 2 Auckland drivers. Paul Manuel lurking in the background. Oh, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars. All 2 wide going down to the bus stop. Matt Spratt caught up in the slower traffic trying to work his way through. Alexandra Whitley in the 06 LVD black and gold ute as well. She hasn't quite had that same sort of pace this weekend, doing around about the 158s. The fastest out there, 156.1. Paul Manuel and Andrew Porter, both doing identical times at the moment.
Yeah, I could see in that last lap that Andrew's charging. I mean, he was catching that group quickly, and I think watch the space.
Well, I think there's going to be a 3-way battle for the lead in just a moment, because Brett Rudd, he's got 2 guys right up, pulling up to the bumper as Matt Spratt has a look down the inside of Jeff Spencer, lets it roll right through that beautiful cambered corner around the carousel. Great track design here, because that's a good place to make the pass stick and just let the car go with the flow, isn't it?
Yeah, that's just experience. I mean, he completely set Jeff up there. Jeff went the wrong way, and he shot through the inside. Good, clean pass, and good to see.
More chances around here. Simon Usher holding on Whitley down the inside. Whitley's trying to do a crossover. Can't quite get it done. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got a V8 ute freight train here coming out down the back straight. Up over the ripples and up and over the bridge. 3 laps gone.
We've got a freight train at the front now too. Look at that. Andrew's right on the tail of Paul Manuel.
So some really good battle groups developing for the lead, for the podium, and also
big lock up by Spence.
For race positions in the Primo Grow ute. 48, Matt Spratt, so he's now got himself up to 7th. He'll be actually up to around about 6th, I would say, by now. Here we go, battle for the lead. And the Scud's still holding on from Paul Manuel as they sweep through the bus stop and back around the southern loop for the 5th time. Then you got to look up into that straight coming out of the hairpin, into the S's. Scud still holding on. Paul Manuel having a look. It really tightens up. Then it sweeps around to the left of the drive through to the underpass and then under the bridge. We'll see if Paul Manuel can then get himself sorted. Have a look down the carousel. He's having a look, but the Rudd, he's just holding him off. Brett Rudd, Andrew Porter suddenly all over the back of Paul Manuel. So it's 1, 2, 3 for the lead. Down onto the hairpin.
Yeah, this is great racing. This is good to see. Here we go up the inside. He's going to take him. No, not quite.
Brett Rudd, he's gone wide. Paul Manuel's got it stuck. He's done.
Great move. Here comes Andrew on the outside of Manuel.
3 wide, little bit of rubbing
Move
and racing.
over.
They're 3 wide coming out of the hairpin, going up the road on the straight. And Porter, he's just ducked in over the ripple strips up and over the bridge. So Manuel had the lead coming out of the hairpin. The Rudd went wide. And then Porter says, the high man, I'm going to get the draft and do some slipstreaming and take you all. It's Formula 4, first Formula 1600 racing.
That was fantastic. What a great move. Great move.
So, last lap now, and it's going to be all on. There's a bit of drifting from Paul Manuel. 3 out in front. Great race. Another 1, 2, 3, 4 further back down the field. Actually, a 10-lapper.
Yeah, 8 to go, I think. 7 to go. 7 to go. They just crossed the line now.
7 to go. 7 to go. So it's all on. And the Highlands, gee, he's got some speed, hasn't he, at the moment, Andrew Porter?
Yeah, I sort of thought at the start of this race that he'd be one to watch because yesterday he certainly had the pace and came through the field well. Good, clean passes, well set up passes. So, yeah, poor old Scuddy, he was doing the job well. It's just dropped from first to third just like that.
So you start off with the opening race, which is around about 8 laps. Now you've got a 12-lapper, so you've got chance to actually get yourself charging up through the field from the reverse grid. Now they want to settle into a bit of rhythm here for a couple of laps, aren't they, before that final charge to the finish. So
yeah, it's about just settling down now. Now he's got out front. You know, just keep yourself calm and just continue your braking points and just hitting those apexes and just same time, lap after lap.
One of the utes has just gone wide coming out of the carousel.
Wardy, chaos.
Chaos. He looked like he was in a bit of chaos too, just right out wide up towards where the go-karts are. Let the other drivers stream past, and now he's back out on track. So it's a two-way battle in the lead at the moment. It's still Andrew Porter, number 3 out of Auckland, via the mighty Waikato, of course. And, just running a little bit wide is Paul Manuel, putting the pressure on as they go down Jed's hump, round this little wee tight sort of mini hairpin. Now they're going to get wound up and sprint around pit lane. 6 laps gone, 6 to go, the halfway mark. So those two have got a really good battle for the lead and further back down the field.
Oh, Paul's got a good run here. No, Andrew's holding on to it.
Whitley coming under pressure from Glenn Collinson now. He's trying to fight his way back after the early spin. Getting onto the grass and this is flat out round here too, isn't it? And you're hanging on to it. So it's a big, fast, sweeping sort of main straight along that pit lane wall. Down the front straight towards the bus stop. Then back around the southern loop. Six laps, 156.1. Still the fastest lap by Andrew Porter. Manuel, a 155.8 the last lap. So he was slightly quicker than Andrew Porter. So he's really starting to put the pressure on as Alexandra Whitley holding off the challenge of number 17, Glenn Collinson, who came in here with the series lead at the start of the weekend. But that's been slowly whittled away.
Yeah, Glenn won't be happy at all with this race. I mean, he's got a quick car. As I said, you just said he came into the championship leading, and all of a sudden it's just this weekend just hasn't gone for him. But, that's motorsport. It's about having your head in the right place as well. The car's got to be working and everything working well just to make it go your way. So he'll be feeling a little bit disappointed at the moment.
But I tell you what, you've got to be impressed with the performance of Andrew Porter, number 3, the higher man. He's done a great job. He's grabbed that lead. And now he's just slightly gapped Paul Manuel in the number 15 Super Freight Ute. The battle of the 3 Holden still out in front. And look at Matt Spratt, who's lurking. He's worked his way through the field, and watch out for a fast-flying 48, and that is the Ford FG Falcon Ute of Matt Spratt. He picked up the win yesterday, and he's around about 12 seconds off the lead, but he's still got a few laps to try and close that gap.
Yeah, well,
Question is, can he do it?
Matt's actually just done the fastest lap time. He's dropped into the 4s, so he's done a 1:54. So, yeah, he's starting to close on that front group.
Good battle developing further back down the field between Alexandra Whitley and number 6 as they sweep around the pit lane wall again, along with Collinson and Ward. He had a little bit of chaos today. Yesterday was controlled. Today, back to chaos. Spencer and Usher. Of course, 94 Simon Usher starting on that front row, but then gradually the other guys have overtaken him and charged through the field from the reverse grid start.
It's good to see Simon hold on, though. He's in the midfield, like not all of them have got through, so he's sitting in 6th place at the moment, so good to see.
He's doing a 158.3, his best lap so far. That was basically his last time, so and the tyres are coming on to speed now as well too, aren't they?
Yeah, they'll be well up to temperature now. In fact, it's this time of the race that if you start pushing them too hard, is where you start to end up where you understeer, you drift, so it's about, as I said earlier, it's about hitting those apex, those braking points and trying to keep that pressure as even as you possibly can.
Yeah, and also just keeping an eye on Paul Manuel, because he was getting a little bit slippy there sometimes in second spots. You wonder if his tyres are just perhaps slightly going off.
Oh, Spready drilled Wardy. Ah, okay. We just heard that teammates. Yeah, no, Wardy won't be happy about that one.
He might be up in front of Mr. Paul Isaac later on.
He could well be.
So there was a bit of contact. Okay, so that's the word coming from Bob Smith, who's going to be next up joining us for the Mazda, the Next Gen Tyres Mazdas. So down and over the bridge, Whitley, Collinson, Ward, back to big chaos again. Still out in front though, it's Porter. He's got a lead now of 1.4 over Paul Manuel. 8 laps gone, 4 to go. Brett Rudd still holding on to third place. Spratt's up to fourth and closing. Followed by Spencer Rusher, Whitley, Collinson, Ward and David Lowe. Good battle here between Alexandra Whitley. Good to see her get that win at Pukekohe prior to Christmas, wasn't it?
Oh, look, it was brilliant. And I mean, I was there. I watched that race and, geez, did she have her head on. She just sat there. She watched. She set up corners. She picked them off one by one. And to have a female, first ever female win a V8 Ute race in New Zealand was just brilliant. Really, really good for the sport.
And now, like a lot of the drivers, just getting their heads around this track here. They haven't been here for 4 years, so everyone's basically in the same sort of situation, all getting their need for speed and where they can pick up their... Like, did you always have a... I was just talking to Nick Ross in the B&T V8s, and he said that normally around the track you'll have a few landmarks. You'll know exactly where you are, which helps with your braking points or whatever, or just where you are. But here, because it's such a flat layout than a busy layout, he looks up and everywhere he says, all I see is mountains. Yeah. So I don't know if I'm on the front straight, the back straight, or whatever.
Yeah, it's an amazing track. It's a very technical track. It's not super fast, but it's got a beautiful flow about it, and there's some the classic passing corners, that you can really set the person in front of you up, or watch them and have a look at what they're doing, and then you can set up a totally different style to pass. So it's got a lot of areas that you can pass. It's got a lot of areas to push, and you got to give it to Tony. He's designed an amazing track.
So good racing here at the moment. It's still a good battle between Collinson, who had that spin early on. Around the hairpin, got it wide, parked it up. Now Whitley just running a little bit wide, coming over the bridge, and Collinson down over Jed's hump. They're too wide, going a little bit of contact. She pushes them back out and says, no, mate, back off, hang on. So he's going to tuck it underneath, isn't he?
Yeah, there's nowhere to go there, so he had to back off and tuck in.
So now he's want to get right up behind her and track her all the way down to the bus stop and see if he can do that late braking under the bus stop. Try and set up the pass. Spencer out in front. Usher's out in front. But Whitley's got that move covered.
She's driving a good, sensible race here. Like, Glenn will be pushing as hard as he possibly can for her to make a mistake, and she just hasn't made one. She's got every area covered. And Glenn, look at Glenn here, pushing right up on the inside of her. But again, she's got the inside into the next corner.
So she's got the inside line into the S's. So it flows over the first ripple, and all of a sudden you're hard on the brakes through there, and you'll let it flow again, and then you're back around the S, hard left to the underpass, and then you're under the bridge, and now that's where a good passing opportunity is, around that carousel. But she's gone wide, and he's nailed it, has he? He's got a look, he's stuck it down the inside, and now you're on the stinger, which is off camera, and he found out why.
Yeah, no, that cost Glenn some time there. He wasn't set up well enough to try and take it through the inside, and ended up going sideways. And you can see what it does. Look, it's just killed his pace through the corner.
Because you get that lovely flow around the carousel with the camber into the corner, so that's nice. And all of a sudden you bang, you could really stick your rear out, because all of a sudden it's off camber. So you're going from one side to the other, a bit like a big curl, isn't it? Corkscrew.
Exactly, yeah, it is.
So now he's back onto the bumper again. So a real good battle between Whitley 06 and the LDV Ute. Series leader Glenn Collinson and the brightly coloured DNA Ute out of Hamilton. Further up in the field, 10 laps gone. Porter still out in front. 1.9.
He's got her. Glenn's going through. What a great move that was. He actually set her up the corner before. He took a wider apex to come in through that corner, and then completely set that line up and took the inside line into the hairpin.
So coming out of Jed's hump, and he nailed it down the inside line on the hairpin. Good driving by Collinson. So Whitley, she held on for as long as she could, made it wide as she could for as long as she could. But in the end, Collinson's finally got past to move up to 7th, P7. That was just for 7 and 8. All that to finish 7th. But that's the challenge of racing, especially when you go to the back of the field from the start. So she's just going to settle down and get into her own rhythm now. So they're all spread out around the field. Collinson back up to 7th, and he'll next try and put the sights on number 94, Simon Usher. Out in front, it's still Andrew Porter, 10 laps gone. He's done a 1:56, 1:55 manual. Matt Spratt at 1:54.7, still the fastest out there.
Yeah, Andrew's got to be very happy with this race. I mean, he's now sitting, almost 2 seconds out from manual, so just settled into the fly of it and just cruising back now. Bring it home. That's his plan. Yeah,
and a great performance coming back into the series too, isn't it?
It is. I mean, Andrew's got a lot of experience behind him, but it's good to see him in the utes enjoying it. I'm sure Melissa will be stoked for him to get the win today. It's looking like it's going to happen.
So he's back around the pit lane wall. This should be the last lap now. And he's got a nice handy lead over Paul Manuel. He made that stick. So he'll get that last lap signed. So 11 gone, 1 to go. And he's got a nice handy lead of about 1.4 seconds. All Paul can do is try and get in that rear view mirror, just be lurking in the background and try and force a mistake. But in this situation, some drivers get a bit nervous on that last lap, but when you see that last lap board and you're in the lead, you must be saying, right, just keep it together.
Yeah, the last lap's the hardest. I mean, it's you're just thinking, right, just do exactly what you did the last lap and the lap before and that type of thing. But it is very nerve-wracking, particularly when you're in the front of the field.
So there's a little bit of more extra pressure because you've got that chance to win and you don't want to make a mistake.
Yeah.
Is that what's going through your mind?
Definitely. And he'll be looking in his mirror. He'll know that Paul's right there. So if he just makes one error in a corner, Manuel's going to be all over him. So, there's definitely pressure to get through each corner, same braking point, same apex, do exactly what you've been doing every lap. But Andrew's got the experience to do that. Yeah, I don't want to give him the commentator's curse, so pretty sure he'll be fine. Did you enjoy
that sort of apprehension and that sense of nerves? Because that's what you're running on right now, isn't it?
Look, there's no feeling like crossing the line in first place, and even whether it's a race or even to take a round win, it's a pretty special feeling. And, as I said yesterday, these cars are exceptionally hard to drive. They've got a 400 horsepower, they're very light in the rear, and it takes a lot of skill to drive one of these things and to push them as hard as you possibly can. And when we used to take people for hot laps, they were surprised at how hard you could push them. So, these guys, they work well to drive these cars.
So he's done a great job driving this car. As you see the giraffe in the background, down over Jed's hump, around the little wee hairpin. And it's time to celebrate for number 3, the Hydrolink Porter car of Andrew Porter. And he's going to take the checkered flag and win the second race of the weekend in the NZ V8 Utes. You beauty. Come in, number 3. Paul Manuel, number 15, of the Super Freight Holden, comes in for second. And 99, Brett Rudd, the Scud, who got off to a great start. He's going to hold on for third from a fast-finishing 48, Matt Spratt. In fourth, Jeff Spencer. Top 5 finish for him, followed by Simon Usher, Glenn Collinson, the Coyote.
Yeah, it's a great race for Simon, to start first and hold on to 6th place. He'd be pretty happy with that.
Because every driver has their own individual sort of type inspiration for each race, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, yep.
So there's the
more
two.
Giving them the thumbs up.
Yeah, well done, mate. Good racing. Good camaraderie. Holden boys out in front. So we had a Ford yesterday and a Holden today. So what's the format for race 3 this afternoon?
So generally what they do is they'll put that was a reverse grid, and then they'll put the points together and
the fastest from the front.
And the fastest from the front in race 3, and it's a great way to do it. It's a fair system, and I think it gives everybody that chance to come through the field.
So I think you'll see the likes of Porter, Manuel, Spratt, Rudd, all charging from the get-go for race 3, which is time to go around about 2:25 later on this afternoon. Well, good on you both. You can go back and enjoy your coffee, mate, here at the cafe.
Thank you.
Great scene, isn't it? Beautiful scene.
It is. It's spectacular. I mean, look at that view. You know, hills in the background. This
is where you have your eggs Benny and the mochaccino and motor racing all at the same time, isn't it? Look at these guys on the deck chairs and all the sun umbrellas. Just sit back on the grass bank. Beautiful.
I'm just wondering where Tony's going to put the winery next.
Well, the golf course is going over the background, so it's a marvellous use of wasteland, isn't it? That's what they basically started off with. No one really wanted it, so now they've created this magnificent motor racing playground in the heart of central Otago in beautiful Cromwell. So good on you. That's Mike Lightfoot, a.k.a. Buzz Lightyear. When he was racing in the NZV8 Utes. And stick around, coming up next, the action continues on the track with the Mazda Pro 7s in the Nexen Tyre Series. Thank you, Jackie. Excellent. Right, the action continues on track here with the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship. Opening round of the Castrol Toyota Racing Series for 2019. Beautiful Central Otago and Cromwell, and of course Highlands Motorsport Park, the scene also of the Nexen Tyres Mazda Pro 7 Series, part of the South Island Championship, round 4 and 5 over the next 2 weekends.
Yeah, it's 4 and 5. Yeah, that's the one.
Yep. So we've got Bob Smith here from the team that won the race yesterday, number 53, Dylan Smith. Actually took a nice little photograph of the car with the engineer behind the thing. I'll stick that on Instagram later on this afternoon. You can follow me on Clint Brown 55. I've just started doing that stuff just to surprise my kids.
Yeah, good on you.
But it's all the motorsport. It's all about, the SpeedWorks events. So don't forget, get on social media, do some stuff, and show everyone what a great time you're having here at Highlands. And you guys got back up here towards the cafe later on yesterday afternoon, sitting back, watching the racing, having a few drinks. It's just magnificent setting, isn't it, mate?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, we came up here and had quite a few beers, probably too many, but it was good. And it's a great view from up here, and it's great for the public. But,
and you cruise back to your motorhomes and that sort of stuff, and do all your barbecue stuff while you're at the track and working on the cars?
Yeah, we're staying in the trailer at the track, so it's we don't have to go anywhere. We drink and drive, so
it's good. So it's all like a weekend away, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed. Yeah.
A working holiday for a lot of race teams. That's exactly what it is.
Well, it is. Yeah.
And then do you stay on and head down towards Invercargill or what?
No, I'm heading back because we're going to go back to race in Wellington and the mini sprints next weekend. So we've got a pretty full-on program for the next few weeks. We're going up to Hampton.
So when you say mini sprints, you're talking about what, Tamarua Speedway, are you?
Yeah, Tamarua, yeah.
So you're talking about getting sideways?
Yeah, that's
dirty,
the one.
dusty.
Yeah.
Like Cromwell will be racing around. I think the Speedway's back in action here next weekend.
That's right. Yeah, it is. Yeah, they've got a sprint car thing here next weekend.
Yeah, all grades.
Yeah. Yep.
Good racing, the sprint cars too, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yep. So
let's talk a bit about the gravel roads around Cromwell. Got that white sort of chip in it. You notice that?
Yeah. It's sort of a lot of rallying around this area, isn't it? Yeah. So we've got a reverse grid here for the top 10, all the for both classes. So
this is race 2. Mazda Pro 7 Series, the Pro 7 Plus and the RX-8s. So what's the point situation? I think Sam Wallace, one of the South Island boys, should be pretty happy dominating the RX-7 championship at the moment.
Yeah, the South Island RX-7. Sam Wallace has got 684 points after yesterday's race. Braden Phillips is in car 43. He's on 574 points. And then Simon Askin is car number 50. He's on 556 points. So there's fairly close for second and third. A bit of a gap between first and second, but they have a great time in those little series ones. They're great little cars, and they're well presented, and they've upgraded the motors slightly from when we used to race them. But
there is number 1 NZ towards the rear of the field. So the fastest guys are at the back?
That's right, from grid 10. Top 10's reversed. Yeah. Same with the Pro 7s and
the RX-8s as well?
Yeah, they're mixed grid, but they're top. As they finish, they reverse the top 10.
So it's almost you've got 3 classes in one here. You've got your Pro 7 Plus, you've got the RX-8s and then the RX-7s. And they've all got a chance to circulate because you've got 10 laps. So a couple of laps to get sort of settled in, dialed in,
yep.
See what the car's doing, see what the track's doing.
Yeah.
And then chance to make a real push.
That's right, yep.
And then a chance to bring it home.
The thing is with the Series 6s and the RX-8s, they're a mixed grid, but there's actually 2 classes within the ones, but they mix the grid up because they're so even. So, there's 2 championships in that front grid. So it's important not to get mixed up in someone else's championship coming through,
Here we go, racing this time, race number 2. Remember, it's also part of the opening round of a 2-round National Championship Series. One here in the South Island is 1, 2, 3, 4 wide down the front straight, heading in towards the bus stop. All the RX efforts, look at that.
Yeah.
They're away in racing. And, of course, the next round of the Nationals will be the mighty Manfield Circuit Chris Amon, as part of the New Zealand Grand Prix meeting. So a lot of prestige war running it a little bit wide, out of the bus stop over the ripples and around the southern loop for the first time for the Nexen Tyres Mazda Pro 7s. We'll work out who are the slowest guys at the front, who's got a chance to make their way back up through the field. So coming under the bridge for the first time.
Yeah, it's Jackson, I think. John Jackson, maybe in front, I think.
John Jackson, number 26, followed by Russell Burgess, Roger Bovink, Elton Wickman, Shane Paget back into racing. Had a pretty good result yesterday, didn't he, in that top 4?
Yes, he did. Yeah, he's happy. He's the first time in the class for about 11 years, so he was driving well and having a ball.
So they sweep around and towards the hairpin for the first time. Simon Baker, number 11. Number 1, Andrew Jackson. He's the current champ. 99, Brad McDonald had a bit of speed yesterday, and of course watch out for 53, Dylan Smith. Can he work his way through the field in the orange Battymobile? Up and over the bridge for the first time.
Yeah, they actually get airborne there. The back wheels come off the ground, and it's quite a bit of a leap there.
Yeah, the drivers love that. You say it's a bit of a mind check because suddenly you're up and over the bridge.
There's a spinner there. Someone's just drilled.
Oh, who's got turned around? 28.
Number 11's drilled 28, which is Elton Richmond's got turned around, unfortunately. And he's drilled by
Simon Baker.
Yeah.
Out of Paraparaumu.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it was a bit of a close one there.
Well, you're coming over Jed's hump there. That was put in when they were designing the track, and down to this little wee dip to a sort of tight, sort of hairpin type sort of corner, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah. And I suppose if they go over the hump, they could very well lose your braking.
It's been a really good passing opportunity so far in the previous races. The guys in the Utes picked it up. I noticed a lot of the TRS guys were locking up the front right with the braking.
Yeah.
Now they're sweeping around up towards...
3 wide there.
3 wide. Dylan's having a look down the inside. Brad McDonald and 11, I think it's Simon Baker. He's under all sorts of pressure here at the moment. So we'll pick up who's, I think Simon, Shane Paget's grabbed the lead. Looks like he's taken off.
Yeah, he'd be, if he gets in the groove, he'd be hard to catch, Shane. His car's quite a quick little car, and he's no fool.
Remember, they've got to come through from that rear of the grid, and then you'll see the likes of the RX-7s. Can number 1, Sam Wallace, work his way up through that field. 97, Roger Bovink. He's letting it fly at the moment. Down and towards the hairpin. So they sweep around. 10 laps. A couple to get yourself sorted in, get yourself dialed in, see what the car's doing, see what the track's doing, and see what the difference is from yesterday, because I think they would have really enjoyed the racing yesterday in the heat.
Yeah. With a bit cooler, the tyres work at different ways. But, so it'll be interesting to see over a longer race, because we had we lost 1 lap yesterday with a false start. So that was 3 wide coming down here. It's,
3 wide down Jed's up, but it doesn't work.
Yeah.
One of them's gone into the runoff right in front of all the fans on the grass bank.
That was Bradley. He just drilled Dylan off the track, so that won't be good for teammates. But he's recovered and got back going again.
Oh, okay. So out in front, Pageant, 22, Wilkinson, making a big move. Bovink, McDonald. Oh, McDonald, and he's just completely overshot the bus stop. And he's just lucky to bring it back up again under control as they whip round the southern loop. Completely lost his braking point then. Brad McDonald, 99, having a moment. Now they're all spreading out through the bus stop this time. Sam Wallace really putting the squeeze on another one of the RX-7 races. Is that Braden Phillips in front of him?
Yes, it is, yeah. So he'll be coming through from the back, Sam, so he's got a bit of work to do.
The 43 S-car, a camouflage mobile, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So Sam all around the back of him, through the S's. Now he's got a position as they come under the bridge to try and set up the pass around the carousel. Can he get that drive? He's going to go. Will he do it? Yeah, he's doing a Shane Van Gisbergen, and he fakes out wide, takes it down the inside. Hasn't quite got enough room. I think he shut the door, Braden Phillips.
Yeah, he had to back out of that one.
The Giz fake and then duck. I wonder how many guys are going to start doing that sort of stuff. And now Wallace really flying around the inside of the alien bend and down. Leighton Hart under brakes under the hairpin and uses all of that track and then runs completely wide off the grass under the litter. you can see why it's such a big wide hairpin, and sometimes then they just run too wide. They go late and dip under the brakes, and then all of a sudden he misses out.
So Shane Padnett's still holding off Wilkinson. Only there's nothing in it though. There's a bit of a gap back to the next three.
If you're screaming at the moment with the mighty rotaries, you'll see them streaming as well here on our YouTube service via the SpeedWorks team, and around the southern loop. Coming down, there's more action in front down by the lake. The RX7 guys pushing really hard. Back out in front, it's all on now between 43 Shane Padgett and 22 Keith Wilkinson. So you've got the RX7 Plus, and then of course you've got the RX8. A real battle in different machinery.
Yeah. There's a bit of a race going on down here for this corner. Dylan's having a dive down the inside of Bradley here. Looks like he might get the two of them, actually. That was a good move. Yeah, did.
So Dylan's made a move. He's worked his way through the carousel, so he's back into the racing at the moment. The two guys out in front, 43, down and towards the hairpin. This is where it all went wrong last time. They smoked it up. He's gone too wide. He's left it too late again. All that speed carrying into the hairpin, and they just overcooked the brakes. And they run wide, and now all of a sudden Dylan's up into second spot. Keith Wilkins says, "Booyah, thanks very much." It's rock and roll into the lead now. So that hairpin, it's such a great corner. It's so much room.
Safety car, so we've got a problem somewhere.
So 3 laps gone. The Mazda's all over the place at the moment, and the Lexus safety cars just come out, and number 14, he's just lost it. Guys, the recovery crews are back out there, so he's going to park that hopefully away from the rest of the track.
Well, that's going to bunch it up again, which makes it a whole new race, doesn't it, for the rest of the race?
Yeah, this guy, he's going backwards brilliantly. He can go any direction except forward, which is not when you want to be racing, is it?
No,
that's stunt driving, as our producer David Hedge was saying. So the Lexus safety car is got the field back under control. I wonder how many times we're going to see the Lexus safety car coming out today, because you never know with the changing conditions. A little bit that wind is picking up again today and sweeping that sort of dust across the track as well. I noticed some of the drivers, when you went offline a bit, you could bring a bit of that stuff onto the track and the V8s, and the people behind them were picking up sort of like less grip.
That's right. Yeah, you're getting a marbly sort of slippery situation. You've got to watch that because it comes up unexpected, you know. You can,
and then the problem the drivers is they're watching and they're waiting for it rather than actually focusing on the racing line.
Yeah, you can throw your mindset out of.
You become distracted, don't you? You're looking for trouble rather than just say, let's go racing and stay on the track. So beautiful scene here as you see at Cromwell. Mountains in the background. What a vista. Hope you're enjoying the action no matter where you are at the moment. If you're streaming live and watching us here at Cromwell, next time they have the racing here, come down and check it out live at the track. It's fantastic. World-class facilities and ever-changing conditions too.
So this has bunched the whole field up because the Series 1s have bunched up against the Pro 7 Pluses and that now. So it's going to make a bit more of a traffic jam. It'll make it harder for Sam to come through from the back.
So it'll be 5 laps when the safety car comes around at the end of this lap, and suddenly we're going to have a 5-lap sprint, and you've got all the fast guys at the front. You've got Keith Wilkinson in an RX-8, Dylan Smith in a Mazda Pro 7 Plus, Brad McDonald 99, Roger Bovink, so there's a 7 and an 8. So variety of technology and difference in cars, but all of the front guys have been at that pointy end of the field in the Nexen Tyres Mazda Pro 7 Series. Shane Padgett, he's coming back into the series, having a good time. And now, where's Mr. Wallace? Is he taking control of the RX-7s?
Yeah, no.
Or Braden Phillips is hanging on to it?
I'm just trying to look on the screen here. But,
Jeff Judd, number 17 or 36.
Yep.
Good to see him back out in the field. Good rally man from up in Canterbury.
So
so number 7.
Ben Tipley.
Ben Tipley
is leading Series 1.
Right, so lights are out on the Lexus safety car, so that'll duck into pit lane. Keith Wilkinson will control the restart. Dylan Smith has got to make sure he gets right up behind Keith and don't let him get away. And the rest of the field's got to really bunch up and follow him as well, otherwise Wilkinson can gap them from the get-go, and all of a sudden that 5-lap sprint is gone. But Dylan, he's got some speed, and he's really flying up against Wilkinson now as he charges straight down towards the outside line of the bus stop, but Wilkinson holds the inside line. Some of them have gone a bit wide there. They've missed their braking point. Swooping around the southern loop, that big never-ending bend. Keeps tightening, keeps tightening. Just keep on it. Down into the back straight coming up towards the S's. So the rest of the field sweeping around all safely through at the moment. RX-7s, the Series 1 cars, really putting the pressure on one of the RX-8s in front.
Yeah, they get mixed up, and then you come into a problem where the Series 1s haven't got quite the horsepower in a straight line, so they're very quick through the corners, and they catch up and then they lose it on the straights, so it makes it very hard to pass for them. But they're in a race of their own, so they'll be racing amongst each other.
So Keith Wilkinson at the moment up from Papakura. You got a racer from Rodney and another flyer from Wanganui. So as they coming out, heading up towards the S's. So it's the Mazda RX-8, the Mazda Pro 7 Plus of 53. Now up and over the bridge. See what Dylan can do here. Positions himself, because this has created some good passing opportunities, getting really tight, and then they've been able to duck down over Jed's dip.
A couple of go-kart races here, so they'll be won't scared to mix it. But yeah, Dylan's got just the nose inside there, but whether he can
just trying to get that drive around that pit lane straight, sweep it right round, and now
that's where the traction control comes in the RX-8 and against the limited slip diff. But
6 laps gone now. Oh, something's come off the back of Wilkinson's car as they went into the bus stop.
Yeah, what was that?
Something's come off the rear of the car there, and luckily it didn't cause any problems for Dylan. Didn't puncture a tyre, because that could have easily happened. So a good battle developing in the RX-7s as they swoop down into the bus stop. That's Braden Phillips, number 43. Looks like Sam Wallace has made a pass there and got up, and now putting the pressure on Ben Tipley. John Jackson falling back amongst those other drivers.
Yeah, Braden, but he leased that car for the weekend off Wade Henshaw, because he had an engine failure during the week, and but he said that car, I think his times are 2 seconds a lap faster in that car than what he was in his original one, so he's probably done himself a favour there for the championship.
So number 7, Ben Tipley, he's doing a good job, and then holding off number 1, which is Sam Wallace, NZ1. So that's the battle between the RX-7s.
So
Ben Tiplady. Now what's can Sam do? Take advantage of that big hairpin. He ducks down the inside, but this time, unlike some of the other drivers, he gets the speed. But Ben was awake to that move, and now he's going to try and do the crisscross. Now it's a dead set drag race up the straight. Who's going to hold on to it?
It's like Sam might just have the advantage, I think.
Duck through, up and over the bridge, and he's just made it stick. Well done. Held on to it, didn't he? So he stuck it right down there. Down through Jed's hump. Round through into the hairpin. 1:53.0. The quickest man out in front, Keith Wilkinson, still holding on.
Yeah, they've gapped Bradley and Andrew, but they had a race amongst themselves, those two, Dylan and Keith, yesterday. It was
so Sam Wallace has got that pass. He's done a great move now. Good racing there, taking advantage of those beautiful track conditions around there. You come round that hairpin and then really setting it up and over and using that speed towards the bridge. 7 laps gone, 153 flat. Keith Wilkinson 22. Dylan Smith right up behind him. Now a battle between Andrew Jackson's made up a bit of a move to number 1. The national champion, the RX8s. He's doing a 154 flat, 154.4 for Brad McDonald. Dylan's doing a 153.3. That's number 53 of the orange Mazda. And can Andrew Jackson make a move on Brad McDonald here out of Wanganui? And there's our man. He's still backed up, parked back, out of harm's way, which is great. Brought out the safety car early on today.
Yeah, Andrew's really putting the pressure on Bradley here. It's he'll be keen to get past.
Down and over the bridge. Yeah. He goes out wide. He's going to set him up. Hopefully he might do a little fake here and try and duck down the inside of Jed's hump. No. Brad McDonald shuts that door. Lets it flow. Now it's all about the drive out of that corner, then the speed around the pit lane straight.
Yeah, Bradley did a lot of Formula Ford racing, Formula V racing for years, and he was a good competitive little man in that. And he's certainly got good skills when it comes to racecraft. He'd be well aware of the bit of.
Andrew having a real look as they charge through the bus stop down towards that southern loop. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th in the race. There's your 2 leaders. Wilkinson holding off Dylan Smith, doing a good job. Sam Wallace has got the battle of the RX7s under control at this stage. Real good scrap here, though. Andrew Jackson, being one of our commentators in the PA at the last round at Pukekohe. He actually really enjoyed it, and you can see from talking about racing and watching the other guys what they were doing, he reckoned it helped Brett kill it. Brett came back and just absolutely nailed everyone at Pukekohe.
Yeah, he was extremely fast, and but Brett was in the SS2000s for years, and his Batty, and he's a crafty driver as well.
So we'll see what Andrew Jackson can do here. He'll be talking to himself here, trying to talk himself into actually letting it flow, picking the right place to make the pass. Although I've got to say that Brad McDonald looks like he's just gapped him a little bit here, hasn't he?
Yeah, he seems to have it just under control enough to keep Brad at bay, but keep Andrew at bay. But
out on the front. And Dylan Smith down the inside, coming off the bridge. He's forced Miss Wilkinson into going wide, and he's grabbed the lead. Great drive, good pass. Oh, good skills down over Jed's hump. And he's nailed that inside line. He let it flow, and just that was really fluid. That was overarching, as we would say. There's your buzzwords for the weekend. Yeah, well, and he nailed it.
To outbrake the ABS car, it's pretty good. And
he had that speed going into up and over the bridge. So last lap, great stuff. Picked the right time, but now can he hold on to the lead? Down to the bus stop. 53, Dylan Smith out of Orewa. Trying to go back-to-back. Keith Wilkinson, 22. He'll be slightly annoyed.
Yeah.
No. He'll be cursing himself.
He would have thought he had that in the bag.
Yeah, I'm not there, no. Yeah. How'd you do that?
He was helped by, Dylan's been helped by the safety car there. That certainly got him back up there. But here we go, the RX Series 1s, they're still...
Sam Wallace has got that under control, but Braden Phillips and Ben Tiplady are having a good battle for their place on the podium. Under the bridge for the last time. Dylan Smith around the carousel. He'll just get into the groove here, and now, if he's smart, he just gets onto that ultimate racing line. Don't worry too much about being defensive, and just let the car do its own thing as he lets it flow around that beautiful alien bend down back into the forest. Big, wide, plenty of tarmac around the hairpin, but we've seen some drivers overcook their brakes. But look, he's got that beautiful line, all the drive out of it. Now it's where he had that real speed in the last lap, up and over the hill, and he nailed that pass.
Yeah, he did set him up very good.
Right through there, the ripples, and picked that inside line.
There we go, over the bridge again.
Now it's smooth and fast around the lake for the last time. 53, Dylan Smith. And Bob Smith's our co-commentator on the PA here today. The man who gave that car a bit of a tweak over Christmas. And it's worked a treat because Dylan Smith's going to race through the field and go back-to-back in the mighty Mazdas and win 2 races in a row at Highlands Motorsport Park. in the Nexen Tyres Mazda Pro 7 Series, the South Island Championship, the National Championships, and that's a great win for number 53, Dylan Smith.
Bradley's got a good third there.
Keith Wilkinson in second. Brad McDonald from Wanganui in third. And here's number 1, Paul Wallace European. That's Sam. That's Sam's old man. And he's doing a really good job of dominating this championship around the South Island. And is Series 1 RX7. And he's going to bring home that field, closely followed by 43, Braden Phillips. And then Ben Titlady in the number 7, the Blue Mazda.
Where did Juddy get? His transponder packed up yesterday, so he didn't come up in the results. But
so we'll look out for number 36, Jeff Judd, at the top 15.
Yeah, here he is. He's behind Andrew John Jackson. So Ben Tipley. So Juddy's third. So he got fourth yesterday, I think. So, but his timer packed up.
So what's your format for race 3 for the Masters this afternoon? Over 8 laps.
Same as the Utes. It's a combination of the points over the first 2 races, and then the highest points off the front, I should say. And,
highest points and the fastest off the front.
So it'll be pretty much Dylan off the front and
Keith Wilkinson.
Be second, and then Bradley third, I would think.
So that battle we just enjoyed then, we can continue to enjoy later on this afternoon.
Yeah.
If it rains, what are they like in the wet?
Yeah, we run a dot-rated Nixon tyre, and we've got a brand new set we keep for wets, but we're basically running slicks as much as we can when we get the tyres down right on the limits. There's a limit of 1.5 millimetre you're allowed on the main primary grooves. So if you get checked with it lower than that, then you get thrown out. But the tyres, Dylan prefers the slicker tyre than the full treaded tyre. They were buying new tyres and putting new tyres on for every meeting. That we found that it was better with the.
And once they changed to the sponsorship from Nexen, they thought they were getting a lot better tyre wear and tyre reliability and wear and tear.
Yeah, we've gone from up to a 45 series tyre, which is slightly higher profile. So it's changed the gearing in the cars a little bit too from when we ran the Toyos, and they're slightly better racing compound, I think, and the lap times have been thrashed.
So faster lap times, longer lifetimes, so that's all good.
Yeah.
Certain tracks are hard on certain areas of the car. Yesterday you told us this is fairly neutral.
Yep.
What's it like on tyre wear?
The tyre wear is pretty good in the cars. They're not hard on tyres because they weigh 1,125 kgs is the minimum weight we've got to come in at. So they're not a heavy car, and they're good on brakes too. Like we run the Hawk Blue brake pads racing brake pads on the front with standard rotors, and the brake life is good on them. So
and the configuration of this track, if you race around Pukekohe, it's all the pressure's on the outside left of your tyre, aren't you? And it's a power circuit, so all that pressure's on your left rear and your left front. Here though, it's you're all around the place, aren't you?
Yeah. The tyres are coming in quite even. You don't get the big build up on the left front tyres and left rears like you do in Pukekohe.
Because you go around the first one, it's all on the left, and then the second one, it's all on the right.
Yeah.
So it sort of balances it up, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
All right, well, good on you, Bob Smith. Thanks very much. That's the team from the Nexen Tyres Mazda Pro 7 Series, rounds 4 and 5 of the South Island Championship, the opening round of the National Championships. And the Mighty Mazdas, those roaring rotaries will be back with race 3 around about just before 3 o'clock later on this afternoon. But stick around. Action continues trackside here at Cromwell, Highlands Motorsport Park. And next up, it's going to be the second race of the weekend over 10 laps for the Toyota 86 Championship. Right, just taking a look at the long-range weather forecast and the shots. There was a predicted weather change for later on today, and we're just having a look down the mountains further away behind the racetrack, and it's looking like it's changing. And Bob McMurray joins us.
Is that an official weather forecast? Sounds about as much rubbish as I hear on TV1.
That was high-tech, wasn't it?
Yeah, the weather is changing. Yeah, we're going to get weather today. Yeah.
We're just having a look to see which way it's coming from. Right, racing back on the track. Toyota 86s, race 2. Fantastic, tight racing yesterday. 10 laps to sort it all out today. The Corvette boys, Callum Hedge, he laid down the gauntlet. And the rest of the pack, all the Connors, all the 86s, as they swoop around that southern loop once again. Great shots and more close, tight racing straight away.
There's going to be one guy very, very keen to get up in front. There's Jaden Ransley, who sadly had a puncture while he was in the lead yesterday. Slow puncture, but in the end he had to come into the pits, get it fixed. So he will be starting actually from pole position, well, front row anyway, today. Next to Callum Hedge on the front row. So Jaden Ransley will be very keen to make up those points. He really will, because like any championship, points are very, very important. And at the moment, Callum Hedge has got a bit of a lead on the championship. Not sure how many it is, but it must be about 30, 40 points at the moment on the rest of them.
So as you can see there, a little bit of number 17. He's got the wipers on. Oh, bit twitchy as they swoop down towards the hairpin.
That's interesting, having the wipers on. Is that just a flick of the wrist that wasn't supposed to be there, or is there a bit of drizzle over there? I can't see.
No, we talked a bit about those shots of the weather changing further in the background. So what time is it now? 11:30. They reckon around about this afternoon. Looks like chances of some rain coming and then potential hail. You can see in the background there in the mountains, there is some stuff coming our way. So Corvette cars laying down the challenge here in the 86 Championship. Whoa, too wide. Jordan Baldwin.
Underneath
84,
Peter Vodanovic. Again, Peter Vodanovic. He gets bashed and battered about. Sometimes he really does.
So they're swooping around pit lane again now to finish that opening lap.
Callum Hedge has taken the lead again from Jaden Ransley, Aaron Crichton, Jordan Baldwin now in 4th, Peter Vodanovic in 5th, 6th, Connor Adams, 7th, number 10, Brock Gilchrist, then 8th, Justin Allen, 9th, Campbell Stewart, 10th, Connor Davison, 11th, Jacob Cranston, 12th, Sam Wright, 13, Leo Bolt, and then 14, Mitch Hughes, and Caleb Nartoa has had a nightmare of a meeting so far. I'm not sure if he's still got the miss, because he had an engine miss the first time out in the car, and it's probably electrical, and you know what an electrical problem is, you can never find it until it goes wrong. So clearly he's having a bit of a problem there, because he's not made any real progress at all.
And the problem with electrical stuff is that you've probably got to rip the whole the stuff apart. You don't find out until after the actual race.
Exactly.
Good race out in front with the leaders. Number 17, Callum Hedge, currently leads the series. Remember, only 15 points between Hedge and Jaden Ransley at the start of this series. The third round of the Toyota 86 Championship. Ransley got off to a great start yesterday. He had to fall back through the field because of that puncture. And straight away, Hedge has grabbed the lead in race 2, but under pressure from 53 Jaden Ransley, and then Callum Hedge's teammate, the 18 car, the Corvette's car, Aaron Crichton. He's under pressure from Jordan Baldwin. So 2 of the young stars under pressure from 2 of the guys who've raced in the series before.
Jaden Ransley is looking all over the back of Callum Hedges' car. They both got the lights on, which obviously must make them go faster, because that's what fast cars do, put the headlights on. But look at Callum Hedges, he's just going to be able to put that car exactly where Jaden Ransley needs to be. So Jaden's got to think of something here, think of something different.
Some nice passing further back down the field, the likes of 97 Campbell Stewart up against 95 Connor Davidson, taking a chance to dip down through the lane there and make the pass. So as they sweep onto that pit straight, so that was good skills, good racing.
Yeah, there's some very good racing in this series. There really is. I guess you get a lot of that sort of thing in all one-make series, where everybody's on the same playing field, the level ground, and it really is between the driver and the engineer to sort the thing out and sort the way things are going. But clearly this is very much a transitional formula for some people. They're doing this before they go on to the Castrol Toyota Racing Series. Some of them have got great dreams to do that as well. But clearly Callum Hedge is just looking. Jaden Ransley's inside, outside, round the back. Let's go try this way. He's just trying to put Callum Hedge off a little bit, but Callum, as we've seen this so far this year, is not easily put off.
Talking about transition, it is starting to rain here trackside at Highlands Motorsport Park. Just a bit of light drizzle sweeping across the track. You can see some of them had the headlights on and also the windscreen wipers on. You can just see a little bit of drizzle just starting to sweep around. The umbrellas, they're all starting to go up.
These guys are level at the moment. Jaden Ransley just got a good traction out of the corner. Just leapt up the inside of Callum Hedge. Now, Callum, you know, I just think he might have been thinking, okay, you want to do this, you go. I'm just going to follow you until later on in the race, and then I'll come back at you. Because I've seen him do it before. I'm not sure if he does it consciously, but I think he's a very intelligent race driver. Now he's coming
and that's
straight
exactly
underneath.
What he's done. Ransley got the pass.
He's pushed Ransley off a little bit. Ransley's now got a bit of dirt on the outside of his tyres. He's going to be very susceptible to Aaron Crichton unless he can clean those tyres up and keep the momentum up.
And the last thing he wants is another puncture.
Exactly that, yeah. And we talk about momentum in these cars. It is very important because they're not huge, you know, they're not 10-litre V8s or anything like that. They are a very efficient, very good, very raceable engine, but you've got to keep momentum going. If you lose it, well, look what happens. He's lost maybe 2-3 car lengths at least on Callum Hedge, and he's fallen right into the open arms of Aaron Crichton, who's now going to try and get him back.
Great little wee racing car. Justin Allen, 99, and the yellow car out of Fielding. He's all over the back of number 10, Gilchrist, and the Nexus Logistics car. Post-haste number 9 in front of that is Connor Adam. Started really well in the series in the opening round of Pukekohe in the supercars, but hasn't really had that same level of speed since then. Good battle continuing out in front. They're really starting to close up as they sweep out of the carousel and head down towards the hairpin. This is where Hedge and Ransley had a great battle coming out of here last time, and who's going to make a move as they duck down the inside?
Very close, all four, aren't they? Very close into Baldwin going
pitching
underneath
on
Crichton. Oh, look at the bump and a few speed stripes on those two cars now. But they're both fighting for position, and yeah, Baldwin's got it. Nicely done there.
And you get your speed along that back straight, up and through the ripples, right up and over to the bridge. And there's been some good passing opportunities.
There has, but Baldwin, if you notice there, when he went into the corner just a bit too quick, and he lost a bit of ground, a lost of the momentum we're talking about again. So he might have. Has he lost the position then? No.
Crichton's had another look coming down Jed's hump. And this is where they made that pass last time. So you can get some real good flow over the bridge, around the lake and down Jed's hump into that tight left-hand hairpin before you sweep back onto the straight here in front of pit lane.
And I guess the track might just be getting a little bit greasy as well now. If it's just a little bit of drizzle, there's you can't see any water on the track yet, but I would imagine if the track isn't very warm, which it's not, and a bit of drizzle comes on there with all the rubber we've had over the last 2-3 days in hot, dry weather, it's going to get a bit slippery.
Yeah, it's going to get a little bit slippy and greasy on top, so really starting to change with the track conditions here. The temperature is cooler. So we've got 5 laps out of 10, 86s. The driving's been good, though, because if you look at the young kids and what they're doing and how they're handling these changing conditions, a little bit of rubbing and racing, which is great. They're giving each other respect and racing room as well. Great battle out in front, continuing since lap 1.
Aaron Crichton fallen back behind Peter Vodanovic now, but I think the way he's treating the Vodanovic car in front, he's quite keen to get past that. And look at Ransley here. He's actually, I think he might have actually come very close to giving a bit of a love tap on the back of Callum Hedge's car then.
Callum Hedge he'll take the defensive inside line into that hairpin, lets it flow around.
They're just a little bit unstable under braking, aren't they, which can only be the drizzle, I reckon, affecting the track, because wipers are on pretty much all the cars now.
And look at that, a big line of 86s down the straight coming up and over the bridge. Who's going to make the move here? How will they position themselves for that swoop around the lake? And then down Jed's hump and into that little wee tight hairpin. Can they position themselves to make a little passing move down there? Hedge has got a nice little wee gap here. Ransley deep and hard under brakes. Now they get the drive out of the corner. Everyone's smooth and fast. Justin Allen, number 99, he's found some speed this weekend coming out of the Masters, so he's looking good in the Battery Town car out of Fielding, moving up into the top 7. Hedge, Ransley, Baldwin, Vidanovic, Crichton, Adam, Allen, Gilchrist, Davison, Stewart. That's your top 10 at the moment. And a couple of little wee battle packs, 2, 2, 2 and 2, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And it's it's just a bit of a worry looking at these front guys. They are getting very racy now. You just got to, it sounds a really stupid thing to say, but you got to keep it on the black stuff. If you just lose momentum, go off onto the gravel or up a curb or something like that, you're going to fall straight back into the guy behind.
Interesting to watch number 99, the Battery Town, the yellow 86 here from Fielding, Justin Allen, who was the Mazda Pro 7 champion. He came out of that series. He was absolutely quick in the Mazdas. And just talking to him this week, he said about the difference between this and this car. It was all about you had to stand on it and then hit the brakes and hit the power as well. So just different driving styles.
You can see Ransley now is actually driving just marginally offline a little bit to, I guess, two things: to keep grip a little bit on bits of the road that haven't been used necessarily over the weekend so far. So there's a bit of rubble out there and there's a bit more grip. It's called the go-kart line or the karting line to go offline. And also he's probably trying to make Hedge look in his mirrors a little bit more. That was a bit offline there.
There's Justin Allen. He's done that. Let it go hard under the brakes. Stand on it. Now boot it. That's that change in driving, and he's got that chance to take Connor Adam down the straight, up and over the hill. Can he hold on to it? He's going to squeeze it through and make the pass stick. Good driving in the slippery conditions here at Highlands Motorsport Park. So he picks up a spot. Yeah, he's really just getting to the difference between the Mazda and the Toyota, and now he's just being more aggressive with the car because he knows it's underpowered and overbraked, so he's just starting to drive it hard.
There's a way of driving them, and if you're used to driving one make of car, it takes a while. You're all race drivers, or they're all race drivers, and they're all very good at what they do, but it just takes time to get your bum in the seat, and he's consistently improved over his time in that seat.
154.5 was Justin Allen, the leader. 154.1 Callum Hedge. 153.8 Jaden Ransley, the quickest on the track so far. Baldwin's done a 154 flat. Vidanovic a 154.2. But at the moment, it's still Callum Hedge. He's got just a half a second, a split second lead, enough to break the slipstream from Jaden Ransley.
And it's enough to actually make a gap in between them. So Ransley, if there was any benefit to slipstream, is probably just out of that slipstream now, out of the tow. So he's Callum Hedge has kind of driven away a little bit from him, 0.508 of a second ahead of Ransley. I'm quite sure that Ransley's not done with his attempts to get past it though.
Good racing here at the moment. Race 2, Toyota 86 Championship, just a bit of light drizzle, adding to a little bit of the confusion out there on the track. And the man on the move at the moment in this race is 99. Come in, Justin Allen from Fielding in the Battery Town 86. Down the inside of the hairpin, down the back straight.
That's a brave move,
Aaron Crichton's going to do the crisscross. Who's got the drive, sliding it onto that straight. And he's made it stick, so he's now picked up another spot.
Aaron Crichton will have had a drive out of that corner just by going up on the curb and losing a bit of that momentum I keep bitching on about. Yeah, look at that. He just loses the momentum coming out of the corner. Aaron Crichton keeps it on the black stuff and keeps the toe down. So, yeah, but Justin Allen looks as if he's willing to try just about any part of the track at the moment to do it. And Callum Hedge, meanwhile, is still about half a second ahead of Jaden Ransley. We've lost two guys at the back of the field. Caleb Nato has finally given in and gone into the pits a couple of laps ago. And Mitch Hughes was in a bit of trouble. I think he's 2 laps down now.
So 7 laps gone. Good, close, exciting racing at the moment. It's still Hedge and Ransley having a battle out in front. Baldwin and Vidanovic for a place on the podium. And then Crichton and Allen. So 3 battle groups. 2 for the lead, 2 for a place at the podium, and 2 in that top 5 at the moment. And little wee scraps all around the field at the moment. So great driving, giving each other plenty of racing room, lots of respect at the moment. All circulating around about the 154s. 2 drivers, Crichton a 153.7 and Ransley a 153.8.
Is Ransley just creeping a little bit closer again to Callum Hedge, just 0.2 of a second behind him now. So maybe he's just taken a bit of a breather for a lap and got everything organised, got the brain in gear again, and he's going to come back at him. So we could expect a pretty fraught last 2 laps here because Jaden really desperately needs to get a lot of points. Wow, Justin Allen just giving it the sideways drift there. That was a lovely hold on.
Ransley having a look down at the hairpin. Baldwin still out of the clutches of Vodanovic, getting closer. Justin Allen really starting to push, and the rest of the field right behind them as he gets up behind Aaron Crichton, who's got the drive along that back straight up towards the bridge.
It looks like an angry little pack there, doesn't it? They're all over the place.
Down over the bridge, around the lake. Good driving here by the young stars in these cool cars, the Toyota 86s, 2 litres, plenty of brakes. Not a huge amount of horsepower, around about 147 kilowatts.
No, Clint. You can't talk about kilowatts when it's a race car. It's horsepower.
Oh, he's got past Justin Allen. He's made the move. He's got it sticked against Aaron Crichton, coming over the bridge.
And look at Ransley now, right up behind Callum Hedge. Yeah, it's definitely horsepower. It's not kilowatts in racing cars. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just saying that to wind you up, Bob.
And you do.
And these boys are really wound up as they scorch through the bus stop, round the southern loop. Just a couple of laps to go. So now it's the late charge and a little bit more drizzle.
Yes, definitely. You were right in your prediction. There will be weather.
There will be weather. But what sort of weather? Because they did talk about hail.
Oh, okay.
We don't want that.
No. But what we do want is these two to just keep it on the black stuff. Look, it's good, really good racing between them. They are at their absolute limit in these cars, just keeping it nice and clean. Ransley is he going to touch Callum just to let him know he's there, just in case he had forgotten?
It's a good Auckland-Canterbury battle too, North Island, South Island. 17, the young teenager out of Auckland, Callum Hedge, and you've got Jaden Ransley out of Christchurch. You've got Neil Motorsport, you've got the Care Vets car, so you've got really good race teams, good young drivers, plenty of backing, some nervous parents.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Some good parents. There's some really good families race in this series. And they're all obviously very keen. Callum Hedge just letting it get away at the front a little bit there under braking, got a bit of a wiggle on. And now if he goes wide, Ransley will be up at the alongside of him. But no, I think he's just going to try and touch the back.
Now it's all about positioning yourself, and do you be big and bold over the bridge. Try and dip down the inside and set up a pass around the lake, or coming over Jed's hump here, around by the lake. What's he going to do? Hedge has got that good racing line. What's Ransley's right in behind? They come over Jed's hump. He's going to try and go out wide, but Callum will have that covered.
Yeah, Callum's just going to block the racing line wherever it is. He's really got sensible on him. But Ransley was just trying to come on the outside there. It's probably not going to work into a right-hand turn, but he's got some momentum there. Look, he's still with him, but no, the inside lane takes precedence always.
So last lap board is out. Hedge, Ransley, Baldwin, Vodanovic, Allen, Crichton, Adam, Davison, Cranston, Gilchrist. That's your top 10. Great battle in front. Last time through the bus stop. Letting it right over the ripples.
Just touching the curbs as well. I mean, obviously wet curbs don't do anybody any good. They're very slippery. And that could be the end of your race, but no, they're going to stick on there. It's almost like a dry line out there, isn't it? I'm not sure if it's still raining that bad out the back of the track. But
parts of the track will be different, won't
Ransley
they?
again looking the wrong side of the track. He's just trying to put Callum Hedge off a little bit, I think. He's trying to make Callum take a defensive line. Oh, I'll just tap him.
A little bit of a tap as they come under the bridge now. Who's going to have the inside line? Hedge moving right over for the defensive line into the carousel. Now, can Ransley duck round and get some drive? But he's got to be careful, because when you whip around to the sting here... Oh, he's ducked down the inside of the sting.
Yeah, that was clever, but he's not far enough up. Is he far enough up?
He
could be, but no, he's got the wrong side of the track again now.
Round the alien curve, but they can do plenty of whatever they want to do around the hairpin, because it's a big, wide, fat part of the track. You can duck down the inside line or go wide and try and do a crisscross. Baldwin under pressure from Vodanovic for third and fourth. Looks like Justin Allen's got the top 5 finish wrapped up, and his really improved drive for the weekend. But it's still Hedge, the man who's first in the championship. Ransley's third in the championship. This will move Jaden Ransley. Well, after the result yesterday, he'll be determined to get some points to get back into that
Just
second
looking-
spot on the championship as they nudge each other coming around the lake.
This is his last chance, really, but Callum once again is right on the racing line, just blocking it. Thank you very much. You can, if you want to go around, you go around the outside, and that's not going to work. Or you can touch me.
Drifting. Here they are. They're going to take it right down to the checkered flag. Good skills, great racing. Tight at the top and fast at the top. And Callum Hedge, down to the line, holds off.
Just by a car length.
Jaden Ransley, Jordan Baldwin coming home, number 23 for third. Peter Vananovich will be fourth. Justin Allen, a great drive, the big improver in the field in 99, getting a top 5 finish. 18, Aaron Crichton in the other Corvette's car with the leopard spots. 9, Daniel Connor Adam in 7th. Connor Davidson, the 2 Connors in 8th, and Jacob Cranston 9th, Brock Gilchrist 10, Campbell Stewart 11th, Leo Bolt, Sam Wright, Mitch Hughes and Caleb Natar. So, got to say, Callum Hedge, 17, proving that he is one of the young rising stars.
Look at the side of his car, incidentally, on that shot, Clint. I wonder where he got that little tyre rub from.
Yeah, that's a good sign, isn't it?
That was close racing.
And a good sign this weekend. We're seeing a lot of young emerging talent from Liam Lawson coming out of the formulas into the TRSs. You've got Callum Hedge following that similar sort of footpath out of Formula 1600, Formula Ford and into the tin top. So, you know, it's a really encouraging weekend, mate, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is a good weekend for Kiwi drivers so far, obviously. But, you know, don't forget in the Toyota Racing Series there's a whole bunch of international drivers that have only just got really comfortable in the car. They've only just got comfortable with the track and the way things work here. And a lot of them arrive with a sort of a holiday mentality. By the time today's over, that mentality of holiday is gone and they suddenly realise they're in a real fight. And the same thing applies to the 86 crews. Although we've been racing 86s since the supercar events in November in Pukekohe, this is the third event of the season for the 86s. They're still finding out about the cars. These are young cars like Justin Allen. He's still finding out about the car, how it works, and some of the younger drivers are as well, because this would be the first time they've driven a car properly in racing at all. I mean, apart from karting. So, it takes a while to get used to everything, but certainly we've got a very exciting field there in both the Toyota Racing Series and the TR86 Series.
And now they have to contend with some changing weather conditions too, which are going to be very interesting for TRS later on this afternoon.
Great. All right. Well, thanks, Clint. I'll be back, as they say.
Yes, Bob McMurray. He will have a wander along pit lane, have a chat with some of those drivers, and come back with all the goss.
Good job, boys. Nice.
And next up on the track, the B&T V8s.
pick some up for you, Mr. Brown. No problem.
Have a listen now. Trackside here at Highlands Motorsport Park, and conditions changing as the field come out for the second race of the weekend for the B&T V8s over 12 laps. 85, Jack Smith, the Gold Coast driver. from Australia, absolutely tore the field apart yesterday by about 10-12 seconds. He had that car on rails. So they're just getting a bit of heat into these tyres, and they'll regroup for a rolling start. Plenty of challenging conditions for the drivers. Not quite wet at the moment, I think, for wets. Most of them should be on slicks. They've got the stack of the tyres ready to go. Normally with the V8s, in years gone by, the V8s would be a rain radar. As soon as the V8s come on track, it would absolutely pour down. So it would always be the guessing game between the officials, declaring it a wet track, dry track, and then the V8 would come out on the track and they'd have to all go back into the pits and make a last minute change. But at the moment, it's just a slightly greasy, drizzly track. So plenty of challenges for the field. Jack Smith currently leading the championship and doing a great job after the 2 rounds, the supercars, and also at Pukekohe of the opening round of the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship. And here we are back at Highlands, and plenty of challenges for the teams. Lots of work rebuilding cars. Jack Smith actually had a big prang in practice, and you'll see on the driver's side door there's quite a few dents and ripples on that car, but you wouldn't know because the car was an absolute flyer yesterday in the opening race. So he's all dialed up. Remember, one of the things they're racing for if you pick up a program and you come through the gates here for only $5 is the Jason Richards Memorial Trophy that will be awarded to the winner and the driver that currently leads the series after Teretonga next weekend. So perhaps you could say that these conditions are just getting everyone ready for Teretonga next weekend. But you never know what you're going to get down there either. So it's Smith and Brenton Grove. 2 Australians on the front of the field, one on a Holden, 85. Number 10, the black Camry from the Tony Richards team from Toyota out of Thames. Brenton Grove has got his father's engineer and his race engineer out of the Dunlop Super 2 category, Peter Osborne, over for the weekend, and has been going through the setup of the car. They made a few adjustments and a few tweaks, and he suddenly found a bit of that consistency and speed that he needs to get back into the race in the championship. Behind them, Ross and Chelsea Herbert. Brad Lathrope having a good weekend so far on the 73 ITM, Dale ITM car. And then 51 Rod Wallace in the ex-Greg Murphy Super Tourer. 12 laps, green lights are on, we're about to go racing. And Brenton Grove has got off to an absolute flyer, and number 10, the Camry, leaps in front of his Aussie teammate, Jack Smith. Not actually a teammate, but his compatriot, as they swoop around the Southern Loop for the first time. Class 1 cars, Class 2 battle is between 77 Matt Projeski out of Inglewood and Taranaki up against 11 Justin Ashwell and 17 Braden Phillips, having a crack in the V8s, switching out of the Mazda, so doing double duty this weekend. We'll pick up some of the cars. So Brenton Grove. Whoa, oh, big turned around. Nick Ross, 007. Through the S's, just a slight tap, but he's buried into the kitty litter. That could bring out the safety car as they swoop around into the carousel. 2 or 3 wide going around the Sting, which is off camber. And what a weekend. Nick Ross has been talking about it's been slippy and grippy, and he's on wets, as we're just hearing through from our producer DT. He's just been complaining. They had to put a motor in that car. They dropped the motor and they put a new one in overnight on Friday. Got it back onto the pace yesterday, but just talking to Nick today, he just said just been struggling to find grip. Been chasing grip all weekend, and wouldn't you know it, first race, not too bad. And second race, here we are, into the S's, no grip. And he's parked it in the beach. Yeah, he's got the wets on, the Dunlop wets. So cold tyres, opening lap. Possibly the reason why he couldn't get enough grip into those wets. So this is driver's choice here at the moment. As the Lexus safety car coming out on track, being driven by the likes of Chris Pither in lunchtime, with some corporate guests from Toyota and Lexus. Also Nick Cassidy as well. So we'll take a look at the replay if you're streaming live at the moment. Great to have you with us here at Highlands Motorsport Park. What a great shot with the tree in the foreground there. as they swoop around. Oh, just getting it wide, and it was all done by himself. He's done a Lance Hughes. Lance Hughes did that yesterday in the opening race. Ran out of talent, ran out of grip, parked it on the beach. Lance Hughes, number 84, he said they've had a little sensor problem with that particular car, the Holden. And 50, the green machine of Matt Tubbs, number 42, they've actually found that they were 50% down on horsepower, only had about 50% throttle. So they stripped that car apart last night. Had a puncture during one of the races yesterday and a bit of an issue during the SpeedWorks rush hour. There's a bit of a love tap, so some flapping bumper there for number 10, Brenton Grove, and the Tiger Building System Toyota Camry, the 5-litre V8. So tyre pressures, cold tyres, first lap, no grip. And that's the reason why we've got a safety car at the moment. So this will give them a chance to actually get some temperature into those tyres. And remember, a cooling track here at the moment, so that's another one of the challenges the drivers have to contend with. We'll have full coverage coming up on CRC Motorsport on TV3. Number 73, the Dale ITM Ford Falcon of Brad Lathrope. He'll be doing the talk about tyre pressures and what effect that can have on your race, whether you set it up for the car to start fast or you set it up for the tyres to actually come on towards the end of the race. That's with our Gold Tech talk. And also Gary Lathrope from the BNT V8s. Nick Ross, who's on the board, along with Lance Hughes, about the new generation cars. If you go onto the website or have a look in the program, details about some very exciting developments coming up for next year in 2019. Ford Mustangs, Chevrolet Camaros, Dodge Challengers, all built by the team of Mitchell Motorsport out of Hamilton. And the two-door big Aussie cars are going to be replaced by those two-door big American cars. Well, the four-door Aussie cars replaced by the Mustangs, Camaros, Dodge Challengers for the Gen 2 cars coming up in the future. So exciting developments to watch out for and enjoy here trackside in the very popular BNT V8s. So once again, they're going to just regroup. Lexus safety car, still got the flashing lights on. Once those lights go out, you know that they're getting ready to race. Then it's going to be up to Brenton Grove to control the restart. Jack Smith just sitting in behind in second. Probably have one more lap and then they'll get the cars ready to regroup for another rolling start and another restart here. Just went outside before and just light drizzle. See a few of the fans here at the cafe enjoying the southern sushi, which of course is the Cromwell version of the Teretonga Tasty, the old cheese roll. So if you want to get one of those, they are absolutely fantastic. The southern sushi, because next week it's all about the Teretonga Tasties down at Invercargill, and they've got a Cromwell version. We have to get Jonathan Green to try from Austin, Texas. It's all about good old Kiwi cheese. Right, where's that Lexus safety car? Nick Ross is back on the track. Got a bit of the old kitty litter cleared away from underneath the 007 Nissan Altima. And he's going to charge around the track and try and regroup the rest of the field to get set for another restart. So 2 laps, 1 lap racing, 1 lap under the safety car. Brenton Grove's rear is still flapping around. That'll probably just fall off halfway through. Shouldn't cause too many problems. Brad Lathrope, 73, had a really good performance yesterday at Leach Motorsport. Damon Leach and co working on the car. Completely changed the setup of the pedal box. Just the positioning of your accelerator, your brake and all that has just made a huge help. Giles Motorsport, they've had a little tweak of that as well. So it's given him the confidence just to get smooth and fast, and just having a chat with the sponsor too, Martin Day from Dale ITM, who's been racing around in the course car as well over the weekend. It was a good performance by Brad. Good to see him settling down and getting some consistency. Just take a look at the replay of what happened and why we had the initial safety car. Just a little wee tap from Nick Smith. Nick Ross, I should say, into Jack Smith, into Brenton Grove, and that's what caused Brenton Grove's bumper to be flapping around. Just a bit of the old Liberace love tap. And now we've got that back out of the kitty litter. Back on track. Good work by the recovery crews. Good work by all our volunteers. So a big thank you too to all the people in Orange, all the volunteers who do a great job with motorsport all around the car clubs from New Zealand, and of course the officials from Motorsport New Zealand too. So good skies. Skies are slightly clearing a bit now. So as you can see, the lights are out on the Lexus safety car. Brenton Grove has got the restart under control, a rolling start coming off the bridge. Once the Lexus safety car leaves the track, it'll be the Australians who'll control the restart here. So 2 laps gone. Another 8 to go, and we'll be racing soon. Back into the loud and proud B&T V8s. Grove is back in the groove, hunted down by Jack Smith, and we're back racing again. Let's see if they can get off to a good, clean start. What sort of speed will Jack Smith have as he charges down through the bus stop? Brenton Grove, he's made a lot of adjustments with his own engineer joining the team from Tony Richards Toyotas, coming out from Australia, helping him out with the setup. Feels a lot more confident, did a lot of lap time and seat time in the SpeedWorks rush hour yesterday, so getting used to the track, but also just getting the feeling of the car. Another one of the big improvers was 77 Matt Projeski. Not happy about being pinged for a technical infringement from Pukekohe, losing the result from the last race in Pukekohe, so going backwards in the Class 2 Championship against number 11, Justin Ashwell. Brenton Grove just running a bit wide, coming out of the carousel. Jack Smith ready to pounce. Good lefty, round to the alien bend, down to the forest, to the hairpin. Down to that back part of the circuit. Cars searching for grip under brakes. Smith down the inside. Grove just ran it a bit wide. Now they're going to be too wide. Onto the straight, heading up towards the bridge. But Grove manages to hold on to that lead at the moment. Good battle out in front with the 2 Aussies. Both racing out a Super 2 Championship, the Dunlop Super 2 class. Smith down the inside over the bridge. He's going to have a look into the lake. Can he make the pass stick? He's going to force Grove out. Grove can live there though. And I think Jack has got it done. Good driving. Made the pass. It's not the second time we've seen someone big and bold down by the bridge. One of them smoked it up. Coming off Jed's hump. Around the reverse Indy. Through the pit lane straight. So the man who controlled the race yesterday ran away with it. Had that car hooked up, dialed up and on wheels. Well, on rails actually. And that's Jack Smith, number 85. From the Lance Hughes team out of Hamilton. Hamilton Asphalt's team. And he's been really smooth. Has a bit of an issue in practice on Friday. They rebuilt the car and then he just goes racing. Keeps it nice and simple. The big rookie of the championship last year, number 2222, is the black and green Camry of Scott Taylor out of Australia. A lot of GT racing around here. And it's just that level of grip you get from the difference between racing like a V8 Camry compared to one of the more exotic GTs that he's used to driving. But certainly another one of the Australians absolutely loves this track. Like all the drivers, busy they say. That's the key word, you describe it. It's left and right corners, good straights, plenty of places to pick your pass. You've got to make your positioning and make your time. So here's the two bosses, and we're talking about the Generation 2 stuff coming up further back down the field. They're both on the board of the B&T V8s. 84 Lance Hughes and Lorraine Holden, and the Nissan Altima of Nick Ross back in business, charging past Matt Tubbs and the 42 Holden, getting that car back up to speed after all the throttle problems they had in the opening race. And Nick Ross certainly getting a bit more speed back into that Nissan too. Scott Taylor from Australia, the 222 Camry. So it's Jack Smith out in front, a 149.9. Brenton Grove the next in second spot, 147.1 Jack Smith. So now he's really starting to increase. The track conditions are certainly starting to dry out here at the moment. So the wets won't last that long. If they are on, they wouldn't be on full wets. So 12 laps, 5 gone, 7 to go. Nick Ross sliding, getting some speed, trying to make another move on the Camry. Through the S's. Smith, Grove, Herbert. Chelsea Herbert, 62 in the MTF Camry. She's been basically chasing everything this weekend, just getting to grips with the car around the track. Taylor making a move on Lathrope. Oh, Nick Ross. Contact there with Matt Tubbs, and they're both spun around coming out of the carousel. Who caused that? We'll have to have a look at the replay. Did one of them get a bit big and bold and just lose a bit of grip around the carousel? But Tubbs, he's the jump flex car, so it's all about trampolines. He's being bounced off the track. So it's still Jack Smith, a 147.1. Or was that just the rain? Just slippery conditions getting caught out around that carousel. Looked like it was drying for a moment there, but just deceptive conditions there. So it's tricky for the drivers and slippy for the drivers. You can see them twitching. Look at the attitude of the cars, these V8s around that tight hairpin coming around by the lake. So not for the first time, Nick Ross is playing catch-up this weekend. The lead now. Jack Smith, 85. 7 seconds over Brenton Grove. He's got a little bit of a break from Chelsea Herbert, 62 in the MTF Camry. But she's getting used to the track, really enjoying the challenge. Brad Lathrope now coming back in number 22222, Scott Taylor. That's going to be a good battle to watch out for towards the end of this race. So halfway stage, 6 to go. Brenton Grove out of Australia doing a good job, and the two teammates, the two Camry teammates, in fact all three, 1, 2, 3, although Lathrope looked like he was having a bit of a charge. The 70, oh yes, bit of drama around by the S's for Scott Taylor. Just talking a bit about that difference in the grip between the V8s and the GTs, and he's just lost a bit of grip. But Jack Smith, smooth and fast, showing why seat time is so important. Doing a great job coming into the series. The rookie last year picked up his first win. Has been really quick ever since, with a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of that Holden. But he's really improved. And ever since Pukekohe in the Supercar round, and also the first round of the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship, their second round, he has said, I am the man to beat this year. I'm the one who wants to take it over from Andre Heimgartner. Look at the two Camrys twitching into the S's, twitching over the bridge. Shows you just how slippy it is and how changing it is with the conditions and the level of grip. And that'll affect the driver's confidence and their level of boldness as well. So it's still Smith. See what his lead is now as Brenton Grove swoops around the pit lane straight, chased by Chelsea Herbert. So the two Camry teammates will be really enjoying this because they've got a bit more consistency in those cars. These are the cars that have won the championship before under the likes of Andre Heimgartner, Jason Bargwanna. Nick Ross back into it, makes a move on Lance Hughes. They changed the sensor on that car after he had a spin yesterday around the S's. So Lance not quite up to the same speed he enjoyed at Pukekohe. 77 is the Class 2 car of Matt Pajeski. He's in the 7th at the moment, doing a 153.2. And his main challenger is number 11, Justin Ashwell out of Rolleston, 153.6. But he was disappointed to be pinged with an infringement. Made the most of it yesterday, just head down. In fact, some of the team from SpeedWorks gave him some good advice. Just forget about what's happened and just go racing. And he's done a great job there, along with his dad as well. So they're doing a really good job and determined to just try and win that Class 2 championship. That's the blue 77 car of Matt Pajeski. So it's still Jack Smith out in front. So some of the drivers here just taking it a bit more cautious in these slippery conditions further back down the field. Don't want any more dings or dents. You can see how much the cars are changing with the level of grip as they swing around pit lane again, along the straight, down the front straight, heading towards the bus stop. Jack Smith, a 147, now doing a 152. So when it was dry, around about 5 seconds quicker, and now they're all around about that 152, 154 mark. 13 seconds. 3-second gap between Brenton Grove and Chelsea Herbert, and both these two drivers will just be determined to keep it in second and third spot and pick up a good place on the podium. Make no mistakes. This is all about how to get in contention back into a championship. As you see some of the spray just starting to come off the rest of the track further back down the field as they go around that southern loop. Still to come after the B&T V8s will be the South Island Porsche Series, so it's all about what the track's going to be like for the second race in the Castrol Toyota Racing Series later on this afternoon around about lunchtime, 10 to 1. Beautiful dry conditions and a thrilling qualifying session this morning. Lucas Hour just pipping the two Kiwis, Marcus Armstrong and race 1 winner Liam Lawson. So that's going to be absolutely fantastic, but conditions of the wings and slicks, that'll make it another curveball for the race teams and the drivers to contend with. But at the moment, it's Jack Smith, the series leader. 25-point advantage over Nick Ross, and he's going to extend his lead here in the B&T Championship if there's no problems with that particular car at the moment. A couple of laps to go. Keeping it nice and smooth. Property developer out of the Gold Coast, Jack Smith, 84. Hamilton Asphalt's Lance Hughes doing a great job bringing the young Australian over for the series. Don't forget, if you go onto the website, nztouringcars.co.nz, you can find all about the details for the Ford Mustangs, Chevy Camaros, and the Dodge Challengers that some of these teams want to build for the two-door American cars. Bit of that sort of muscle car type sort of feel about coming into the V8s for next season, which promises to be very exciting. Disappointment for the Class 2 leader, number 77, Matt Pajeski. He's got a puncture, and he's going to try and limp back to the pits. Well, that would rip your weekend. And the disappointment with the losing the jurisdiction battle. Good result yesterday, but now drama in race 2. Got a puncture. He's going to try and get back to the points. They're going to try and change it and then stay in the hunt to keep circulating. He's got about 3 laps to get back out on track, but he's got to get into the pit lane first. So Justin Ashwell in the digger car can't believe his luck. It's all falling into place for him, although he's pretty slow at the moment. But mind you, doesn't have to go too fast, just has to basically stay on the track and finish it. That's why some of the drivers get a bit nervous until they see that checkered flag, because you never know. Some drivers actually, they worry about having the lead going into the last lap. They worry about what can go wrong. But most times, if you just keep it smooth and fast and worry about what can go right, you just keep hunting down that checkered flag. So 2 laps to go. Jack Smith, 85, still out in front. He's got a big lead. He won't be too worried at the moment. He'll just be keen to keep it going and enjoy the drive. See what his gap is. Over 10, Brenton Grove in the Camry. So it's a Holden in front, a Toyota second. Young guys using the Australian Series to get seat time. And Scott Taylor in the other Camry, the 222 car. Oh, what did you know it? Talk about, we wondered why he was going slow. Prajetski's up there trying to limp back into the pits. Justin Ashwell, he's got a problem. He's got a puncture too. So I wonder if there's some debris further back down the track that's cutting up the tyres here. So both the Class 2 guys have done a puncture. One's the right front, one's the left front. So they're both going to have to come back and limp into the pits, change a tyre, and then try and finish. So they're both going to miss out on potential points. So just when you think it's all over, it may not be all over for Matt. He looks like he's just going to try and limp around, finish on that particular tyre rather than coming into the pits. No wonder they sometimes get a bit nervous, these drivers. So Jack Smith, he's going really well. Still out in front. Couple of laps to go now. 17-second lead. Then he'll just be happy to get it to the finish. Really has grown in confidence, and he got a breakthrough win in the last round last year. Then just started with real good speed and has just kept it going right throughout the championship. Remember, Andre Heimgartner won't be racing to defend his title. So there's a chance to grab the Class 1 championship. Liam McDonald is here, the Class 2 champion, but he's racing in the Oscars. So both titles up for grabs. Smith, Grove, Herbert, that's your top three. Hughes, Lathrope, Wallace, Tubbs, Phillips, Taylor's parked it on the green star. For contact there between 84 Lance Hughes and Chelsea Herbert's spun it. And ironically, that's where Brad Lathrope lost out to Chelsea Herbert yesterday, and Brad Lathrope's going to pick up that spot today. So another change. Last lap. So now it's all about getting it home and try and avoid some of the last-minute dramas, as you've seen, with punctures, spins, changing conditions, changing level of grip. Certainly a bit of a slippy line, a bit of an oil slick sort of line around that track now. It was hot yesterday and a little bit of light rain today. Now it's just bringing some of that, like a layer of film, onto the track, which certainly makes it slippy and affects that level of grip, especially when they were chasing the level of grip when they had the dry conditions in the first place. So it's Smith, 85. Coming back up. Justin Ashwell looks like he's parked it right by pit lane as Smith comes around up and over the bridge. He's on the last lap, so Justin Ashwell may not finish the race, which could be good for Matt Pajewski if he can limp home. Around the lake for the last time. Into the reverse Indy. And Jack Smith, number 85, the young Australian star from the Gold Coast. He's going to make the most of his weekend here in a tourist mecca of beautiful Central Otago. And the young Aussie goes back-to-back in the B&T V8s and gets his second win of the weekend, extends his lead in the championship. Justin Allen's going to limp across the line. Brenton Grove is going to come home and pick up some valuable points. He'll be pleased about that. He'll want more speed, but he's going to get a good second spot. That puts him back in contention in the championship. And all that extra seat time is starting to pay off. And Lance Hughes, we'll see, he's going to come home and going to hold off for third spot. So there's Grove. Lance Hughes now crossing the line in third. Brad Lathrope going to come home in fourth. Chelsea Herbert got back onto the track. Will she come home in the top five? Will that go to Rob Wallace? He's had drama, had to rebuild the car. And there's Mighty Matt, determined to just limp that car home and pick up some valuable points to resurrect his Class 2 championship. What a frustrating way. It's going to rip that rim. We'll do some serious damage there to that right front, but he's still got a bit of a way to go. And he'll cross the line. So well done to Myatt coming home. He limps home in 10th place. So there you go. That's the situation here with the B&T V8s. And it is Jack Smith from Australia, first at 85 and a Holden. Brenton Grove from Australia in number 10 and a Toyota Camry second. Lance Hughes in a Holden from 84 out of Hamilton and third place, followed by Lathrope, Herbert, Wallace, Tubbs, Phillips, Ross and Pajewski. Braden Phillips doing a good job, number 17, getting out of the Masters and just coming from nowhere. Stick around, we'll be back with more action. Coming up next, it's going to be the third race over 6 laps in the South Island Porsche Series. At all eyes, counting down to 12:50. What will the weather be like for the opening race of today, Sunday, for race 2 of the weekend in the Castrol Toyota Racing Series? Beautiful piece of music too, with Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper from that movie. That was actually didn't quite win some of the big stuff in the Golden Globe. This way, joining us now we have Raymond Decker. G'day Ray, how are you, mate?
I'm good, mate. Good.
And also we have Mike Baker. How are you, Mike?
I'm really good, thanks, Brownie, and I'm real pleased to see you got a new set of pants on this morning.
Yeah, mate. So all set to go for the next race in the South Island Porsche Series.
Yeah, it's going to look really good this race because we've got 3 different types of Porsches with rear engine, mid engine and front engine. So wet conditions will play a big role in this one.
So this is the third race of the weekend over 6 laps.
They're away.
Ryan racing in the South Island Porsche Series, race 3.
Everyone's got through that first corner nice and safely, and the field's starting to stretch its legs out now.
So this is the third race in the South Island Porsche Series. And it's a good performance by Hayden Knighton, who's done a great job there in the SpeedWorks Rush Hour. Didn't actually take out the victory yesterday. Russell McKenzie, number 68, was the best of the Porsches, coming home in second spot. But that result has been confirmed. It's gone to the Oscars of Rod Gimlet, number 94, and Cameron Jones.
Yeah, Gary's doing a good job there. He's in second place. He's got a good start and got around Jonas.
So 6 laps here at the South Island Porsche Series. I've got to say the 2 guys, Tim James and also in the Cayman, the other GT, is it Stu Callaway, 41?
Yeah, Stu.
Yeah, the 2 GT4 cars. They had a really good race. These 2 cars here, they were unlucky because in the rush hour race last night, which went for 1 hour, you've got to make a 20-minute pit stop. In that 20-minute window, make a pit stop. They got stuck behind the safety car. And then they had to actually then make their pit stop after the pit stop window came through, which sort of robbed them of the chance to actually get in there, get out and get back into the contention to try and win that particular race.
Yeah, it was a bit of a confusion there. I guess they started late and they finished early, and some of the guys didn't take an opportunity to have that pit lane stop. But
Hayden Knighton, number 89, still out in front, 1:52.9. Gary Derrick, 1:48, currently second, and a 1:54.5. Goodly, nice presented car, that Porsche, and there he is, Jonas Patterson. He was going, he had a good race yesterday, an 8:18, third at the moment. So a variety of mid-engine cars and rear-engine cars. So how do you see it playing out, Mike?
The track's looking pretty dry here from where we are, which is good. If they stay on that dry line, I think the rear-engine GT3s will really dominate. Well, we've got a bit of a Jonas is showing his nose there on the inside, so I think he'll hunt Gary down and put some pressure on him.
And the track conditions look like they're changing a bit. Looks like it's drying out again now.
It does, and I know when we were down the pits before, they're frantically bolting on some wet tyres, so that'll be an interesting scenario as if they're on wets towards the mid of the race, things will get a bit slippery for them.
It seems to be changing down one part of the circuit. You've got Russell McKenzie with the wipers on in 68 down by the forest, and then it seems to be drying more around the top part of the circuit, round by the lake, or where they're just coming over the bridge now. So different parts of the circuit, different levels of grip, different levels of challenges facing the drivers at the moment as they come round to finish the second of 6 laps.
Yeah, Tim James is right up there. He's chasing down Russell McKenzie. I see Russell's got the wipers on, so there's obviously still a little bit of moisture there somewhere. But
so the wind at the moment is what, a bit of a nor'wester?
I know, it's bizarre. I mean, it looks like the weather's coming from the south, but we've got a nor'wester, quite a warm wind, and bringing that that front over from the west coast, I think. So
Cooler conditions today too, so the track conditions will be certainly different on the tyres and their level of grip. But a lot of that little light drizzly rain seems to be sort of just pushing off towards Alexandra.
yes, yeah, I see the 3 964 older Porsches there. Oh, sorry, 2 964s and Guy's IROC. He's leading that little battle there, but those guys will be chasing each other's tail through this race, I'd say.
So 2 laps gone. Hayden Knighton, number 89, out of Christchurch. You were saying that he had a big accident a while ago.
He did. A group of Kiwis were heading to Bathurst, and unfortunately in transit from Sydney to Bathurst, a big truck, semi-trailer, run into the back of the boys, and they're very lucky that no one was killed. But Hayden was seriously injured, and he's made a remarkable comeback.
So when was that? A couple of years ago?
2 years ago, wasn't it, Ray? I think, yeah.
And it's taken him a while to get back behind the wheel of a car again?
Well, he actually come back real quick. He's a fit guy and young and keen, and his injuries were really, really serious, and he made a real good comeback. He's really enjoying this car.
So this is 89, and this is the guy that got the Mag and Turbo franchise out of Christchurch?
Oh, look, Jonas has made his way past Gary, so he'll be happy about that.
So it's Hayden Knighton still in front, and Jonas Patterson, number 818. He's been in good form this weekend as well, so he's made that move, as you said, against the black and fluoro green car of number 148, Gary Derrick. Russell McKenzie in 5th, Tim James and Stu Callaway in those 2 lovely GT4 Porsches, enjoying their own little wee private battle as they've done right throughout this particular weekend. Cars that are a bit more, they're slightly cheaper than the GT3s?
Yeah, they're a turnkey race car, an entry-level car, very, very popular in America for club racing, and they've got their own little series going. Much easier car to drive than a GT3, so it's nice to see them in New Zealand. I think perhaps one day they'll replace some of the older cars that are out there at the moment in the Porsche series.
Yeah, I know there's a bit of a move to some try and make it like a GT4 type sort of class, so that a lot of the guys can get the latest machinery, all at one make, one sort of car, a bit like the 86s, and then have say 10 of those, so therefore you get good close racing.
Yes, yeah.
But then other guys say, well, no, I've got my Porsche, and I can make a few modifications. I don't want to sell. I don't want to just give up my speed advantage.
Yes, unfortunately.
That's the politics?
Kiwis like to tinker.
And we like to be a little bit like that Burt Munro sort of, I'll do it my way, thanks very much.
Yeah, but a number 8 wire, it does the trick. So the 2...
and you often have the odd battle with the jurisdiction, the governing body.
Oh, yes.
Right.
Motorsport's got politics in it, like any sport.
So, changing conditions here at Highlands Motorsport Park. 3 laps gone out of 3. So, 3 to go. Good display of the Porsches. 50 years of 911 racing. Fabulous history in motorsport. And it's good for the South Island drivers to get their chance to shine. Yesterday in the sunshine, and today here in improving sunshine. And I think the drivers in the Castrol Toyota Racing Series and all the race teams from M2, Victory, M-Tech and Giles Motorsport will certainly be keeping a close eye on these weather conditions, because they're going to be next up, remember.
So we've still got a battle on with the 2 brothers, Guy Stewart and Marcus, and of course we've got Chris Fleury in the green 911. He's hunting down the blue one, so there's a bit of a battle. There's battles within battles in this series.
What about some of the air-cooled cars out there today? They'll be enjoying these conditions, wouldn't they?
They are, and those 3 cars that just went past the finish line, they're all air-cooled, so they'll enjoy this nice cool air, a bit more horsepower for them. So it looks like Russell McKenzie's started to pull away from Tim. He's probably got a bit of heat in those tyres now and a bit more grip.
really good shots here of those older type sort of cars there.
Yeah, that's an IROC car, very famous car in America in the 70s, and put really Porsche on the map in America. It was a real class car in its day, but still quite quick for a
1974 Porsche from Guy Stewart out of Christchurch.
Yes, yeah. If you can find one of those, they're a damn good investment.
Last lap for the South Island Porsche race 3 of the weekend. Hayden Knighton doing a good job, 89. 818 Jonas Patterson. They've been smooth and consistent in the top 2. Enjoyed that SpeedWorks rush hour yesterday. Plenty of Porsches doing extremely well, of course, in endurance racing. And number 148, nicely presented car too. Good paint job.
Yeah.
Big and bold, Gary Derrick. He's out of Timaru.
Yeah, Gary, I was having a yarn to him this morning. He's really loving his racing, and he's looking forward to sort of moving up in something with a bit more horsepower. And same as
you may recommend a GT4 Cayman. And all of a sudden you got 4 of them having their own little wee private battle.
Well, I think Ray was telling me this morning that the Americans have been over here buying them, aren't they, Ray? They're so popular in America that they're a pretty hard car to buy. You have to order them months in advance.
89, this man's right on order for another win. Hayden Knighton, as you said, had that unfortunate accident on the way to Bathurst, but back behind the wheel, back racing, and back doing a superb job of this beautiful car. The 991 GT3 Cup car, and smooth and fast. Up and over the bridge. Got the big rear wing, isn't it? Plenty of downforce. If you take a look at this shot on the screen here, Mike.
Yeah, the thing is with that big wing, you need to keep your speed up to get your downforce, and that's the trick. I mean,
because they're built to be driven, aren't they? Built to be raced.
Yeah, and you know, you tend to want to button off when the weather conditions are not real good, but the wing it's not as effective at pushing the car down on the track. So
checkered flag time. He takes the win. Hayden Knighton makes it 3 out of the weekend for race 3 in the South Island Porsche Series. Jonas Patterson, number 818, is going to come home and have another good second spot, pick up another good podium place. And Gary Derrick from Timaru is going to round out the top 3. And then another battle between the other air-cooled cars further back down the field. Who's going to hold on here? Is it going to be 989 Guy Stewart, Marcus Stewart, or 964 Chris Fleury out of Christchurch? So these 3 battling for 7, 8 and 9.
Yeah, they've had a good, consistent battle. Chris is trying real hard. He's going to try then. Oh, no room around there, Chris. No.
He had his moment yesterday, a slightly off-road excursion, but it's back on the old tarmac. The place to be here at Cromwell Highlands Motorsport Park, and a nice smooth performance there from the rest of the field, finishing up the 3rd race in the South Island Porsche Series. And you guys will be back later on to wrap up the racing for this weekend with the 4th race over 8 laps, around about 20 minutes past 5.
Yep, we're looking forward to it.
Excellent, guys. That's Mike Baker. And also stick around. Coming up, we're counting down to the 2nd race of the weekend in the Castrol Toyota Racing Series, and that will be over 15 laps. Remember, Lucas Hour starting on pole, and will be chased by those Kiwis, the fastest in qualifying, Lucas Hour, and then of course Marcus Armstrong and also Liam Lawson. But of course it will be a reverse grid, so he was the quickest. He'll be starting on pole for that race 3 this afternoon, and that'll be for that Dorothy Smith Memorial Trophy with Lucas Hour, Marcus Armstrong and Liam Lawson, the front 3. But for race 2, it's a reverse grid race, so that's going to throw it wide open, and hopefully the conditions here certainly changing and improving for the Wings and Slicks. Stick around, they're coming up here. Highlands Motorsport Park and the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship.
next to you. No one else around, just a space for two. There's no better feeling when I'm close to you. I look into your eyes as an ocean blue. When I'm down, you lift my feet off the ground. There's no other feeling when I'm next to you. No one else around, just a space for two. There's no better feeling when I'm close to you. I look into your eyes as an ocean blue. When I'm down, you lift my feet off the ground. There's no other feeling when I'm next to you. No one else around, just a space for two. There's no better feeling
baseline.
One, two, one, two, one, two. So just a reminder, there are 3 vehicles that need to be moved, please. They're parked on private property and they are stopping people from doing stuff with the Toyota refueling. It is a Ford Platinum LKG 650 Ute. There is a Toyota Hilux Surf AFQ 961 and a Subaru Forester LWS 800. Could you please go and move your cars, please? Those 3 cars, the Forester LSW 800, the Hilux Surf AFQ 961, and the big Platinum Ford F-150 LKG 650, parked in private property. Please go and remove your cars and park them somewhere else, please. Thank you. And talking of cars, don't forget Amiga Rental Cars is one of New Zealand's largest independently owned rental car companies with 11 branches nationwide. They've been renting cars and involved in motorsport for 25 years and are known for their upfront and honest approach for car rental. And for all the petrol heads here enjoying this lovely piece of paradise in central Otago and Cromwell, a special deal for motorsport fans and competitors. Use the promo code MSPORT. Save yourself 10% when you book your next rental car through Amiga Rental Cars. Just visit the website amigarentalcars.com. So the cars are coming out on track soon. In fact, they're just starting to circulate now for the rest of the racing this afternoon. And it's going to be the Oscar Super Saloons. Race 4. Reverse grid handicap.
Yeah, this is our full handicap race. This is
so Big Al Turner, who's got the job of, well, it's not really you, it's Mr. Who's your handicapper?
Jeff Mitchell.
Jeff Mitchell.
He's our handicapper. He does a pretty good job at it, but the weather can throw a bit of a curveball at us. And this one, we've got 10 flag drops in this. We've got 98 seconds between the first car that gets away and the last car that gets away. So the fast guys at the back of the field, they've got a lot of work to do, and hopefully that rain over there will stay away, and we'll be in for some good fast racing.
So yes, ever-changing weather conditions here at Highlands Motorsport Park as we get set to wrap up a fantastic weekend of motor racing. Oscar Super Saloons. So Al Turner's joining us. He couldn't race here today because of the mirage that had an issue on Friday, but he's done a great job with our PA commentary. So if you want to watch for the YouTube feed, by the way, you just go to YouTube and hook into SpeedWorks for the support races. And you can watch our live streaming and also sit here and enjoy the action. And if you want to watch the Toyota Racing Series, that's on YouTube via Toyota Racing. So that's the best way to get some information and enjoy the action here trackside, or no matter where you are at the moment, watching the live stream and enjoying this fantastic action from Cromwell with Highlands Motorsport Park, which has certainly put this place on the map and given so many people a reason to come here and be a tourist and enjoy such a mega of motorsport. And it's not just all about Queenstown, it's not just about Alexandra, it's not just about Wanaka. This weekend, because of Highlands and the Toyota Racing Series, it's about Cromwell, and it's about the Oscar Super Saloons and the first flag drop. And then what's the next break there, Big Al?
Oh, it's actually a big range of seconds apart. And I've just had a text saying that everybody is on slicks, so if that rain comes in, it's going to get rather exciting really fast. And but yeah, from first to last, 98 seconds. Chris Henderson is the last place car.
And he's going to be starting from pit lane.
Pretty much, he's at the back of the field, and I think he is parked up there in pit lane, I think. And he's got a lot of work to do to get through this field.
So if you've just been here for the first time, or if you're just checking out this form of motor racing for the first time, what are the basic rules and why do guys choose to go Oscar racing as opposed to Porsches or 86s? There seems to be a lot of real jokers that love their motorsport, love their passion, and you can bend the rules. Is that one of the good things about open saloon car racing?
Well, it's not so much bend the rules. We don't have a lot of rules. We cater for a totally different lot of cars, and yeah, you can have rotaries, V8s, 6 cylinders, 4 cylinders, 2 cylinders if you want. And it's cheap motor racing, but it's pretty intense motor racing. Oh, Tony Carstairs there out the front. That's going to put a big mark on his left front tyre. He's just getting that car going pretty well now, so he's not used to being out in the lead. There might be a bit of a change for him, but a shock.
And some guys get a bit nervous about that, don't they?
Well, you got to think of all the fast guys that are behind you, and we've got 30-odd cars out there, so he's...
But why would you think about that? Why would you think about, I've got open road, just get out there and enjoy not being passed for once?
Well, you hang on as long as you can, and Liam McDonald just laying huge number 11s all the way down the front straight. Oh, Tony's definitely hurt that left front tyre. Hopefully he'll keep going with that one.
That's one of the favourite spots on this track at Highlands, to lock up the right front.
Yeah, that was another left front, so he's hurt that when he locked it up once already, so hopefully he'll be okay for the rest of the race.
Jonathan Green's just out there at the moment. He's just had a big southern sushi. He's just had the cheese roll. Welcome to Cromwell. Good on you, mate. So
now he's full of energy.
And look, he's got a backdrop of Oscar Super Saloons. He does some Trans Am stuff in America, so he's getting real McCoy motor racing here in New Zealand, which is great.
He definitely is. He's quite a character, isn't he, really? Oh,
Talking of characters, here they come round pit straight, the scene of that crash in the Toyota Racing Series.
Yeah, Nigel Kitty snuck up the inside there of Yoakum in the beautiful RX-7. Lyndon Ball chased them down as well in that lime green Evo. It's a quick little car that Lyndon drives very, very hard. Then we've got a few of the faster guys coming to the last corner here now.
So the purpose of this race, it's over 6 laps. And remember, Mr. 51, Chris Henderson, basically started from pit lane in one of the handicap races. It wasn't a full handicap race, was it? Wasn't the full
No,
flag drop.
that was just a reverse grid.
Reverse grid.
And 10-second penalty, 10-second gaps between 3 groups. So.
But now there's a bigger gap, and he's also starting from pit lane, so he's got to work his way through the field. And the previous one yesterday, he did it in 4 laps.
Yeah, he was on a mission yesterday. And today he's got 6 laps to get it one and a half minutes back pretty much. So he's got a lot of work to do. I'm actually just looking for him on track now to see how he's getting through the field. And,
beautiful car here at the moment, number 116. He's had a bit of drama this weekend, hasn't he?
Oh, poor old Johnny. That's a whole new driveline in that car. He's gone from a straight 6 to a V6. And he's getting it sorted out. It's taken a little bit of time for him, but when he gets it hooked up, that thing's going to have a lot of horsepower and it's going to go well. And he's just starting to get to grips with the car. He had a fuse let go yesterday. It stopped in one of the races, but he got going in the rush hour and did pretty good.
Well, the track conditions after that little bit of a shower, sort of sprinkled straight after the lunch break, looks like it's clearing again. Weather just sort of sweeping in from around Queenstown, Wanaka way, from that sort of northwest, and then heading down towards Alexandria. We've got clear skies again, so it's looking good, mate. They're on slick, so positive.
Yeah, I bet all those guys out there and girls with Danielle out there, Danielle Mitchell in the blue RX-7, they'll be praying for it to stay dry. I just saw car 51, Chris Henderson coming up behind Liam McDonald, so that's going to be interesting and see how fast he can get through past Liam, because the biggest thing in these races, if you get held up for a lap, it just hurts you big time.
So that's the challenge for the fast cars from the rear. Full handicap, reverse grid, and it's also the time it's going to take you. At the moment, the 2 fast guys are just coming out of the lake and down towards the reverse Indy corner before they go around the pit straight. So we're talking about 51, Chris Henderson and Liam McDonald.
And looks like Chris got a nice run up the inside of Liam there coming out of the last corner. And hopefully he's passed him already, so he's going to be away.
On the live stream at the moment, we've got 86.
Andy Giles, he's a newcomer to the class for the weekend. They had a bit of that car. Looks like it's a bit second hand, but their shed caught fire, and they lost a lot of vehicles in it. And they were lucky enough to get a few of them out. That's why it looks like the left front corner.
When you say the shed, what do you mean by the shed?
The garage.
Whereabouts is that?
Their house and everything. They're local people, as far as I'm aware, but that's why his car looks a bit second hand, and the front corner's a bit burnt on it, but he managed to get it out and he's come racing.
Good skills. Good conditions here. Race 4, Oscar Super Saloons, and it's all about horsepower for you guys too, isn't it? There are different classes with the horsepower.
Yep, so Paul Brooks, he just overcooked that hairpin into the grass, and he's got that hooked up again, and yeah, it's horsepower, it's track position, and you got to use your horsepower wisely.
What a great display as they come charging over the bridge and then racing around the lake where all the different animals are. Past the big giraffe, you've got the big spider there, the front entrance to Highlands Motorsport Park. And it's always a busy track, great for the spectators, enjoying life up there on the big lawn on the bank. And then this pit lane straight, which is just one big sort of huge hook, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not
actually a straight.
That's not a straight. There's actually not a lot of place to rest around this track. You're always busy. Big Pierre there, getting that big black Mustang wound up down the front, the front straight as you're into the bus stop. And there's that beautiful red RX-7 Taylor Quinn. That's a beautiful car. Looks like he's just got past Cameron Jones here.
3 laps gone. Cameron Jones out of the Manawa 2, really enjoying a weekend of GT3 racing down here from the GTR NZ. That's the GT1, GT2, GT3, GT4 class. The trade zone class out of North Island Racing, but down here it's Oscar Super Saloons. Nick Ferrier, he got some parts from you for your Mirage, didn't he?
Yeah.
And the number 3 Ford Falcon out of Pukekohe.
Yeah, they had a look at my car and see if their bits, some of my parts that fit. They managed to source them locally though, so I got my bits back, which is all good. But Nick's father for a few years now, so it's all good lending them parts. But I see Tony Carstairs is trying to run away with it as fast as he can. He's got a bit of a good lead out there at the moment.
Now, you won this race last year in your Mighty Mirage. That's a good feeling.
Yeah, brilliant feeling. Luckily for me, it was pouring with rain, and my car being a little car with lots of horsepower and four-wheel drive.
Look at the traffic jam coming out of the hairpin now.
They're starting to get, the faster guys are coming through. It's starting to get exciting. Poor old Nigel Kidley there in the little Honda getting a bit swamped. But
so this is the excitement of the full reverse grid handicap race, because suddenly we've got three laps gone into 4 laps out of 6, and then all of a sudden you got them all on the same lap, all charging through the field, the fast cars trying to make room to get through and make the passes on the slow cars.
Yeah, Stan Moore's out the front of that first group. Well, Jeff Gray's out there, and his white Evo, and Taylor Quinn's just got past Stan.
So as they go past the start-finish line to finish 4 laps, we'll update exactly who's in front, who's in the lead, and who might get the surprise win here.
Well, Tony Carstairs is still hanging on to the lead at the moment, so they'll be interesting. He's still got a 10-second lead over Johnny Waldron.
So that's number 63, Tony Carstairs, from number 116, Johnny Waldron in that Nissan Skyline, and then Big Bo.
Big Bo Houston in the green metallic Skyline. That's quite a fast car. But we've got the big guys starting to come through there. Chris Henderson, he's got past Andrew Giblett, and he's starting to come through the field.
So there's Tony Carstairs, 63.
He's driving the wheels off that thing at the moment.
It's an old Altezza.
It is. That's a TR.
Oh, go the Altezza.
That's a TRD Altezza, and he's driving the wheels off it.
With the old, straight 6.2 litre motors?
No, it's only got the 4-cylinder beams.
4-cylinder?
Yeah, but Johnny Waldron and Bo, they're catching him. They're hunting him down. Because old Bo Houston, he's got plenty of horsepower in that Skyline.
So real variety with the types of cars. Look at the big wing on that thing.
Yeah, that's Johnny's
number
V6.
16.
Yeah, it's
Nissan Skyline.
Old Tony is he's just put a lap on Craig James in the white Sylvia, which is that'll be a first for Tony to lap a car. He doesn't usually get that opportunity, so he's doing well. And yeah, Bo's hunting down Johnny Waldron though, so this is going to be a good battle.
So this is the battle of the 2 Skylines, and they're going to become past. Looks like it's going to be 1 more lap to go.
Yep,
so lap 5.
Bo's got the jump on Johnny there, coming onto the front straight.
Last lap for the Altezza.
I reckon he's doing well.
So Tony Carstairs, number 63 out of Christchurch. Has he had a win?
No, he hasn't. He hasn't had a win as far as I'm aware.
Let's see if we can talk him up in the blue and silver for a breakthrough victory here at Highlands Motorsport Park. Can he hang on?
We will never hear the end of it if he does, but go Tony, go Tony.
It's look at the rest of the field charging down round pit straight. One of them smoking big time.
That's Matt Edgar. He's obviously got his oiling issues come back badly, and that's not good at all to see that. And but yeah, Tony's driving the wheels off that poor thing.
He'll be loving this. He'll be loving this.
He will be. I'm just trying to see.
Under the bridge.
Oh, and Bo's just coming under the bridge now.
Now the other guys are just starting to chase.
Yeah.
So he's got to keep it smooth and fast around that carousel. Up around the sting for the last time, where it changes from one sort of camber to the other. Down to the hairpin. This is where it's big and wide.
Yeah,
and he gets, he's on the chase, isn't he?
Bo's chucking that Skyline. He's chucking that Skyline around. He can see him.
He's going to come there and get the speed wobbles under brakes. The other 2 guys are charging up.
Well, Taylor Quinn, Cameron Jones. It's like we got to keep these.
Whoa, look at the battle for the lead. He's lighting him up, going up in the he's got him under the bridge, before the bridge.
That's where the horsepower comes in. The 500 plus horsepower compared to the 200 for poor old Tony.
Yeah, so well, can he hang on for a place on the podium now?
Oh, I hope he does.
He's going to get swamped as he goes around the lake. So there's number 6, Bob Houston.
Bo Houston.
Bo Houston.
Bo hasn't had a win, so he's driving the wheels off that thing.
For the Nissan, the Altezza's just hanging on as they sweep around the pit lane. So Bo Houston out of Ashburton, local man from this neck of the woods. Good work, gets a win.
Well done.
Oh,
Tony on 4th.
Pit for 4th. Carstairs.
Oh, gutted for Tony.
Oh, top 4, he'll still be happy.
And Chris Henderson came from 98 seconds down to
finish. Was that Cameron Jones he got up for 3rd?
Yeah, Cameron got up for 3rd, Taylor Quinn in 2nd, and Chris Henderson got from 98 seconds down to finish 7th.
And then Liam McDonald got up for 17th, Brian Gray in 16th. And where did our mate Chris Henderson finish? 7th?
7th. He got from last
Jeez.
place, 98 seconds down to finish 7th. But Liam must have had a bit of an issue out there, I think, because, finishing that far down.
So that could give him, the weekend? Who's going to win the weekend for the Oscars?
Liam's done good for the weekend. We've got to sort out the points, but he's actually going to be right up there. Even in the overall, he's had a really good weekend this weekend.
Well, I've got to say, Big Al, it's been great working with you over the weekend. Shame about your car having issues on Friday, but, mate, next time we're back down here for the motor racing with the team from SpeedWorks, we'll certainly hook you up and do some PA commentary and or watch you go motor racing and get another win in your Mighty Mirage.
Well, hopefully I'll be able to, next time, we'll be able to race again, but at least this has kept me a bit busy from getting bored all weekend.
Oh, good on you, mate. No, you did a great job. We really appreciate it. Now you can go back and tell the boys you've done your best Jonathan Green impersonation. I turn it up big time. Look at that. We've gone crazy. Just a reminder, we need 3 cars moved, please. One is a F-150 Platinum Ute, LKJ 650, a Hilux Surf, a green Hilux Surf, AFQ 961, and a dark blue black Subaru Forester LSW 800. With the drivers of those 3 cars, please go and move your cars, please. They're parked in private property and they're stopping the people from the Toyota Racing Series to refuel. So the Subaru Forester LS 800, LSW 800, AFQ 961, a green Hilux Surf, and a F-150 Platinum pickup LKG 650. Please go and move your cars, please. Thank you. Stick around. Coming up next, looks like it's time for the final race of the weekend for the NZ V8 Utes. So stand by. They'll be lining up on the grid very, very shortly. So the field just getting back onto the track. Certainly hope you enjoyed your lunchtime break. And are ready to enjoy the rest of the motor racing for this afternoon. We had the Oscar Super Saloons. Now it's the third and final race for the NZ V8 Utes. This is going to be over 10 laps. And joining us, we've got Mike Lightfoot, a.k.a. Buzz. How are you, mate?
Yeah, good, Clint. Looking forward to this one. Final race for the weekend. We've got 10 Utes out there this weekend. I'd just like to mention the Kernahans. Unfortunately, they were unable to make this round. Business takes priority, and you always understand that as a businessman. And,
Dirty Dave and Jeff,
yeah,
a.k.a. Ripples.
Yeah, they're been a supporter right from day one of the series, and unfortunately they're just unable to be here. But I'm sure they're watching, and they'll be watching closely as to what's happening.
Yes, so remember you can enjoy the live stream by just doing SpeedWorks on YouTube for the support races, and for the Toyota Racing Series TRS, do the Toyota Racing on YouTube. So that's a good way to check out our live stream with our camera crews all around the track here at Highlands Motorsport Park. 48 on the stream at the moment, on the track, warming up with the tyres is Matt Spratt, the Stinger from Mount Maunganui, and the Primo Grow Ute. He's got some real speed this weekend, and he'll be one of the guys to watch out for in the front row of the grid.
Yeah, he will. I think Matt's really showing strong pace. I mean, he's set the fastest laps, and I think I know Andrew will be pushing him hard, but I think that the FG, they just seem to have a little bit of an edge at certain tracks, and it appears to be more suited to this track than the Commodore.
On the other side of the front row of the grid's going to be number 3, Andrew Porter. Great to have him back. He's got Mel and all the Porter group here, all supporting the racing this weekend and enjoying some corporate hospitality by the cafe and up by the museum. So a great win too in that second race. Got a big smile on the dial, the support crew. So Andrew, it's great to see him back because he's got some real good speed, isn't he?
He's got some great speed, and I mean yesterday he was the pace setter, there's no doubt about it. But I was having a chat to him after the race this morning, and he was telling me that he did actually cut one of the corners just coming onto the bridge, and there's sensors in the ground there, and if you do that, then you get pinged. So unfortunately he cut the corner, the lights came on, and they took his fastest lap off him. So I'm not sure actually what that did to his overall result, but good to see him on the front row for this final race.
Second row of the grid, number 15, Paul Manuel, one of the former champs. Alongside him, 69, Peter Ward, two very consistent drivers, although a.k.a. Peter Ward Chaos was back to being a bit chaotic in that last race, but may have got a bit of help tapped around by his teammate perhaps, coming out of the carousel.
Yeah, I think Mr. Spratt gave him a little nudge on the way through just to let him know that he's there, but chaos being chaos, he went roundabout.
Third row of the grid, 17, Glenn Collinson, who started this weekend as the series leader. Alongside him, 99, Brett Rudd with the Scud. Good to see him back and picking up a spot on the podium in the last race.
Oh, look, I spoke to Brett after that. He was absolutely stoked. I mean, the way it ended for him last season, I think, was highly disappointing. And to see him actually get the opportunity out front for a while and then settle back in third, he was pretty happy with that result.
Then number 22, Jeff Spencer in the Core Steel Ute out of the mighty Manawatu alongside Alexandra Whitley. She hasn't really had that same pace as we get ready to go racing, and the lights are out and they're away. Charging down towards the bus stop, the Ford and the Holden side by side. who's going to blink. Oh, what a good start by Paul Manuel.
Where did he come from?
He came from the second row of the grid, and he's caught Andrew Porter a little bit of sleep there.
You know, Andrew won't be happy with that start. He'll be thinking to himself, I could have done better than that. So he'll be pushing hard. He won't let Paul get away from him.
Yeah, we just say the number 6, Alexandra Whitley, had real good pace at Pukekohe, but not quite the same here this weekend.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening with Alexandra. She seems to be a little bit off the pace, and she certainly she can drive, so she'll be a little bit frustrated at the results this weekend.
Coming under the bridge for the first time and around the carousel, and the field settling into a good rhythm for the last of their races over the weekend. And of course it's race 3, 10 laps, 4 calendars basically for the Utes this year. You've got the opening round in December back at Pukekohe, here in January at Highlands, and then off to Manfield for the New Zealand Grand Prix meeting in February, and the big finish at Hampton Downs in March. So 4 rounds, 4 months, gives the guys a bit of time to mix racing and business.
Yeah, it's a good mix. It's you know, Paul Isaacs worked hard to get this series right, as well as trying to keep the costs down for the drivers. You know, they're looking to bring more drivers into the series, and you know, it's about keeping costs down. I mean, motorsport is not a cheap sport. It's a fantastic sport to be involved in, and anything you can do to reduce those costs is well received by the drivers and the teams.
But I think they're really enjoying this trip back here to Highlands Motorsport Park for the first time in about 4 years, because you raced here before, didn't you?
I did, mate. I love this circuit. It's been well designed, well put together. This corner that they're just coming into now onto the start-finish straight is an exceptionally difficult corner, and it's a corner that catches a lot of people out. I remember the first time we came here, Huggy didn't even get round the practice lap and demolished his car all over the track.
Well, it's amazing you talk about that, because just before the lunch break, one of the guys and one of the star drivers in the TRS, the Toyota Racing Series, Lucas Howe, found all about that.
Yeah, it is a corner that's exceptionally tricky. It comes up on you very quickly, and the car tends to drift out wide. Before you know it, you're into the wall. And Huggy actually hit it so hard he actually broke the block in half, and I do believe that Tony sent him a bill for a new block, to be honest.
As you do. So it's Coyote, number 17, with the Scud, number 99. 2 guys who are coming together with a bit of help back at Hampton Downs. But good to see them back racing again and giving each other plenty of racing room as they charge under the bridge. It's still Spratt, Manuel, Porter, Ward, Collinson, Rudd, Spencer, Whitley, Usher and Lowe.
Yeah, Simon Usher did really well in that last race. I mean, you know, Simon, he's still getting used to motorsport, having had no experience prior to coming into the Utes. And in the last race to finish 6th, I had a quick chat with him. He was pretty damn happy with that. So he's proved he's starting to, you know, give it the jandle a little bit better and make it work.
Good little wee battle groups developing here. You've got a Ford Holden battle out in front. Matt Spratt's got about a 0.7 second lead over Paul Manuel. And then it's a real good scrap between Andrew Porter and Peter Ward for 3rd and 4th at the moment. 3 and 69. Oh, Peter just stepped a little bit out coming over the braking and the bridge.
Yeah, look, that's Wardy's style. I mean, he's nicknamed Chaos for a reason. If the car goes sideways, he seems to handle it. He loves it. He puts the boot into it, and it's just the way Pete drives.
So the lap times are all right about that 2-minute mark for the 2 leaders, Spratt and Manuel. He's done a 156, 150, both down to the 156. And now they've got some speed into those tyres. Normally what happens, around about 2 minutes for the opening lap, and now 156.4 for Manuel, the quickest. And the gap is down to half a second now. Matt Spratt at 156.5, and then Porter 157.5, and Peter Ward at 157.1. Collinson at 57.4, 57.4 for Rudd. So those top 6 Utes, geez, only about a split second between them.
Yeah, it's certainly close, isn't it? I mean, you know, this is where the parity between the Holden and the Ford now is just spot on. You know, to have it that close, it's really good racing.
David Lowe, number 82, down the back of the field, getting more experience in the Ryco Ute.
Yeah, that's actually my old Ute. So he purchased that a year or so ago, and decided to have a crack at motorsport, having never done anything before himself, and he's really enjoying himself.
And that's one of the great things about this class. It can give you a chance to arrive and drive, and if you haven't done the karting thing like all the young superstars, we've got Liam Lawson here with the TRS people and coming through all the classes, Formula First, Formula V, Formula Ford, Formula 1600, and then into open slick swings or into tin tops. You can jump in a ute and go motor racing.
Yeah, look, and when the class first started in New Zealand, you go back to the days of Ash Kent and Jamie Kett, that sort of started the series up. There were a lot of guys that jumped into V8 utes and had never raced before. And back then, it created a huge amount of interest, and it was a real crowd pleaser as well. I mean, these things are hard to drive. They're 1800 kg, all running the same tyre, controlled brakes and rotors, controlled gearboxes. So it's, you know, you don't have to be an expert to drive these things. They're not easy to drive, but at the end of the day, it's a fantastic class. People can jump in without having experience, and in no time at all, you know, a little bit of driver training, and you're into it.
Matt Spratt under pressure now from Paul Manuel. Two guys who know all about good motor racing in the V8 utes. Why did you take it up?
Well, I've been involved in motorsport really since I was 8. I raced motorcycles from when I was 8 till I was 21. I then got involved in rallying with my brother, and we did the top half series in those days and a couple of the national rounds. And Paul Isaac, actually, they were back in the days when the A1 GP was around, they were looking to put some more utes on the grid. Paul Isaac said to me, look, come and have a drive in one of these things. I went down to Taupo, had a run, and had a look at my timing, and I was sort of 5th fastest. So I thought, geez, that was a lot of fun. So I went home and I said to the wife, look, I'm signing up to do some V8 ute racing. She said to me, if you're going to do that, I'm leaving you. I said, pack your bags, honey, because I've signed the contract.
And now she's one of your biggest supporters.
No, I'm not with her anymore. I've got a new one.
Oh, good work. Good
work.
work.
I packed the bags for her.
Oh.
I got blue blood, you know, I'm a Ford boy, and motorsport's in my blood as well, so there was no way I was going to have somebody telling me what I couldn't do with a race car.
Great, so that's worked out good in both ways.
Totally. Yeah, no, we're both happy now.
And then at what stage when you were racing did you say, yeah, I love this and I can do this?
Oh, look, the minute I jumped in that first Ford at Taupo Motor Park and started doing a few laps, I just fell in love with it. I mean, the power of the V8, they're a lot faster than you realise, and as I said, they're difficult to drive, but a fully controlled series, and just awesome. You know, V8 power, there's nothing like it.
Was there a moment when you actually said, yeah, I know what I'm actually doing here, after the sort of like, who gave you some tips?
Well, I'll never forget, actually, my first race, Mike Perro was running in those days, and he came down the inside of me at Taupo and took out the whole inside of my car, and I was absolutely gutted, you know, so I just sat in behind him, and we went into the sweeper at the end of Taupo, and he got a bit sideways, so I just drilled him, turned him around, and I thought, there you go, I got you back. And
Payback, eh?
I then got called to do judicial, got a Dorse licence, got a big fine, so I had to go to Mike Perro and say, mate, can I take a mortgage out to pay the fine?
And he said, certainly, yes, I can help.
He won all the way around.
But at that stage, you knew you were a motor racer.
Oh, totally. I mean,
because you'd gone through the whole process. You got binged.
Yep.
You binged back. And you got pinged.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it's a great sport to be a part of, and this series is just fantastic. Well run series. And, as I said, they work hard to keep the cost down for the guys.
Couple of good battles developing out here. Matt Spratt, 48, still under pressure from 15, Paul Manuel, both doing 156.5 and 0.4. And then in third and fourth, Andrew Porter, a 157 flat and a 157.1 for Peter Ward. They're both at the moment doing the 157.3 and 6. So they are bumper to bumper. And then you've got Collinson and Rudd. So good little battles right throughout the field. What about passing?
Yeah, well, I mean, every circuit's different, but I mean, this circuit has some good passing opportunities. And yesterday Andrew Porter. He was classic at that. He set the guys up a couple of corners prior, and then went through and took two in one turn. And it's really watching what the car in front of you is doing, looking at the lines that they're taking. You can see Paul Manuel there. Had a quick look up the inside. Just looking and understanding the lines that they're taking, and then trying to set it up. You've got to set yourself up prior to the corner that you're going to have a go, and you normally do that 2 to 3 corners prior to that, So you start taking a different line, set yourself up, and then bang, through you go.
Did you go out with a preconceived race plan or just let it unfold?
No, I never went out with a preconceived plan. I found that if I actually, if I tried to do that, it never went to plan anyway, you know, so something happens in front of you or whatever. So it's about just being focused, watching what's happening in front of you all the time, what's happening with the cars, what they're doing. And it's not just the immediate car in front of you. If there's 4 or 5 in front of you, you've got to be, you know, you're scanning all the time to see what happens. If one goes around, you've got to look at where you're going to place the vehicle to get through, because these things are not easy to manoeuvre. You know, 1,800 kilos, they're a difficult vehicle to manoeuvre. So it's just scanning and watching everything that's happening around you all the time.
And it's interesting talking to Mel about Andrew getting back into the V8 Utes and number 3 Porter Hire. He's one of the guys that knows how to drive these things. Other guys have gone from other types of cars, couldn't get to grips with it, couldn't get their head around having the big rear sort of slip and slop, but some guys do get it, don't they?
Yeah, it's about being smooth in a V8 Ute. You know, it's not the minute if you go into a corner and you just flatten straight to the floor, the RCN's gonna let go and she's gonna come round. So it's about smooth driving with your throttle foot on the accelerator. The way you're doing that, your braking points, you've got to be consistent with your braking points. I mean, they're very easy to lock up because of the heavy front end. So it's you know, there's certainly a skill, and Andrew's got that ability from his racecraft from what he's done previously, you know, to jump in these things and make it work.
And from your previous racing career out of bikes and then a bit of rallying, at what stage when you were racing the Utes did things become instinctive and reactive when something just did and you did it automatically rather than having to think about it from driver training, or like most top sports people, you do all your training, but then in the heat of the battle and the full blood of the competition, you just become instinctive and reactive, and that's when you know you're actually doing what you should be doing. Yeah,
it's interesting. I was talking about this yesterday, like, you know, from time to time you sort of get into an absolute zone and you know when you're in it, and you get like this tunnel vision where you're just 100% focused and everything around you is a blur apart from what's happening, you know, the cars in front and scanning that area up there, but you don't notice anything on the outside of the track or what's happening around the track. When you get into that zone, you know it, and it starts to flow really, really well.
Driving by the seat of your pants, getting into the rhythm, and really starting to enjoy it. That's what these guys are doing. 6 laps gone out of 10. At the moment, it's still Spratt 48. The Ford's in front. Manual in the hold in number 15, the Super Freight car, as they sweep around the carousel, past the go-kart club, and then round through the Stinger down towards the Alien Bend, back into the forest and down towards the hairpin. Number 3, Andrew Porter in the Porter Group car, the hire man. Peter Ward, the demolition man, in the Chaos car. The Coyote, number 17, Glenn Collinson, followed by the Scud, Brett Rudd. And Wardy's having a look around the outside of Porter. Around that beautiful big hairpin. Now the straight coming up towards the bridge.
Andrew had that well covered. He's got the experience, and he'll see Wardy in his mirrors. He knows he's there, but he's got the experience just to hold Wardy out.
And what's that battle when you're actually right on his bumper and you're trying to force the mistake? You're driving in the rear view mirror of that guy in front, and you're just saying, make a mistake, and you're just trying to really pressurise him.
Yeah, well, funny enough, normally it's the guy that in the second car that's got the advantage, because you are putting that pressure on. But if that was me, my lights would be going flash, 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 flash.
Was it? Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, absolutely. Putting the pressure on when you move slightly backwards and forwards, so the mirrors are just full of lights flashing at them and just distracting them. In fact, one of the things I was talking to Scuddy today about that, because he said that let him down. He kept looking in his mirrors, and I said, mate, what you got to do is just lean over and push your mirror out of the way so you can't see it. Don't have anything that gets into your concentration.
Yeah, because it distracts your tunnel vision, as you were talking about. So is that how you handled when someone was up your bumper, putting the pressure on you? How did you handle that, being the guy who's being chased?
Yeah, the first thing I do is I said just punch the mirror out of the way, so I didn't want to look at it and forget who's behind you, or Woody with the lock up there. Giving Andrew a little bit of a touch, letting him know he's there.
Just sliding into the S's, coming under the bridge, and they are literally bumper to bumper as they swing around the carousel. 7 laps gone, still Sprout out in front. Ward putting the pressure on Porter. Porter handling that pressure at the moment. That's what we're talking about, how the guy handles the pressure out in front. and you've got another guy right up your bumper in the rear view mirror, creating that pressure, trying to create a mistake.
Yeah, look, there's a couple of good races happening here. Here's another go, Audio on the outside. Is he going to go? No, I don't think he's going to do it there.
He's going to try
the
crisscross.
crossover.
No, but Andrew's got that well and truly covered. Then you have that sort of defensive driving line where you've got to try and make the ute extra wide.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, when you go into defensive mode, you actually start driving slower.
Yeah.
And that's what you've got to be careful of. So hence the reason why I said I punched the mirror out of the way, and then all I did was try to focus on hitting my points, my braking, apexing the corner the right way, and stop thinking about the guy behind me, and all of a sudden you start to make a little bit of a gap, you know.
I suppose that's when you have to trust the other racer too. And I noticed that the class over the years has got better and better in regards to the actual driver's skill and the ability for racing room and a bit of respect rather than the old biff, bash and crash.
Yeah, I think the driving ability in this class has improved dramatically. Maybe that's because I got out of it.
Oh no, I think there've been some real characters in the class, and guys have enjoyed their motor racing, and the fans love to see a little bit of rubbing and racing. But it's when you have big crashes and smashes that become really expensive to repair that, you know, it can put people off, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, I mean, nobody wants to see anybody hurt in motorsport. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, we're here to experience high speed, and the argy-bargy is always a bit of fun for the spectators. But
and don't these two know all about that? I mean, they had the big ding at Hampton Downs, and here they are back racing again. Both utes look great. They've both walked away for a little while, and they've come back into it. We're talking about 17 Glenn Collinson and 99 Brett Rudd.
Yeah, Ruddy, I mean, geez, you know, the safety around these vehicles really paid off, and for him to walk away from that accident at Hampton Downs, you know, you can't praise the safety around the vehicles enough. It was a massive accident. And it should never have happened, but unfortunately in motorsport, you know, accidents do happen.
Yeah, there were basically 3 utes charging up around that main straight at Hampton Downs last year, and there was a contact, and 2 of them hit the wall big time into the concrete. They were like a flying helicopter, just completely out of control.
Yeah, well, Ruddy's ute just sort of really opened up like a bloody can opener had been through the thing. You know, it was actually horrible to see, and just thankful that he was okay.
As you say, the safety standards in motorsport, really good, and they did their job, and here they are back out motor racing again. Another good scrap between the Core Steel 22 ute of the SOS man, Jeff Spencer, loves his motorsport, and 94 Simon Usher. So they're having their own little wee battle back in 8th and 9th at the moment.
Yeah, look, Jeff's a fantastic guy, you know, one of the original drivers. He's been a fantastic supporter, him and his family, Kelsey and Brittany, you know, Jeff's dad's always been part of the team as well, and really, really good to have a family involved in supporting the series like they have over the years.
And there's Alexandra Whitley just in front in the 06 ute in 7th place. Usher getting it a bit sideways. So we should be into the last lap now. Out of 10, and it's going to be another chance for Matt Spratt to actually take control of the series after 2 rounds. Glenn, the Coyote Collinson, had the lead after Pukekohe. First round of the North Island. Now here's the second round of the South Island at Highlands before they head back up to the North Island for the 3rd round at the New Zealand Grand Prix meeting in Manfield, and the big finale at Hampton Downs. So it's Matt Spratt, number 48, who was the 3rd ute involved in that big crash. But the man from Mount Wanganui certainly smooth and fast out in front, and enjoying a bit of racing room.
Yeah, well, Matt's gone from a Holden into a Ford this year, and you know, he's, as he said, he started at the bottom, he's worked his way to the top. But the FG, I mean, there's no doubt about it, an FG is a good vehicle. When it was released, it ruled the Australian series fairly strongly. So, you know, Jake Stamen will be pretty happy with the setup of the car, and Matt's doing a great job, you know, for the team.
That's that little ripple strip there. You can't overcut those.
No, if you go, you can ride the ripple strip, but if you drop over the side of it, so basically what's happened here?
And we've got one car that's had a big crash, and that's number, who's that?
Collinson, Glenn Collinson.
Glenn Collinson.
Looks like the rear end has
looks
come
like
out of the car.
Well, one of the wheels has come off. So we'll go back to that as we go back around the main pit straight. And it's going to be 48 Matt Spratt, the Stinger. He's going to take the checkered flag. Great way to wrap up the weekend. Paul Manuel's going to come home for 2nd, and the Porter man, Andrew Hireman Porter, He's going to be in 3rd place. So that's your top 3, followed by Ward. And that will try and work out what happened, because there's the wheel. Where's the ute?
I have no idea what's happened there.
So there's Jeff Spencer in the core steel car, number 22. He's coming across the line now, followed by Simon Usher, 94.
Yeah, it's definitely Glenn Collinson. Jeff jumped up to 7th. Simon through an 8th.
And there's the ute without the left rear, sparking it across. Have you ever seen anything like that? This is like the Dukes of Hazzard.
Good on him. He wanted to finish that race and he's done it. You got to remember, this is the guy leading the championship, so for him to cross that line was vitally important. He's a panel beater. He'll put that back together.
So there you go. The classic in motorsport is always expect the unexpected. You never know what's going to happen. And we'll try and work out what happened, because our guys with Volt TV and Perspective Motorsport are doing. Now, was there a bit of contact with him
and Ruddy?
And Ruddy.
Yeah.
Now, then all of a sudden the wheel's gone.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's let go. That's broken the axle. Looking at that, and it's with that contact, and it's just pulled itself out.
So that's what's happened, and you can see he's walking away, which is good. But
yeah, no, Glenn probably won't be happy about that, but.
So we'll take another look again. Great shots here from our team around the track here at Highlands Motorsport Park. So they've gone wide coming out of the hairpin, and then he's got turned around, and then banged its rear.
Yeah, I'd say what's happened, looking at that, we didn't quite see just in front of it. I'd say that Ruddy's given him a bit of a tap in the rear where that wheel is, which has broken the axle. As he's gone round, it's just peeled it out. And I think he was walking down there to have a bit of a word, but at least he crossed the line. It's good points, and although he won't be happy, he'll calm down. He'll be ready at the next round.
And the 2 guys from Hampton continue.
Yeah.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah, but I don't think it was their fault at Hampton. I think Matt Spratt had a little bit to do with
and I
that.
think there may have been the fact that he may have just trying to be a little braking under the hairpin, perhaps just overcooked the braking, which some guys can do, and may have just given him the old tap around the rear. But certainly bizarre sight there with the broken axle and left wheel hanging off, and the ute crossing the finish line. A 3-wheeler.
Yeah, 3-wheeler. You don't. In fact, I haven't seen it before, but like I said, Glenn he'll get it sorted. He'll be back at the next round, and he's certainly with the championship points. So he'll be pushing hard.
So very entertaining stuff there from the NZVA Utes back for the 3rd round of the championship, with the last round of the Castrol Toyota Racing Series, February 8 and 10 for Mighty Manfield, and of course the big showdown at Hampton Downs in March 8 and 10. So great for. Yes, Andrew, 3rd, so good points.
Yeah, the high man, great job. He's certainly he'll be one to watch in this series. There's no doubt about that. I mean, Matt Spratt's fast, but don't rule the high man out.
So Matt Spratt, good work for the Stinger, picking up some valuable points, and a great place, Cromwell. It's certainly put Cromwell on the map, hasn't it? This motor racing track.
Oh, it is a great place. I mean, look at that view. I just love it. It's just beautiful. Great track, great facility. It's world class. And, Tony wanted to deliver that, and to have the Tier 1 back here now doing the series again is just fantastic.
Yeah, and it'll be great to make it a regular part of the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship with the Castrol drivers. I think the young stars out of Europe should love coming down here, because, you're flying into Queenstown, which is a real playground, but this place here means it's not Central Otago. It's not just about fruit. It's not apricots and nectarines. It's all great, but now it's, you've got a motor racing playground right here, haven't you? And it's good use of wasteland.
Yeah, well, look, I would imagine that some of these European drivers that come down here, they wouldn't expect this type of facility, I'm sure. They think New Zealand, where's New Zealand, bottom of the world, But you can see with the type of facilities that we have, and now with Tony, owning Hampton as well and investing heavily in Hampton, we've produced some pretty amazing drivers out of this country, and there's a lot more to come yet. So when we've got these type of facilities, and thankfully we have people like Tony involved, it just helps the driving ability and the standard coming through from New Zealand drivers.
Certainly does. And looks like the sunshine's back as well, too, for the rest of the afternoon, which is going to be absolutely fantastic as we count down to the rest of the race program. Looks like we've gone from about 15 degrees and we're heading back up towards around about 19. And some good sunshine, too, as the wind just sort of settles down and keeps it cool for the likes of Liam Lawson and co for the Castrol Toyota Racing Series and the feature race. Time to go this afternoon, around about 4:30, I think it is, 4:35 for the 20-lapper and the Dorothy Smith Memorial Trophy. Good on you, Mike. Thanks, mate. It's been great working with you. Look forward to catching up in Mighty Manfield.
Yep, look forward to it, Clint. Thanks so much.
Right,
Cheers.
on your bike. He's going to do some training. You're going to do some. What's the bike ride you're going to be doing?
Oh,
Mount Cook to where?
You know, she's bloody got me into this. I'm
lady.
Yeah, Lindsay Dodd actually was the V8 Ute category manager, and then Lindsay ended up crewing for me. He's him and his partner Mary Ann. We did the Otago Rail Trail together a couple of years ago, and they've now talked us into doing the Mount Cook to the ocean. So we do that in a couple of weeks' time. So. Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous about my backside and how it's going to feel, so I've said to Caroline, we've got to get the bikes out this week because I've done absolutely nothing, and apparently it's a pretty tough ride, so...
Well, you did some good, impressive training on the Syrah last night.
yeah, that's the problem. I've got to stop the Syrahs and get the bike going.
Excellent.
I'll let you know in the next round how it went. Cheers,
all right,
mate.
I know you'll be buzzing. I'm quite sure you will be.
Cheers.
Right, stick around. Coming up, it's all about the Nexen Mazda Pro 7 Series and their final race of the weekend. Not too far away here at Highlands Motorsport Park and the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship. Well, the sunshine is back again at Highlands Motorsport Park in the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship, and it's our third and final race for the New Zealand Pro 7 Plus RX8 Nexen tyres. Mazda 7 Series, so of course it's the South Island Series for this weekend and next weekend down in Teretonga in Invercargill. And then of course we've got opening round of the Nationals as well, so good way to start the summer in the South Island. Bob Smith is back, and the format for this race is just what? The fastest up the front, booyah, rock and roll, away you go.
Yeah, top points over the two races previous, so they started in their orders of points, so it's fastest off the front.
So it's 53 Dylan Smith out of Rodney, which is Arewa by Auckland, just north of Auckland. That's Arewa on the Hibiscus Coast. He runs the Game Over go-kart sort of facility along with Daniel Gould, teamed up with Tony Quinn, so he's right into his motor racing, and he's racing past the go-kart track here, and of course there's the Game Over track in Queenstown, but it's not game over for him today. It's game's just started to wrap up and go for a three-peat.
Yeah, 3 out of 3 is nice. He's done good in the first 3 rounds of the North Islands, so he's winning that as well. So yeah, he's hasn't got a lot of competition though. We haven't got enough numbers in the cars. We'd like a few more cars in that class, but
that's irrelevant because you get a chance to actually get into the championship. You can only do what's in front of you or alongside of you, and it's up to you to make the most of that chance and that opportunity. And you've still got to go through and do the business and win the races and get the checkered flag and the points and everything, haven't you?
Yeah, well, first to finish, you got to finish first. Or for first finish first, you got to finish. So,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so reliability in the car is the thing, key issue. We've got it pretty well sorted.
So at the moment, the guys to watch out for, the fast guys. This is going to be a good battle too between the RX7s further back down the field. Sam Wallace is leading that championship here in the South Island. So at the moment, it's the fast guys out in front. And what's the updated points at the moment? You got that, Bob?
No, I haven't refreshed it after this morning, but it's basically the same order. So I haven't got the actual numbers. I should have gone and got that. But,
that's all right. You can do that at the end of this round, mate. But you know that Dylan's just going to go for 3 in a row.
Yeah, well, that's our aim. But it's good to see these little Series 1s are still competitive, and they're a lot closer racing than the Series 1s, and they don't get spread out quite as much. Except for number 1 NZ, he seems to have just a bit more horsepower than the rest of the cars, but good little driver. But, yeah, it's good to see Juddy and go up there, mixing it.
Drivers from all around the country in this particular class in the Masters. There's 43, and then 7. That's Tip Lady.
Yeah, then you got I'll say
Andrew Jackson. He just had a spin, and now all of a sudden, oh, look at Dylan there, coming out of the carousel and really sort of lighting up the rears.
Yeah, well, that'll be a tyre. You know, we're running brand new tyres for this race, which we haven't done normally, and they take a bit of bedding in, so they'll be probably getting a bit hot. If he doesn't watch it, he might overcook them. So
now you're the engineer with that particular car, number 53. What do you do in between races? What did you do this time? Because you said you had a good neutral type sort of setup, and the car was going well, Dylan was going well. So, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, that's
don't change
right.
it.
Yeah, we haven't changed the setup at all, except for the new tyres. Went round and just checked the front toe-in because it had a bit of a touch in the second race today. First race today.
Good little scrap developing here, isn't
there?
There's
it
about
is,
4 or 5 cars all lining up ready for a crack and coming over the bridge. They're getting a bit willing.
Yeah, there's quite a bunch of them there, isn't it? It's really it's good racing.
Down this little wee dip, Jed's Hump. He put that in there when he was designing the track with Tony and Clark Quinn. Down over the bridge there. That's the shades, I suppose, of Phillip Island when you talk a bit about it. And, of course, you're racing around that lake. So there's this little wee hump coming down the hill. 43, he's had a pretty good weekend so far. Shane Padgett from Rangiora.
Yeah, he hasn't disgraced himself at all. He's been going good. So he's enjoying it too. He's got to come in with a smile on his face after the first race this morning. Kicking himself because he went off, but and he was leading it.
coming around the big southern loop, round by the Forest Park, which is shades of the Nürburgring, which is why they wanted so many different types of characteristics for this track. A challenging driver's circuit, always busy, always keeping you on your toes, making you work for the victory.
Yeah, the big sweeper, that's quite neat. I remember in the old days, the Levin Motor Circuit had a great big sweeper off the main straight, and it came right round and just kept going and going and going, and never seemed to end. And then into a hairpin, so that was a challenging corner, and it's good to see those big sweeping corners on the tracks again.
Well, of course, we're going down to Terratonga next weekend for the big southern sweeper, isn't it?
That's right.
That big loop down there. Here they are coming around the hairpin. So yeah, it is a never-ending bend, isn't it? So we'll just have a little bit of a look through Andrew Jackson, number 1. He's the current champion. And we'll have a little replay of, a little bit of a love tap there with Mr. 99, Brad McDonald from Wanganui. Just turned them around a bit, perhaps.
Yeah, Bradley overcooked it there a bit, I think, by the look of it.
We were just saying that the Masters have been sort of quite judiciary-free so far this weekend.
Yeah.
And you never know, as soon as you say that, there's going to be a little bit of drama coming around the carousel. No, round by off Jets Hump, there were about 3 or 4 cars. One of them had to lock up the brakes to avoid going right into the rear of the next one. These 4 here, they were Roger Bovig.
Yeah, the dark horse racing.
There was a dark horse in there, I tell you. One of them almost locked it up, and he had to sort of pull up quickly.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it could have been 2 or 3 cars punted into the runoff area. So 3 laps gone, circulating in 154.6, 53. Dylan Smith out in front from 22. Keith Wilkinson, that's the way they've been. Don't forget, this is a round of the Nationals, opening round of the Nationals, so a lot to drive for, a lot to strive for. Number 11, Mr. Baker, he's been hanging in there. 72. Kevin Richards. I think he's done some Mazda MX-5 racing, open wheel.
He's just come out of the MX-5s and bought that car and joined the...
And he's had some damn good races with the other guys in that particular class, the old MX-5 convertibles.
Yeah, he was right in the top bunch of them, so it's good to see him move up, and that's the whole idea of the class.
Go from one make to the other, stay in the same make, from one model to the next model. And straight away he's proving he's on the pace here, isn't he?
Yes, he's taken to it like a duck to water, hasn't he? He's right in amongst it, so nice young guy too. He's very, very friendly. And
so that's 72. That's the car on the far left of your screen. This is Roger Bovig, 97. They're in the old RX-8s. They've got a bit more high-tech technology to take advantage of, and you want to use that too, don't you? The ABS and that sort of stuff.
Oh yes, it's nice to have, and I mean those cars are cheap to buy. You can buy them out of Japan for about $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 because they're not legal to bring them in to New Zealand other than racing cars. So they're a cheap form of car, and then by the time you set them up for racing, you can get them on the track for $10,000 or $12,000.
Really?
So yeah, that's why it's taken off. See, in the old days, the Series 1s were a cheap version, but now they're getting a bit hard to find parts for. So these RX-8s, they're $2 a penny, and you bolt, and they're running stock standard motors. I mean, Brett Killip up in the North Island, his motor's done 110,000 original miles, and he's never been out of the car. So other than a light and flywheel and a couple of things, yeah, it's a good cheap class to get into.
And he would do a great job servicing it himself, of course. Yeah. Keeping it. Sam Wallace, NZ1. He has been a class above the rest of this field, isn't he, in the RX-7 class?
Oh, yes. Yeah, he's just in a league of his own, isn't he?
Sam Wallace out of Christchurch. Very, very fast last year. And the defending champion doing another good job this year.
Yeah, that car's always been up the front, though, I think. It was a class winner.
Isn't it funny how sometimes you get not just a car, but cars, some cars are like good luck.
Yeah, they just seem to have everything working for them right. But and possibly the people pass on the setups and with the car when they sell them, which is good, and keep so they. Yeah. That's right, yeah.
It's still going well. Dylan Smith out in front. So yeah, if you've got a good championship winning car, don't change it too much. Just tweak your driving style to suit.
Yeah, there's no point in reinventing the wheel too much.
Well, Dylan Smith behind the wheel from Arriva, doing a great job in 53, going for 3 in a row, and you've engineered the car, so you haven't changed too much, which is great, and it's good not having to, isn't it?
Yeah, it makes it easier for us. Yeah, I had a bit of a sleep in the trailer between races.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, but there's no great dramas.
72 Kevin Richards, and you think that Roger Boving, he's had a lot more experience in the RX8 class than Kevin Richards. He's normally behind him in the MX5, and here he is in front, and he's handling the pressure of having him in the rear view mirror.
Yeah, and Roger's a bit of a hard man, you know.
Yeah.
He doesn't mind giving you a little bit of a tap or like this, but no, he's holding his own, holding his line, not getting flustered by it.
And that's one of the key things about racing too, isn't it, where sometimes you can go into that defensive driving mode where you're always creeping over and you're not going back to the ultimate racing line, but then sometimes you just say, no, stay on that racing line, and if he's got to make the pass, just as we talking about.
Commendator's goose.
Yeah, we were just giving him the big, hey, you're doing a great job, and he's almost blowing it round the hairpin, but he regathered it and he still maintained his spot.
Yeah, he was lucky to get away with that one.
Perhaps he should go to the defensive driving line.
Yeah, well, that's the worst thing is that, and in motor racing, it's like we were talking earlier on today about the last lap. You tend to start looking in your mirrors and not concentrating, and you better keep your head down and keep the same lines and the same speed and back off if they're going off.
Well, it's all that psychology of sport, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where sometimes people make it too complicated. They look for things to go wrong rather than just keep on racing.
Yeah.
And actually, it's quite ironic. He's had that lose, but it's put Roger Boving back. He's regathered it, and now he's blowing him away, and he's raced off.
Yeah, he must have sort of put the bit between his teeth and put his head down, I think. But,
1 lap to go. This guy's had the head down, and he's doing a superb job. Oh, something coming spinner, number 77.
77 round, yeah.
So a bit of drama there for Russell Burgess.
Yeah, Dylan's had it pretty good this weekend, and so is young in the Series 1, Simon, is it?
Sam Wallace.
Sam Wallace, yeah, he's sort of dominated a bit too. And
but you get that every once in a while. You get some drivers, you get in the groove, and it's also funny how you can arrive at a certain track. You get your car straight out of the transporter, out of the truck, and it's hooked up, dialed up, and as soon as you get on the track, you say, man, it's good. You know, I've got it on rails this weekend, so no matter where it is, it feels like a train on the tracks, and no matter what you do, you can just keep it going.
Yeah, it's just seems to happen that way, but other times you can have a disastrous weekend.
And when you get a weekend like this, sit back, relax, go racing and really enjoy it, because the next time you go racing, you know, something could go wrong. It could be a $200 bid or a 10-second part or 10-cent piece part that may be missing. It could cost you, you know, a race win or a victory.
It gives us a great advantage too going into the second round of Mansfield in February, because you've won all 3, so you've got the points buffer up ahead. There he goes. He's done well. That's my boy.
Checkered flag time. Yes, that is your boy, and well done. What a great feeling it is for number 53, Dylan Smith from Arriva, the Rodney racer from Hibiscus Coast. He's going to take out the clean sweep in that Nationals in the Master Pro 7 Plus class, and it's going to be NZ1, Sam Wallace from Christchurch, in that beautiful white RX7. He's going to take out a clean sweep in the Series 1 class in the South Island Series, so he's going to be a happy guy. Braden Phillips and Ben Tipley, they're the guys in the top 3 for that particular class. But Sam Wallace is going to do the business. He makes it 3 in a row, and that's for consistency, smooth and fast.
And they're a cool-looking little car, aren't they? The old Series 1s. They're still, for their age and the amount of racing they've done, and The cars are all well presented, they look good, they're all nice, straight and tidy, and the guys are credit to the South Island guys because they've dropped off in the North Island. We've lost that class really in North Island. There's a few still floating around.
Oh, one of them just blew it. 13. I was just looking up to say he's going to have a great. That's exactly what we've been talking about. Keep it going to the checkered flag. He got flustered and he blew it on the last corner, and that's going to go right throughout the rest of the year.
That's right.
It's going to bug him till the next time he comes back here.
He'll be kicking himself. That's exactly what we were talking about, wasn't it? You know, you look in the mirror and.
Lose a bit of focus and suddenly you think about the key thing a lot of sports people do is they think about the result rather than just stay in the process, stay in the now. The result and the rewards of that result will look after itself, but just keep doing the basics, drive the car.
Got to keep in the groove.
Yeah. If you start thinking about winning, sometimes you're actually not thinking about driving or racing to win.
Yeah, that's right.
Classic example there. And that was further back down the field. So that wraps up the action from the Pro 7s, the Nexen Tyres Mazda Pro 7 Series, the opening round of the Nationals, and of course for the South Island Series as well. So Bob Smith, thanks very much, mate.
Yeah, good.
Tell Dylan, good boy, mate. Well done.
Yeah, I will.
I'll stick some stuff on Clip Round 55, and we've got a picture of your car there.
Yeah.
And I'll tell Corey that your mate from Orewa College has done the business.
Yeah. No, he'll be watching.
Yeah, he'll be absolutely stoked, and good that Dylan can actually, go on and perhaps put him on target for a national title. How good would that be?
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, it's number one NZ will always be good on your resume. No one knows.
Has he won it? Because he's done lots of different, like mini stocks and other. Has he won a national title so far?
He won the North Island round in the Series 1s the first year when he first started to drive and joined the class.
But there's a difference between North Island and the word national, isn't there?
We didn't do the round of the Nationals last year because he was over in Canada. But this year we thought we'd better make an effort and come down and try and get that title. But so far, so good.
Good on you, Bob. So that's Bob Smith and the team from Dylan Smith, number 53. Clean sweep for the weekend, so a great way to start. Stick around coming up. The action continues, and we'll have a short break, then we'll be back with the Toyota 86 Championship and their third and final race over the weekend, a 12-lapper here at Highlands Motorsport Park as we continue the action on the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship. The opening round of the South Island, round 3 here for the 86ers. But, of course, it's all been happening so far right throughout as we keep counting down to the next race. It's going to be the 86ers, followed by the B&T V8s over 14 laps. That's going to be a standing start, reverse grid. And then the Castrol Toyota Racing Series, the 20-lap showdown for the Dorothy Smith Memorial Trophy. Good conditions. Bob McMurray is back in the hot seat and about to join us. So stick around. That's coming up. Lining up on the grid now for the third and final showdown of the Toyota 86 Championship. And on the grid, it's Callum Hedge, Vidanovic, Baldwin, Crichton, Ransley, Adam, Gilchrist, Davison, Cranston, Stewart, Natoa, Wright, Bolt, Hughes and Justin Allen down the rear of the field. And Bob McMurray joins us as we go racing. And 17, Callum Hedge, and 84, Peter Vidanovic, two young stars out in front as they lead the field away down that front straight, heading towards the bus stop where it all happened in the last race.
Yeah, there's a bit of Callum Hedge has got a bit of catching up to do because unfortunately he was penalised in the last race. He won it on the road, but was penalised some seconds. So the grid became podium became Jaden Ransley first, Baldwin second, then Peter Vidanovic in third. Bit of smoke going on over there, but everyone dust off the track, but everybody seems to have got around. So consequently,
went straight off the bus stop through the grass.
Oh, okay. There. Oh, Vidanovic and Hedge. Vidanovic did well to keep her head there. Yeah, Callum Hedge was penalised, so he ended up in fourth position rather than first. So it made the championship a bit exciting anyway. But Peter Vidanovic was pretty fired up again after the race. The news of Caleb Natoa, which I brought all the way, they changed the diff on his car last night, and he was looking pretty good, but he was, in his words, drilled after the start, knocked a wheel, knocked him off, did all sorts of things, so he had to park it again. So he has had what is technically termed a mare of a weekend. But now they're all on the track, and they're all racing as only these TR86 championship cars can do.
Great sight as they stream down that straight, coming out of the hairpin. And they'll be up and over the bridge to get that flow on around this crisscrossing track with all the different configurations. Then it fly around the ripples. They can't run that too wide. Or one of them, the two blue ones, got a little bit loose going onto the bridge. Natoa.
Caleb Natoa, I spoke to him just after the last race, and he was pretty down, but he had that sort of, you know, where somebody's got this set on his face thinking, right, you buggers, I'm going to have a go now. So we'll see how he gets on.
Yeah, sometimes you get angry to get even and to really get into it, get your mind back into it and not worry about it. Justin Allen, 99, one of the fast improvers in that previous race, back down the field. He got a top 5 finish last time.
He has improved, isn't he? He's doing pretty well there, but that Caleb Natoa is now behind him, so maybe they're going to have a bit of a coming together again. I don't know. We'll see. Never predict a race, because it always changes as soon as you predict it.
Exactly. And a lot of these drivers, no doubt, will just want to try and get out to the front, stay out the front and stay out of trouble. Easier said than done. Jaden Ransley. So he was awarded that race result from race 2. Jordan Baldwin ended up finishing second and Peter Vidanovic third. Callum Hedge back and fourth. Justin Allen fifth. So they're continuing now with the third and final showdown at the moment. It's Vidanovic, Hedge, Baldwin, Crichton, Ransley. So complete different switch around from that result. So it's going to be interesting to see if Jaden can work his way through the field.
It is, isn't it? I'm just wondering if there's to be a bit of a gap showing up there as we look at Aaron Crichton. But I wonder if Ransley's got a problem, do you think? No, I won't say it now. I don't think so, perhaps. Just seems not as quick or as head down as he was anyway. But Peter Vidanovic is still doing a good job. Simple as that. He's been learning all year. And the first couple of races, I said earlier on, in Pukekohe, he was bounced all over the place, bounced into the wall, and he's lost a few points from little accidents coming on. But at least this race, we seem to be all straight just after a couple of laps.
Plenty of teenagers, plenty of guys doing university, plenty of young, skinny race kids, isn't there? And behind the wheel of the 86s.
Yep, very much like me, except the young and skinny part.
So there's a couple of the young teenagers right out in front. Peter Vidanovic and Callum Hedge, two guys out of Auckland. Jordan Baldwin, Jaden Ransley, two of the guys who are actually working hard with their careers and racing at the same time.
Baldwin's got his hands full with Ransley behind him now. Ransley looked coming out of the last turn as if he was meaning some business. He's got his lights on, which obviously... Callum Hedge has got his lights on, which obviously makes him go faster because he usually puts those lights on. I'm not quite sure what they're supposed to signify. Perhaps it's on the road, excuse me, I'm coming through. Well, that doesn't necessarily work on the racetrack.
perhaps it might get the other driver fired up. But real young talents here. Peter Vodanovic, a lot of experience in other classes like the Utes, and then coming through into this. Oh, there's good move by Jaden Ransley down the inside of Jordan Baldwin.
A good move. I don't know how he managed to move Jordan over them, but he certainly got clear air in front, and Jordan let him go through. Well, at least he didn't fight too much, which wouldn't have done either of them any good.
So Ransley out of Christchurch, Jordan Baldwin. And of course there's a few teams out there too with the likes of International Motorsport. There's the likes of, you've got the Corvette cars, of course.
Yep, the Corvette scholarship cars are have been incredibly successful over the last 3 years. Some of their drivers have gone on and raced at Bathurst in the 86 series over there, and a couple of other tracks in Australia. It is Keith Houston, who is Corvettes. He's absolutely fantastic. Can't say enough about him there. That's a good overtaking manoeuvre. Straight through the inside.
There's some good places to make a pass around here, isn't it? You get momentum. You said that word in the previous race, and that's one of the keys to being successful in the 86s, is having that momentum into and out of corners.
Well, you've got to keep speed up. Speed equates to momentum. It's as simple as that. Well, they're having a good race. The Vodanovic has still got a bit of a lead on Callum Hedge, but we've seen Callum do this before. He sits behind, and then about 2/3 of the way through the race or something like that, he'll suddenly make a daring old manoeuvre and get through. So whether it's his way of driving, he just wants to see what the track's like and all that sort of thing, I don't know. But certainly he's shown to be an amazing talent anyway.
23 Jordan Baldwin and 18 Aaron Crichton. So two of the big team battles there.
And Connor Adam, he's another driver in at the moment in 6th place, number 9, Connor Adam. He drives with the International Motorsport. That's for those who know him, Lyle Williamson's outfit up in Auckland. Lyle has been involved in just about every form of motorsport there is in New Zealand, I think. Toyota Racing Series, 86s, V8, you name it, whatever it was. The International Motorsport brand was in there somewhere.
So it's still the 17-year-old from Auckland up against the 15-year-old from Auckland. So you've got 17-year-old Vodanovic in car 84 and the 15-year-old in the number 17 Corvette's car, the Tiger car of Callum Hedge, the series leader going into this weekend.
Peter Vodanovic is, just for a bit of background, he's a bit of a karate expert as well. So if you see him in the pits and you've got a problem with him, don't push it too far.
Exactly.
And now Callum Hedge is starting to look at different ways around. Look, he's taking the corner tighter. He's trying to just make Peter Vodanovic think a little bit, look in the mirrors. Getting a little bit closer, but Peter Vodanovic is actually quite a hard racer. In his very, very few races in the 86 series, he's proven to be quite a, if the gap's there, he's going to go for it. And if you think you're going to go through on a gap on him, he's probably going to help you shut it down.
Here's the 20-year-old number 23, Jordan Baldwin. He's had a lot of racing in a variety of cars like mini stocks and stock cars and nationals. He's done lots of karting, so good rookie last year performance.
Callum Hedge is lining up for a pass. He's trying to make Peter Vodanovic go into that turn too fast, get offline, whereas Callum has kept the line going, kept the momentum going. Didn't work that time. Look, he's now going to start harrying him. He's going to try outside line, inside line.
Vodanovic coming out of the carousel, holding on. Real battle between himself and Callum Hedge for the lead. 4 laps gone. They're both doing 152.8, 152.6 for Hedge. The fastest out there is 152.5, and that's 53 Jaden Ransley. He's now in 3rd and chasing these two guys down.
There's not much between them, is there, the first two? And Jaden is catching up a little bit, I think, on the leading two.
Well, these two home in the battle, it's going to give Jaden a chance to actually try and close that gap. It was about 2.5 seconds.
Well, like any racing, they're slowing each other down because they're not necessarily taking the ideal line around corners. Peter Vodanovic is taking the line that will deny the line to Callum Hedge, and Callum Hedge is trying, as we saw there, all sorts of odd lines to try and get underneath him, which he's just tried to do out of the corner there, but no, still can't do it out of the last turn.
Yeah, you got to be careful to keep it off the concrete wall coming around that pit lane straight.
Certainly, we saw Lucas Au get it all wrong there, and they've got major problems with Lucas Au's car in the Toyota Racing Series over there. The engine was broken, the suspension was broken, there are wings and all sorts of things. But thankfully, the gearbox is okay. But there's a huge amount of work going on in the M2 competition bunker over there, trying to get it all fixed up for the next race in the Toyota Racing Series.
Especially with starting on pole too for the Dorothy Smith Memorial Cup.
Yeah, indeed. Look at Callum Hedge there.
Got a bit of debris on that track, so there's been a bit of contact there, and that could cause problems for tyres and punctures later on if there's a bit of debris around there.
Yeah, so there's one car a little lighter than all the rest at the moment.
There's a slight alteration.
Yeah, maybe it's an aerodynamic addition or subtraction. Look at Ransley. Ransley's coming closer and closer to Hedge.
So
he's with them now.
Suddenly it's a three-way
three-car train, yeah.
Yeah, out of the carousel, around the sting, down towards the hairpin, and watch out.
So immediately Callum Hedge has to start thinking about protecting his line now instead of taking weird lines to try and unsettle Vodanovic. And you see immediately he's almost dropped off the back. And look at Ransley. That's not probably the way to go around the corner, but nonetheless, it's worth a try.
Trying to get some drive out of that 53 car backed by Miles Toyota out of Christchurch. Great to have the local Toyota dealerships getting behind this particular series as we pan back and pick up Baldwin, Crichton, Connor Adam, Gilchrist in the Nexus logistics car as well. He's doing a good job. Brock in 7th place doing 153.1. In fact, all the top 3 drivers are 152s, and the next one else, the note down to 11. The next 7 drivers all doing 153, so very, very consistent with their lap times.
You certainly see that post-haste car of Connor Adam, can't you? That Dayglow yellow on it. This might give this at the front here might give Peter Vodanovic a bit of a chance to make just a tiny gap, but no, look, they're right up with him again. So they're getting the slipstream on that fast bit. The thing about the Highlands Park circuit is that there's not too many great big fast straights where you can really get a drag on another car, and that's that doesn't help you when you're following any, but it certainly helps the guy in front. As long as you can protect it going around the bendy bits, there's not much they can do to out-drag you down the straight. Jaden Ransley just putting a wheel in the dirt here. He doesn't want to get another puncture.
Well, the 17 car, driven by the 15-year-old Callum Hedge, he knows all about slipstreaming and drafting, having been a Formula 1600 champion, so he knows all about how to get up behind and try and let that draft give you an advantage. So that's what he's doing here, right behind Vodanovic. Jaden Ransley out of Christchurch, run by Andrew Neal. He's doing a great job closing up that gap on the other 2 leaders. So it's a 3-way scrap for the lead after 6 laps.
There's not much between them, is there? Hardly anything. Once again, Jaden Ransley,
wide line, isn't he? Coming into the hairpin.
Maybe he depends more on traction out of the corner rather than steering into the corner, because you can't overtake in the middle of the corner, he's figuring, so I might as well try and get a drag on the guys coming out of the corner. Once again, we go back to the momentum. Keep the speed up around the corner, and you'll be better off coming out of with the traction out of that, and then on the straight. So he's going to try that.
Hedge had a look down the inside coming around the bridge. Yeah, he certainly, that's one of the great things about this track too, is you've got different parts of the track where you can actually try a different racing line using all of that track, because it's a big wide hairpin.
It is, but the last thing Callum Hedge needs to do at the moment is touch Peter Vodanovic and put him in problem, because he's already been penalised once this weekend. And I don't think he did it on purpose. It was just a racing incident, frankly, but you put somebody in the dirt, you're going to pay the penalty.
The 15-year-old from St. Ken's College, the Caveat Scholarship winner, and he's showing why he's a series and a serious contender for the series, leading going in here to this championship and involved in a real battle for the lead and the scrap and the title at the moment, isn't he?
For these three,
up behind Peter Vodanovic there.
But for these 3 fighting so hard, look at the gap they've got on the rest of the field.
Oh, look at the move by Ransley.
He won't come off.
No. Just had a look, didn't he?
But look at the gap they've got to the guys behind. It's 5 seconds. To the guys behind, or coming up 5 seconds to the guys behind. That's amazing when they're fighting so hard. So clearly the second flight of cars, which is Crichton, Baldwin, Adam, Gilchrist, etc., they're having their own battles, and here they are on screen now. There's that's another train of 4 cars immediately. So yeah, everybody tends to end up in little groups of 2, 3, 4 cars in this, because you get one car that's not holding people up, but the 3 or 4 behind them are just a little bit quicker because they are trying to get past the one in front. Simple.
Good racing here. 16-year-old Jaden Ransley. See, oh, there's the 15-year-old number 17.
See, Jaden Ransley's got the traction coming out of that corner, but he can't do anything about it with the next corner where we are now. So, yeah, he's got to maybe rethink tactics a little bit because Callum Hedge is in definite line protection mode at the moment.
So 17, 15 and 16. These are the teen titans. Here they are, doing a great job in the 86s. And Vidanovic, yeah, he's just holding on. Hedge has been just pumping him in second spot. And now it's about where do they make the pass? How do they set it up?
Well, they've got to think about it. They've got to think about it now because if Vidanovic makes a problem, he's got 2 cars that are going to go past him. Callum Hedge trying to get past just 1 car, he's going to leave the door open for the car behind. Jaden Ransley's probably in the best position because he can just watch what the fun that happens in front of him and start making himself a bit of a nuisance, frankly, on the coming up the rear.
Here's the battle further back down the field. So you get the top 3 out in front. They're all circulating in 153s. And then you've got Crichton, Baldwin, Adam Gilchrist all circulating in 154s. So a 3-way battle for the lead and a 4-way battle for the next spot in the 4, 5 and 6 as well. So tight racing, close racing, smart racing.
It is smart racing. They're all keeping off each other and yeah, you can see them thinking every lap, where the heck am I going to go now?
Oh, the lights are on coming under the bridge.
Oh, it does make you faster when you turn the lights on, you know, much faster.
So 8 laps out of the 12 gone. And it's who's going to blink first, who's going to handle one mistake. A little bit of pressure. Driving in the rear-view mirror, creating that pressure. Connor Adam in the post-haste car, doing a good job. He started well, hasn't quite maintained that momentum. Crichton, Baldwin, then Adam Gilchrist doing a good job in the Nexus car. Then right behind him, we've got Connor Davison. He's another contender coming along through the field.
Yep, definitely. I mean, the championship top flight at the moment is, without giving the points, because that's changing as we speak, it's Callum Hedge first, then Baldwin, then Ransley, then Connor Adam, Peter Vidanovic, Brock Gilchrist, Aaron Crichton in 7th, Caleb Nartoa in 8th, and 9th is Campbell Stewart with 10th, Jacob Cranston. So, you know, there's, and the point spread is basically, well, let's call it 200 odd points per point spread, but there's 75 points to win, so that point spread disappears quite quickly when you start not finishing races. So you got to finish, absolutely got to finish.
Certainly to be in contender for the championship. Remember, there's only 15 points between the top 3 before they came into this round. So it's very tight. Justin Allen hasn't quite had the same sort of level of success in this race as he had in the previous one, down the rear of the field in car 99.
Giving it a bit of a wiggle there coming through. Maybe he's got a less of a good set of tyres. Is that English? Anyway, the tyres maybe aren't so good this time as they were before.
Not quite so better.
Yeah, not quite so better as they were, sir, perhaps. Callum Hedge looked on the outside there. Now he's going to look at the inside. I think he wanted Peter Vidanovic. Oh, he's got the overlap. He's got the overlap.
Oh, and he can't keep it though. No, well done.
He got the overlap there, but Peter Vidanovic knew exactly where he was and just kept his foot in.
Well, he opened the door around the carousel because he can do that, but then he shut it through the sting as they go off camber. Now what's happening? Who's got the tactics?
There's Ransley out there again. Look, I think he's looking for a shortcut on the track, let alone anything else.
He's trying to do that crisscross. And now
it's the traction out of the corner. That's what he's looking for. So Callum Hedge comes across to block him and make sure he has to go around the outside again. And he doesn't quite have the speed to get alongside of him.
And now all of a sudden he's really putting the squeeze on as they're up and over, riding the ripples over the bridge. So you have a look down the inside. That's given Vidanovic just a little bit of a break here. 0.3 of a second was the distance between them last time. He looks like he's broken a bit of that slipstream this time.
Well, those two behind are really harrying each other, aren't they? They are concerned with each other. Callum's looking in the mirror all the time, and Jaden's just got a big grin on his face saying, okay, I'll try this side, try that side, or whatever. But they, you know, for one so young, Callum Hedge has got a hugely experienced head on his shoulders and a very, very good racing brain. I can't believe how one so young has got that sort of intuition and intelligence on the racecourse.
Gets a lot of tips from Daniel Connor, who's a champion in the Sangnon Action Racing Utes, of which both those guys have actually had a crack at before, so part of their tin top experience. Rest of the field charging through the bus stop. Vidanovic now out to 0.9, so he's just increased that lead ever so slightly over Hedge and Ransley.
I reckon that 0.9 has come down to about 0.4 again. Just as you were speaking, Clint, the way that Callan got the braking right coming into in and around the corner then.
So we had a look last time around the carousel. Gets nice and close, but still not quite close enough. Now let's see what happens when they go flying around the alien bend down towards the hairpin. Because remember, Jaden Ransley loves to go late and wide and tries to get that drive with the momentum, as with the other guys have a more traditional line, holding that tighter line.
The other guys are about 7 seconds off this battle at the front.
Connor Adam doing a good job. Here they are, these guys. These are the different lines you can take. Such a wide part of the track. Do a crisscross there. Connor Davidson. Then you get the drive along the straight back up towards the bridge. Up and over the bridge. It's still Vidanovic in the blue 84. The 17 Care car. Hedge in second. Connor Adam holding off the challenge of 95.
That was, he tried the manoeuvre and just clipped the back of, no.
And he spun him around off the bridge.
That was unfortunate. He got out of shape at the, just coming over and just could not hold it from the inside and just clipped. Connor Adam, just a bit of a shame.
So a bit of drama there in the 86s in the last lap. Can Connor Adam get going? Yes, he can. So he's going to be out of trouble. So that's a bit of the drama coming over the bridge. So what about the leaders?
It could be another investigation after the race there as well. I think Jaden Ransley's backed off a little bit, or at least he's thought, okay, 3 is better than none at the moment.
Last chance to dance for Callum Hedge. Can he make the move on Peter Vidanovic, or can Vidanovic hold on and do a great job to keep the win?
This Hedge just trying again just to get around the outside, then the inside, but that didn't work. So he's thinking, what can I do now? I've only got a couple of corners left, and oh no, under the bridge they come.
And suddenly it's Vidanovic. He's still got a little bit more of a break here.
Yep.
Out of the carousel, around the stinger, down towards the hairpin for the last time. He's done a superb job handling the pressure. Close, tight, exciting racing. We'll have a look down the inside, perhaps.
He's just got to protect. Peter Vidanovic has just got to protect the racing line now for these last corners. I mean, Callum Hedge can do what Jaden Ransley's trying to do and go out wide, but it doesn't seem to give you the traction that Peter Vidanovic has still got on that short straight to the next left-hand turn.
But it's a great example of giving each other racing room, giving each other racing respect, and letting each other race as they up and over the bridge, bouncing around and getting the traction back down around the lake. Then they'll go down Jed's Dip, and then it's all about holding that racing line. And Vidanovic doing a good job. Hedge having a look. Ransley, last chance. All got the lights on. He's got the drive out of the corner. 84, Peter Vidanovic. Jaden Ransley all over the back of 17, Callum Hedge. But it's the 17-year-old from Auckland, Peter Vidanovic, is going to take the win. He'll hold off the challenge from the 15-year-old Callum Hedge and the 16-year-old from Christchurch. Jaden Ransley comes home in third, followed by Crichton, Baldwin, Gilchrist, and the rest of the field. Davison, Wright, Cranston, and Allen.
Unfortunately, Connor Adam has dropped down by the looks on the timing sheet to 14th position after that. So I'm sure there may be somebody might be looking at that on the post-race investigation. That somebody being Chris Pither, the Dunlop Super 2 champion in Australia, and V8 Supercar Enduro driver, who's the driving standards officer for both the TRS and the 86s this weekend. He's been a bit busy, I've got to say. He's had a couple of issues. He's had a couple of looks. So we'll see what he makes of that, or at least the stewards as well, what they make of that.
Well, as soon as you hear the guy say contact, straight away that makes people look up. And then the race team managers run down to the judiciary, don't they, afterwards?
Yeah, that's right. Some race team managers have actually got a permanent booking after every race with the race stewards, but there you go, we won't go into that.
So looking ahead to the next race and the big finale for the opening weekend of the Castrol Toyota Racing Series. 2 rookie wins so far, one for Liam Lawson and then Esteban Muth. So what a great way to start the series.
And we've had all 4 teams on the podium at some stage after the first 2. We've had victory in that last race, Giles Motorsport and the team of M2 competition. Actually, not all 4 teams, obviously, because we're still missing MTech. But nonetheless, everybody's up there. Everybody's got a chance. The biggest talking point this next race, I think, will be just seeing if Lucas Auer's car can get out there.
Yeah,
because
what
if
is the
they
latest
have
on that? You were talking about that during the race.
When I saw it just before I came over here, you could hardly see the car. It was frantic. Looked like an anthill with people trying to fix this, that, the other. The gearbox was off. Mark Pilcher, who's one of the bosses of the team, with Jonathan Zamuri, they were trying to assist. The Toyota Racing Series people were trying to assist. The gearbox was there. The engine was coming off. There's bits of floor flying all over the place. So I don't know. I didn't want to get in the way, but it looks like they've still got a lot of work to go.
Thank you very much, Bob McMurray. That's still to come. Will he make the front row of the grid? Remember, Lucas Auer will be starting on pole. Had the big crash, though, in race 2. Slapped into the concrete wall down by pit straight. Can they get the car rebuilt to take advantage of that pole position? We will find out. Time to go around about 4:30. The feature race of the weekend, the Castrol Toyota Racing Series, race 20 for the Dorothy Smith Memorial Cup, the first of 6 big trophies over 5 weekends up for grabs. So stick around. We'll continue with our live streaming, also the action trackside. But coming up next, we're waiting for the third and final showdown for the B&T V8s.
Yes, I think so, but I didn't have that as a confirmed. Chelsea's shitting her pants over the standing start. I think it might be standing start. Points for the series, points for the round. Need to wait and see.
So standing by for a start now in the third and final race for the weekend. And it's the standing start for Chelsea Herbert, but it's Brad Lathrope who absolutely lets rip in the Dale ITM Ford Falcon. Go charging down to the bus stop, and look at number 85, Jack Smith from nowhere, the man who was fourth on the grid, the man who's got a chance to wrap up the weekend. He has bolted, absolutely dead set bolted, and ripped through the field. Straight from the standing start, straight through the bus stop, around the loop, and the man who's cleaned them up 2 races in a row has already jumped the gun as they head under the bridge for the first time. So there's been a bit of a change in results from the previous race as we see Nick Ross go wide coming onto the underbridge. And they're 2 wide, 3 wide going around the carousel. So it's all on in the B&T V8s here at the moment. Oh, bit of a drama there for Matt Pajeski's got a few gearbox problems. They managed to finish the race, the previous race, with a busted puncture in a right rim, so they've fixed that. So out in front, Jack Smith just settling down. The red mist. Boy, what a start. Absolute flyer. Scorched them through the bus stop and away. So Jack Smith's done a good job. He's going to go for a clean sweep this weekend and take early control of the championship after 3 rounds of the B&T V8s. So down round the lake, conditions still cooling off here again. They sweep around the pit straight for the first time. So it's going to be Smith. He started from the reverse grid, standing start from P4. Only 1 point in it between himself and Brenton Grove at the moment for the weekend. One of the cars has got problems on. It's let go. It's Brenton Grove, number 10 in the Camry. He's had his Australian chief engineer come over, Peter Osborne, but he's going to park it on the other side of the bus stop. So that's real disappointment because the car's been going really well. They've got consistency, and now all of a sudden the gremlins are back as Chelsea Herbert comes flying up behind Brad Lathrope. 2 drivers also really having a great time this weekend. Chelsea having a look down the inside in the Camry. Brad Lathrope having a good drive, getting it out of the big Ford Falcon. They had a good race in the first one, and Brad was slightly disappointed. He let Chelsea through when they came around by the lake. He got caught up by Braden Phillips, one of the back markers, lost concentration about what he was doing, and he let Chelsea go through, just had a bit of a spin himself. So now it's all about handling that pressure, not worrying about who's behind him, but just worrying about staying in the pointy end of the field. Just like AJ and the team from Redline have been saying to Brad all weekend, they've made the adjustments through Damon Leach and the Leach Motorsport team, so they've given him a better car. He's got the confidence in the Dale ITM car. Martin Day's been down there. A little bit of locking up under the brakes as they sweep through Jed's hump. Back round onto the pit straight for the first time, second time I should say. Chelsea having a look round the inside of the corner. You want to be careful around there because if you get it loose in the marbles, it could be all over. So good close race as Jack Smith 85. He's cleared off out to 4 seconds already after 2 laps, doing a 141.8 through the bus stop. Lathrope a 143.8. Hilbert a 143.5. Scott Taylor 142.8, and then Matt Tubbs 143. Hughes a 143. Nick Ross a 142. He's had moments. He's been spun around. Lance Hughes, the man that copped a 60-second penalty, in fact 2 30-second penalties and some demerit points, dropped him from 3rd in the previous race to back down the grid for contact. 2 sets of contact in the last race, so that's the reason why he has lost that spot from 3rd, and Brad Lathrope ended up finishing 3rd and a place on the podium in that second race of the weekend. So his motto all throughout the weekend has been stay at the pointy end of the field, get up there and stay there. So at the moment that's what he's doing. And disappointment for Brenton Grove, and more work for the team from Tony Richards Toyota out of Thames, just trying to get that car to work. It's been working well as the rain starts to fall here. So yep, the old rain radar always works a treat with the B&T V8s. It's been sunny, it's been lightly drizzled, Now it's got cloudy, it's cooled off. They'll all be on the slicks out there, and all of a sudden it's going to be a little bit slippy and wet. So more drama here. 12 lapper, 2 gone, conditions changing. Nick Ross charging up through the field in the Nissan Altima. Herbert having a look down the inside. Has she got the power? Scott Taylor's got through. Brad Lathripe struggling to hold on to second spot. He's been swamped by the 2 Camrys. So 1 Camry's in the pits and the other 2 are flying on the track. Scott Taylor, number 222. Oh, contact there. He's had a moment, Matt Tubbs. They had drama with that car. Only had about 57% throttle, so he's got caught out in the rain, I think, as the rain is just starting to get quite heavy and quite slippy. So watch out for this, because suddenly it's got a lot more challenging and it's a real guessing game. So good fast track to start with, dry track, and now all of a sudden here they are, they're going to have to tiptoe. Being caught out by the sudden downpour. The weather was predicted for rain and some hail this afternoon. Looked like it had stayed away, and all of a sudden the V8s come out and the rain comes, as per usual. And I can see the lights are flashing on the Lexus safety car coming out of the pit lane. So that's going to bring the field back under control again. So Herbert made a pounce, Scott Taylor made a pounce, but now they're going to be under control of the Lexus safety car, and we'll just see why they brought that out. So a sudden burst of rain and a downpour as the rain sweeping in from, where's it coming from? That northeast, northwest. And this is going to make it really challenging for these drivers. 3 laps gone out of 14, so 11 to go, and it's slippery. It's tricky out there. So it's a safety issue at the moment because they're all on dry tyres. There's Nick Ross. He's coming in to the pits. Is he going to change to wets? And will all the drivers come in and change to wets? Because at the moment it might be more of a safety issue rather than a crash or a smash that's brought out the Lexus safety car, because you've got all these V8s on slick tyres, and all of a sudden the rain's come and it's made the track very slippery, as you can see there. Not too many puddles, but Jack Smith will be saying, mate, I had a good lead. I'd already bolted. So they might have to, red flag it, and we'll just see what's happening with race control and work out what happened with Matt Tubbs. So he's got, oh, he's just spun it coming onto the entrance to the main straight and just backed it into the Toyota Finance side. He might need some more insurance too. So, yep. So they're going to red flag the race. And what will they bring them in and actually get them a chance to change to wet tyres?
Yes, I think that's in the regulations that they could do that if it's red flag. So I don't know how that impacts on Ross coming to 10.
So there's Nick Ross. He's the first into the pits. He said, stuff this is too dangerous. And he knows all about it, because he was like parked in the kitty litter in the last race after getting contact and just losing it. And they've been struggling for grip all weekend. He's been chasing grip all weekend, he said, in the Nissan Altima around here at Highlands. So he's in the pits, the first to slip onto the wet tyres.
That's what I think they're just discussing on.
And as you can see there,
Safety car could come into the pit lane, in which case they will come with them.
so you can just see the amount of rain that's starting to get a lot heavier. So we'll follow the fortunes of the safety car, because if the safety car then brings them into pit lane, that'll give them all a chance to switch from the slicks onto the wet tyres, which of course will then help them with the race, and we can resume the race. 4 laps gone. Otherwise, it could be a smash and dash crash. It'll be a demolition derby if they're out there on slick tyres and wet conditions. So Nick Ross, he's done that. He's ready to go back out. Let's see what happens with the safety car. So all the drivers are now going into pit lane, as the safety car will probably go out to the front of the entrance of pit lane and then line up to bring it back out again for a restart perhaps. So changing fortunes as always for the B&T V8s. Don't forget CRC Motorsport. You can check out all the race highlights coming up over the next few weekends on TV3. It'll be all about tyre pressures with the Gold Track Talk featuring Brad Lathrope. And we'll be catching up with Gary Lathrope, series organiser for the B&T V8s, along with Nick Ross and Lance Hughes about the Gen 2 cars. The new Formula will feature the Ford Mustang, Chevrolet Camaro, Dodge Challengers, two-door American sort of muscle car, 5-litre V8s, 6-litre whatever it is. They'll have parity. They'll work on making sure that they've all got a chance to have the same sort of horsepower, being developed by the Mitchell team out of Hamilton. They've also got the 6-speed sequential gearbox. So it'll be an exciting development in the future for these B&T V8s. But right now it's all about getting off the slicks, getting onto the wets, and getting back out on the track. So now they're going to push Nick Ross back. He will no doubt have to get in line. And Jack Smith will be the one that I'll bring out. So shades of the history here of the NZ V8s. It's been fine all afternoon. Light drizzle when they were out previously, but then, as always, when the V8s come out, sometimes it just brings on the rain. So it's quite remarkable. We're heading down to Teretonga next weekend, and gee, we were down at Teretonga and it was absolutely floods. Everyone had to go to gumboot country, go to the local hardware store and pick up some gumboots. So you never know, do you? But you get down on the big job. So Chelsea Herbert's made the change. Nick Ross has made the change. So the starting lineup will be Jack Smith, Herbert, Taylor, Lathrope, Ross, Wallace, Hughes, Ashwell, Bujeski, Tubbs, Phillips, and then Brenton Grove. Of course, disappointment for him. He was first into the pits, but not to change tyres, but with a technical problem. So now they've got a line up in order. Then the Lexus safety car will no doubt escort them out of the pit lane, get them lined up ready to rock and roll. All the officials getting the teams lined up, getting the cars lined up. 4 laps. This may affect the actual timing of the race. It's time certain. Actually 14 laps. So the Castrol Toyota Racing Series was due to start at 4:35 this afternoon. As you can see, the rain quite steady out there at the moment. So changing conditions and a real challenge for the B&T V8s. Chelsea Herbert picked up her first win in the series. Class 2 now made the step up to Class 1. See that glassy look on the track. It's very slippery. Already we've had one car in the concrete wall around by pit straight. And that team at the moment from M2 competition frantically getting that car ready to race it out. Feature race, the Castrol Toyota Racing Series. So all of the stars and the wings and slicks of TRS will be no doubt keeping a close eye on the weather, because that'll be challenging for them too in the 20 lapper. Don't forget, if you need a rental car, being a motorsport fan, check out the team from Amiga Rental Cars, one of New Zealand's largest independently owned rental car companies with 11 branches nationwide. They've been renting cars and involved in motorsport for 25 years. Well known for their upfront and honest approach to car rentals. Special deal for motorsport fans and competitors. Use the promo code MSPORT and save yourself 10% when you book your next rental car with Amiga. Just visit AmigaRentalCars.com. It's Brad Lathrope. He was going really well, but then he got caught out when the rain started to come and had to sort of button off a bit and drop back from about second down to fourth. So now they're back onto the wet rubber as the rain starts to get slightly heavy. A lot of the corporate guests just sort of coming back in. All the umbrellas are up around the track, but still great scenes here at the beautiful picturesque South Island Circuit in Cromwell, Highlands Motorsport Park. Next round for the B&T V8s will be down at Teretonga. Round 4 next weekend. Don't forget, go to Event Finder. And if you click on Event Finder, you get all the details about who's going to be racing when, where and what with the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship. And if you want to watch the action live streaming, just go to YouTube and SpeedWorks YouTube. You can pick up this action. And then for the Toyota Racing Series, just go to SpeedWorks. Will just go to the Toyota Racing Series on YouTube, and you'll pick up the action from the live stream. So they'll have their rain lights on, and you can buy your tickets for the next round at Teretonga coming up next weekend online via Event Finder. Get yourself a weekend pass of $46. Save yourself some money. Do it online, and basically it's about 50%. Otherwise, you're paying $50 for a Saturday, $50 for a Sunday, or a weekend pass of $80 at the gate. But if you go onto Event Finder and book online, you can do it now for $46. Always a fantastic track down at Teretonga, very popular circuit, really challenging for the drivers. Great Southern Loop. And the classes will be the Toyota Racing Series, the B&T V8s, Toyota 86 Championship. Will continue with the action with the South Island Porsche Championship, South Island Pro 7 Mazda Racing Series, the South Island Formula 1600 Championship, and another rush hour. Changing conditions here at Cromwell. Dark clouds around different parts of the circuit and sunshine around the other part of the circuit. But at the moment, it's that rain which has just come across. And a little bit of the hail. They had forecast a bit of hail, and looks like we have got a little bit of hail there. Not heavy. Or was that just rain? So it looks like they're going to have to start their engines. And we'll find out from race control if they're actually going to shorten this race, or will it go for the full distance of 14 laps? Because at the moment it's 4:30. Castrol Toyota Racing Series time to go at 4:35. The last race of the weekend is time certain, 1 lap after 17:38. So still got a good hour and stuff of racing left to go. Looks like we're just about ready to resume racing here. Getting the cars back out on the track. What's Brad Lathrope doing? Number 73. He should be in P4. Nick Ross after Brad Lathrope and Rob Wallace. So now the drivers can feel a lot more at ease. They've got some wet tyres on to handle the wet conditions. And the question is, will Jack Smith be able to just bolt away in the SCT Logistics car, the super cheap car, like he's done in the dry in the 2 previous races? Chelsea Herbert in the Camry should be keen to be chasing the setup all weekend. But she's in a good position to try and get a good place on the podium. Scott Taylor in the other Camry, done a lot of racing around here in GTs. He'll be looking forward to also trying to maintain his spot. So 4 laps gone. We've got the slicks off, the wet's on. I tell you what, Jonathan Green, this is going to be a real challenge when the Castrol Toyota Racing Series comes out for the 20 lap, because it looks like the weather's clearing.
I know. I always say, it's like, okay, go to your nearest ice rink, put a pair of roller skates on and have a go. See how far you get. That's what this is.
See if you can stand up.
Yeah, exactly. Let alone drive. But this'll test the skills. This really is. This is what it's all about. I love it. Just add water, as they say.
And suddenly it's a completely psychological ball game for a lot of drivers. Some guys are very good in the wet. Some guys love it, that they don't get put off by it, or some of the ladies. Other guys just get freaked out.
I think they're going to pick up the safety car at the start line, and then we will be going. Here they are. Look, there you see, the safety car is out there. See? Told you.
So that's worked well. This always happens, though. You've been there before in the past when the V8s have been out there and it just absolutely buckets down. It's always been like, okay, if you want it to rain, if you want to break a drought, if the farmers want to break a drought, we'll just book the V8s to come to your neck of the woods.
But this is actually, I think, motor racing at its finest. You've got a car that's well overpowered for the conditions, because you put your foot to the floor here and you're going round. So you've really got to have a deft touch here, and you've still got to drive fast, you've got to muscle it round, but you've got to be careful.
And you've got to be good on the brakes.
Yes.
Because that's when, if you you can't just stamp on
it. So who would you say of this field is a bit of a rainmeister, a bit of a Schumacher meister?
I want to see what Jack Smith can do.
Yeah.
Because he was a rookie last year. Nick Ross should be okay. He's an experienced racer. The likes of Chelsea, Herbert, Brad Lathrope, I think they'll all be nervous.
Yeah.
You know, because it's a challenge in the circuit. For a start, learning the circuit. Scott Taylor, he's done a lot of GT racing, but in the V8s, they're a different sort of beast. You know, they're a bit more basic.
And as we saw with Lucas Hour last time out, that last corner, there's a couple of corners here at Highlands that if you get it wrong, if you get offline and you don't get it right, you can get it yourself in a mess and tear off the side of the car.
So Justin Allen, number 11, he had dramas in that previous race. Justin Ashwell, I should say, and Matt Projeski.
So hopefully the lights will go out with this lap, and as soon as they do, the safety car will come off and we'll be racing.
And then we'll answer the question, who's good in the wet?
Yes.
Who loves it? Who likes it when it's a little bit slippery in the rain? Who can, and that's a good sign of a good driver, because like the likes of Shane Van Gisbergen, Scotty McLaughlin, Michael Schumacher was always good, and even Lewis Hamilton.
Yes,
good
very
in the
good
rain,
in the wet, very good in the wet.
And a lot of guys from a karting background, they know to go around not the normal racing line, but the other part which hasn't got so much grease or so much of that rubber down the road. You can get a bit of extra grip out there.
Well, also the other skill comes in because it's stopped raining now. So as this race continues, there will be, especially on the race line, a drier line. So then you can start to push a little. So that's where the real skill comes in, is to judge just how much grip you've got underneath you.
And then you have to watch out for the guys as it starts to dry. They've got to look for the wet part of the track to look after the tyres. But they should last 6 laps before they start going off, hopefully.
Well, Queenstown's the home of skiing. Let's see who has got the skills when it comes to sliding here, just down the road in Cromwell.
So 14 laps. Should be 8 to go. We'll keep an eye on that. Safety car still has the lights on. Looks like they're going to do, what, one more lap?
Yep. Great crowd here at Highlands. Thanks for coming, guys. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it too if you're enjoying the live stream via YouTube. Don't forget, for the Toyota Racing Series, you want to just switch over to TRS for YouTube to watch the big battle for the wings and slicks. That's going to be interesting to see if Lucas if they can get the car built.
They have done. I've just been told, Murray Taylor's just told me they've taken 3 hours. They've had a new engine, new chassis, new radiators, new left-hand side of the car, but they've got it going again. And they just fired it up about 10 minutes ago.
Fantastic, which is another great feature about the TRS series. It's not just about the young drivers, but also about the Kiwi technicians, the overseas technicians, but also the teamwork involved.
Yeah, and to be honest, as much as it is for young drivers, it is for young technicians and engineers. A lot of guys in their, their teens and early 20s learning their craft, and under the likes of, Beasley and Victory Motorsport, Pilcher, you name it. Obviously, Stephen Giles. And yeah, these guys have been around the block a few times, and they can teach these youngsters how to be professionals at this game.
And the classic example is your co-commentator Taylor Cockerton.
Yeah.
You know, racing one year and now working as a mechanic the next year.
Yeah, and I get the impression, obviously he wants to be racing, but I get the impression he's really enjoying it because he's learning a lot about the other side of racing.
And sometimes when you take a step back from the pressure of being behind the wheel and you look at what else is happening, it can actually help you the next time you get back into the car.
Sure. Well, I'm sure the safety car will come off this time. But actually, it's another lap that, like you see this line now, it's starting to develop. It's not dry by any means, but put a bit more heat, put a bit more, a few laps in there, and you will start to get more grip, especially on the racing line. But then offline, if you want to overtake, then it gets precarious.
Then you got to watch out for the puddles. Get some heat into those tyres. So there you go. The lights are out on the safety car, and we'll be ready to go green. And now it's going to be controlled by Jack Smith, Chelsea Herbert, Scott Taylor. He's an experienced GT racer. You got a young dude and a young dudess in the front. And some young nervous drivers. So get ready to go racing. B&T V8, 7 laps. Now it's slippery when it's wet. Mountains clearing in the background. So they've had the pouring rain that's been dumped onto the track. Now the challenge continues.
I like the giraffe in the background. Come on, Chelsea, get your neck out.
Where's the orangutan? He's just waiting to.
I've seen a hippopotamus a few times in the last couple of hours, but.
Right, coming back around the main pit straight, and Jack Smith's bolted. Chelsea Herbert's got to stay with him, otherwise they're going to lose him, and he's away. Good restart, Jack Smith, well done. And she's been caught a little bit, Chelsea Herbert.
Well, she's made it through the bus stop, and that's the key, because she's lost a little bit of ground on the leader, but she's regained well there because she was in trouble for a second there, but she's composed herself, and as they head down towards the southern loop, she's holding second strong, but that's a good restart from Jack.
Yeah, now this is all about the guessing game about what sort of grip have I got in the rain and how much grip am I getting on these wet tyres compared to what it was like in the dry. And I think one guy that's struggling in the rain is Brad Lathrope. Little bit of a touch, or perhaps just hit a puddle going into the S's.
I don't know if ITM told him he needed to show off the sponsors, but he certainly did there.
The Dale ITM Big Ford Falcon. Whoa. And Lance Hughes is down the inside. One of them's gone wide, Chelsea Herbert. We talked about them being nervous, and some of the older boys are showing younger drivers how it's done.
Well, it's interesting because she was way offline there. I mean, I know it's wet, but I think she actually missed her turn in because she was well wide there. And that's what I think there's more problems because she's dropping right back now.
And then Nick Ross now coming back up through the field in his Nissan Altima, and he's been struggling for grip all weekend. Oh, something's blowing in the Camry. She's got more than just wet tyre problems.
Well,
so that's such a shame because that team has just been struggling to get those cars up to speed and staying in race pace.
That puts Scott Taylor up there, and Lathrope and Hughes. And as you say, Hughes was the first to go through.
So Jack Smith, whether it's dry or wet, straight away he says, I'm the man this year. And he's laid down a challenge for everyone else to pull up to his bumper. There's Lance Hughes. He got docked for contact twice in the last race. 2 30-second penalties and some demerit points. So he's been ticked off, and he's an asphalt man. He knows all about whether it's wet or dry. He won't care.
I love these Kiwi fans. Look, it's raining like hell, but everybody's out and enjoying it.
Yeah, it's great.
They've gone home in England.
Yeah. So it is going to be time certain. So it is going to be last lap next time round. This is just a warm-up for Terratonga.
I think it is, yeah. Yeah. If you want to know what's happening next week, just look now.
Yeah. So it's Smith, Taylor. This is going to be a good result for Scott Taylor. Can he hang in there in the 222 car? Lance Hughes putting the pressure on him. Nick Ross trying to put the squeeze on. The Nissan up through into the S's.
Nicely done.
Yeah, he's done that. Good stuff. He's
no!
Taylor's he's completely botched it.
Well, that was a big mistake, and I don't think anybody else was involved in that. He threw that away.
He just missed everything. Straight onto the grass. And Nick says, thanks very much.
Yep, no problem.
Meanwhile, Jack Smith, 5-point disappointment there for Chelsea Herbert as the team from Tony Richards tried to take the MTF car and park it round the back. So Nick Ross, thanks very much. He's going to get onto the podium here. Lance Hughes.
Well, we said there'd be a Rainmeister. Now he's just got to hold it all together. He doesn't want to start celebrating too early because he can still get it wrong.
Yeah, just keeping it on the track now. So, yep, we found out who's nervous in the wet. We found out who's pretty comfortable when it's slippery. So Jack Smith, there he is, still doing a good job. Coming around, down, around Jed's hump for the last time. And you'll get the drive out of that little wee hairpin around pit straight, and you've got to be smooth and fast around here, as they found out in the Castrol Toyota Racing Series. And we'll see if he gets the checkered flag this time to wrap it all up. No, looks like they've still got one more lap to go.
Into the bus stop, and there you can see the gap, and he's got plenty of room, but you know, that can change these conditions. Look at him sliding there at the end there. Only a little bit more and he would be in trouble.
I tell you what, though, I've been very impressed with his ability. He's put that car on rails this weekend. He won the first race by about 12 seconds. He won the next one by another big margin. Here it's wet, and he's still got a lead of over 8 seconds as well from his teammate Lance Hughes. So he's got some real talent, this kid. Done a good job.
Yeah, well, like we said, this is the toughest conditions, especially for V8s, with so much power, more than you need for sure in these conditions. And
got to nurse it around sometimes.
You do.
Feather it.
Yep.
A bit like your Trans Ams you've been working with back in the States.
Yeah. It's exactly the same. I mean, there's no question, and we obviously put plenty of rain out there too, and it's very similar in that it comes down when it comes down heavy, and then sticks around. But because of the heat, it'll dry up quickly too.
Justin Ashwell in the Digger car, number 11, and Matt Brzezinski, 77, the two Class 2 guys. So Ashwell has got from Rolleston, he's got the advantage in this race. And they were looking at some gearbox issues for 77, Matt Brzezinski. Both of them, of course, had punctures and ended up sort of basically just finishing in the last race.
Here we go, over the bridge. 2 to go. Corners, that is.
Time certain. And the Giraffe is all smiles in the background. Nick Ross is all smiles in the foreground. He's come from nowhere. And it's going to be Jack Smith in control of the B&T V8s. Round 3 after a double banger at Pukekohe in the supercars, and opening round of the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship. 3 from 3. Jack Smith says, I am the man. In 2018, 2019, he lays down the statement and the challenge for the rest of the field to try and catch up, because he's made a great job of taking control of the championship in this weekend.
Nicely done. Good, clean racing and tough racing too. Not easy in that condition.
So we'll work out. They've got Hughes coming home second and Taylor third. But then, of course, Nick Ross was able to get up and make some good passes, but he was further back down the field. Hadn't done enough laps. He was a lap down. So it looks like it's going to be Smith, Hughes and Taylor.
4 retirees, Chelsea Herbert, you saw, Tubbs, Phillips and Grove.
So that's it, the B&T V8s for the weekend. Now, what happens with the Castrol Toyota Racing Series?
It's all mayhem, as they say, because I think it's all going to let loose. You've got to think wets at the moment, but it's drying. And I mean, you know, everywhere we look, it's grey and nasty. There's always a chance of another downpour, but it's going to be crucial. Armstrong needs a good result. He's where he needs to be, but the engineers now come into play.
Yeah, and also the strategy. Because the last thing you want is a big, you've already had one crash, 3 hours to rebuild.
Yep.
Okay, you've got a week off between Teretonga. You want to finish strongly in the opening weekend. You're in the battle for points. Liam Lawson, 2 rookies. Isn't that cool? 2 rookies.
Oh, yeah, brilliant.
First-time winners.
I mean, I know they're both Kiwis, so that's great for the crowd here, but it's also on merit. There's no question about it. All right, Brendan got a bit of a gift, but a jump start is a jump start. Muth jumped the start, the man who crossed the line and took the checkered flag. He got a 5-second penalty, and that allowed Brendan Leach to win the race. And in race 2, so yeah, it's going to be good. But I tell you who's impressed me in a different way is Marcus Armstrong. Not pulling up any trees, but he's consistent. And already Lucas Howe's blown one race by being maybe a little bit too aggressive. But Marcus Armstrong getting some points in.
To me, I would just say one word about Marcus. It's all about the championship.
That's exactly it.
Unfinished business.
Yeah. and he fell foul to it last year and felt that he wasn't as aggressive as he could have been. And now he's going to be, sometimes aggressive, but also consistent. That's the key.
Stick around. That's coming up next. It's going to be Jonathan Green, and is Taylor Cockerton going to be joining you?
Well, it depends on his boss, but yes, we hope so.
He's just got to work on a car.
Yeah.
All that action still to come as we count down to the feature race of the weekend of the SpeedWorks Motorsport Championship. It's all happening here at Highlands Motorsport Park.